Zoom, raise your hand.
Recording in progress.
Is that me? All right, seeing none. We will move on to remarks by councilors on public participation. Anybody have any remarks?
Your camera.
Seeing none. Then we will move on to consideration of old business, department budget reviews.
Everybody has their volume down. Speakers.
Everybody? Okay, we're good. All right, so we are up to department budget reviews. Morning, Janet. Thanks for being here.
Morning. Just wanted to start out going over the open questions you guys had from the last meeting, so we could address all those. Going down by department as we did them in. The assessor's office, I know there was a question regarding the number of motor vehicles that they're listing. I received a response from the deputy assessor, and she stated that those are all the actively registered vehicles with the DMV that Newington has as a tax town as of October 1st, 2023. It includes not only business fleet vehicles, but also motorcycles, trailers, campers, tractor trailers, and certain heavy construction equipment. So while it does include fleet vehicles, it will not include those that businesses claim on their personal property, because those are only considered garaged in Newington. So not all fleet, but some fleet, considering how they claim it on their declarations.
Would that include the few car rental places that we?
Depends on how they claim it. So if they're claiming it as garaged and personal property, it would not. If they're claiming it as registered with the DMV as Newington as their town, yes.
At the town, State of the Town meeting, I know a resident brought up the fact about vehicles that are Newington resident vehicles, but are not registered in Connecticut. I mean, there's really nothing we can do about that, really.
No, I mean, people will move here and stuff like that, and it's up to them to change their registration and get new plates. So,
Okay, thank you.
The tax bills, I did check in with our tax revenue collector, and she said, although she'd love to go digital, it's just not something that's able to do. A majority of our bills do go out to mortgage companies. They don't even go out to individuals. But if anybody, wants to pull it, a lot of people who are a little bit more advanced, and not everybody has computers. So those people that are a little bit more advanced will go down ahead of time because they're put up a couple days even before they're mailed, sometimes a week before they're mailed. They'll pull them down, print them out themselves and bring them in, or pay them that way, or just pay them straight off that online. So the people who are technologically advanced will do that, but they can't do that for everybody because not everybody's at that place right now.
Thank you.
Facilities. Joe's here and could probably answer some more questions when he gets up to here, but you were asking regarding the solar and if all the solar were up and running. The town building is. The grounds is not live. Is the senior center not live also? Now currently, but it just went live. So not everything has been up and running yet, and hopefully the grounds will be shortly.
So just currently the town hall and the senior center are up and live and working, and the other buildings are waiting for.
Come on up. You're gonna be up here in a minute anyway.
Warm up the seat.
Come on up.
Good morning. So all the facilities are up except for the grounds department. There was a power issue with Eversource that we're working through.
Okay.
Before we can go live with that.
Oh, when I said grounds, I thought you meant the ground to go to.
Grounds
ground.
garage.
Grounds garage.
Okay.
Sorry. And also, I think we originally had said we're doing Company 2, the firehouse, but we're not.
Company 2 was removed from the project.
List from the project.
2 town managers ago.
Yeah. So,
If I may, Janet, if I can. I'm sorry, I should be using this, sorry. As far as the solar panels go, I know we had heard a little bit of concerns around their performance relative to our presumption of how they would perform and cost savings and things like that. And we may have discussed this last time, but if you could reiterate from your perspective, what are the reasons for that underperformance? Is it just jacking up rates?
So I wouldn't call it underperformance, but every location has a PPA, which has changed through the process since first conception of the solar project, which started prior to me working here. So they came in and gave the proposal, energy savings, or cost savings and energy production. I think they were anticipating a certain size of array. And then as engineering and things like that proceeded, things changed a little bit. So there were some changes in the PPA throughout the process. So that's probably,
That makes sense.
if you're looking at one number, you know, from the very first time opposed to the more recent PPAs that were signed, there is some deviation there.
Well, what does PPA stand for?
Power purchase agreement.
And as per the current power purchase agreement, we are performing
Correct.
as expected.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rad has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just a question, maybe for Joe. Why was company to you from the list?
That was the smallest array of the project. And then when rates changed and the PPA changed, we reevaluated it at that time, and it just wasn't cost effective to do that.
And am I right in assuming company 4 either?
That was never a proposed site.
Yeah, okay, and 1 and 2, I mean 1 and 3?
Fire Station 3 is the only other one that has it, yes.
Okay, and company 1?
It was never proposed.
Okay,
Or if it was proposed, it wasn't, you know, when I got here, it wasn't part of the plan moving forward.
okay,
You know, there may have been an initial proposal for more buildings than what we actually agreed upon. I'm not aware of that.
thanks.
Councilor Gonzalez?
Sorry, I just wanted to know which buildings actually have solar. I know you said the town hall, the senior center.
For the town side.
Right.
The town hall, the senior center, the Browns Garage, Station 3.
That's it.
I think I'm missing one.
I think so too, but I can't remember what it is.
And none of the schools have,
Schools do, yes. there's-
every school has solar?
John Patterson and I'm not familiar with which ones the schools were off the top of my head because they ran that project.
Okay,
I can get you that information very easily. I'm sorry. So.
that's okay. No, thank you.
But the town hall here, for sure, the senior center, like I said, the grounds garage, Station 3, and it was going to be Station 2, but that one was changed.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
And you said station 3 is running.
It is.
Page?
Just quickly, and maybe it sounds like it is the ultimate goal or vision to have all of our facilities be solar driven?
That would be a vision from council, from leadership. I mean, some make sense to do them, some don't. You know, the roof sides are just too small. You don't produce enough energy to recoup the costs.
So we don't do it just to do it. We do it if it makes sense.
Correct. I mean, I think the sustainability aspect is important for the town.
Yep.
You know, the added cost benefits are obviously great. But there are, you know, other things that come into play when you're trying to decide if it's the right fit.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. All right. You asked about the website. Do we pay somebody? We do. We pay Civic Plus. We pay them annually. This past year, we paid them $20,258. That's for maintenance and licenses.
Can you repeat the name of that?
Civic Plus,
Thank you.
for police.
I'm sorry, Janet, if I could. And on Civic Plus, do they, if we wanted to pursue some kind of redesign, is that something that they could do as well as a contractor, or would we?
I
need
believe
to
so.
do
They were
that
the
in-house?
ones who originally helped us
Build the
design.
website.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Police, you guys had questions regarding the desk chairs and the tasers. The 2 chairs in the budget that they have are for the dispatchers. So these are 24/7 chairs. They are approximately $2,000 a piece. They're called Do More chair. So that's current reason why these are chairs that are sat in around the clock.
Hmm.
They usually do have to replace at least 2 chairs a year.
Wow.
Narcan, it's purchased for common sense out of Old Saybrook. More often than 1 dose must be administered, and occasionally they do get some free from the state, but that's not always the case. But they do get free ones, they definitely take it. And the last thing, the tasers. They're issued to each officer, that's 53 tasers. There is no time limit regarding when they replace them. It's when they break, when they need to be replaced, or when they become obsolete, where parts basically can't be ordered. The ones that they're getting at this point is a model that's been discontinued. And then fire department, you were asking regarding the motor vehicle maintenance. These are for things that are covered by highway, as they mentioned. This includes changing out lights, add lights, headlights, vehicle lettering, body work or paint and meeting, car washes, car detailing, on equipment racks such as brackets for that. And also this year they have in there for the rusting repair work for engine 3, which isn't covered. They try to do, I believe, an engine a year. I know they did one last year. And lastly, I don't know if you want to wait till Rob's up here, but this was regarding bulky waste.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So just to give you some facts about our, our collection program, since it's gone to a pay system. Last year was the first full year that we had the pay system. And I know there was some concern about illegal dumping, residents leaving items at the curb, and it being a problem and a nuisance around town with just items left at the curb. And what we've seen is not necessarily that being true. Working with the zoning enforcement officer and our sanitation clerk, last year for 12 months, we received only 26 calls. Well, I say only, but 26 calls of residents leaving items at the curb that were not called in for collection. And of those, what we do is we send letters out to those residents notifying them of our bulk collection guidelines. And believe it or not, all of them complied. They all believe, yeah, I see. Look, I was surprised in that regard too, but they all complied, and all those items were either picked up by the contractor or they removed them themselves. So working with Eric in the zoning office, it actually worked out pretty well for us last year. So that really wasn't concerned. As far as illegal dumping, we have not really seen a major increase in illegal dumping. There are some notorious places where, there are some items, but they're more construction debris, and those are not items that we would normally pick up anyways. So we have not really seen an increase in that. But what we've also seen is our collections, when it was a service included in the tax base, our collections were anywhere between 165 and 185 per week. We've seen that drop to about 25 collections per week. So what I'm gathering from that is residents are finding other options for either disposing or recycling those items. And that's kind of what one of the driving forces was, to give those residents options to recycle them, give them to Salvation Army or things of that nature, as opposed to just discarding them. So the program, I believe it's kind of worked well. And the pay system, talking to other towns, that's where most towns are actually navigating to. Our surrounding towns, Weathersfield, one second here. Weathersfield has a pay system. West Hartford has a pay system. New Britain has a hybrid. And Cromwell actually is just starting a pilot program for collection. So that's where most of the towns are going, because although they want to help the residents, they want residents also to find options for recycling or reusing those pieces of the items. And I know the question was brought up to possibly have 2 collections a year, one possibly in the fall and one in the spring. And Farmington does have such a program. Now their community is a little bit smaller than ours. They collect from approximately 7,000 homes and condos, where we are upwards of 11,000. And their program, it's 2 components to it. There's the collection component, and then there's a disposal component. And the annual cost for those two collections in a given year is about $200,000. So it's not an inexpensive program if you wanted to go that route. We just had our sanitation bids, and I can work with the contractor to see what he's willing to do, but those costs are probably going to be similar, if not more, just because we have the chance of picking up more items because we have a bigger community than Farmington.
Just to kind of give you a background, when Rob mentioned Cromwell, which is where I live, we pay for our pickup, our garbage pickup. It's not free. We have to pay ourselves. And the transfer station that they do have in town, you have to, if you want to drop something off, you have to buy a pass, an annual pass. So while they are doing the pilot for us, we pay the other way also. And I think the pilot was more for the senior members in town who didn't have the equipment or the lifting power to get rid of some of their bulky material.
Councilor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. I just really appreciate you doing all that homework, all that legwork, and the facts speak for themselves. So thank you. I need to rethink my concerns about this. When we made this change last year, I need to rethink because again, the facts are the facts, and that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I was surprised myself when I actually looked at the numbers at how residents actually, once you give them the information that they need, how they do comply.
Thank you for all your homework. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Gonzalez?
How much was the program costing when we were doing bulk pickup all the time? Do you know that?
Yeah, it was upwards of around $200,000. That would be the collection and the disposal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying it would cost us $200,000 to do a pickup in the spring and in the fall.
It would. Ironically, when we did it every week, it was still around the same cost. But it was the way that the costs were derived were a little bit different. So going from a weekly pickup to a biannual pickup would be a similar cost, believe it or not, based on the numbers that I have. Now those are just estimates. With our new contractor, I'd have to reach out to him and see what his costs would be. They may be different because this was a couple of years ago. But ironically, the costs were very similar from a weekly pickup to a biannual pickup.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about what that is?
I honestly don't know.
You don't.
I really couldn't tell you. I don't know. I'm just speaking from my perspective. If the town said, okay, I'm going to give you 2 days per year to have a pickup, I'm going to make sure that I do that. Whereas on a weekly basis, it's like, yeah, I'll get to it when I get to it, but I'm not sure even that answers the question, to be quite honest with you.
No, sure.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, to be quite honest.
I just have one more thing. And if that's okay, and if residents were allowed to bring these items to the town transportation station, yes, we don't call it.
Yeah.
You said it would cost us equally?
That would be.
Because then somebody would have to come pick it up and dispose of it?
That would be revamping our whole transfer station. We don't have the personnel currently, nor the size to take bulky waste, because we do not accept bulky waste.
I know that, yeah.
So that would be something that would have to, between council and staff.
Just wondering.
Revamp the whole system, yeah.
But we'd still have to have somebody come in and take it away,
Yes.
so
There still would be.
still costs.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
thank you so much.
Councilor Menke?
Yeah, just my sense of if we did it, I kind of like that idea of twice a year, but now with that price, it seems like a lot of money.
Yeah.
My also fear would be that if the pickup is in April, I'll put my stuff out on the curb in March because that's when I got a new couch. So I just throw it out there, knowing you're going to pick it up in April for free, and it'll just sit there. And I'm afraid that, if I have to call and get it picked up on a Thursday, I'll put it out on a Wednesday. But if I know you're going to pick it up for free on April, I'll put it out in March and it'll just sit there and get rain soaked.
Yeah.
So it does seem like a whole lot of money. And I think the other thing is when we talk about free pickup, it's not free.
No.
Someone pays to dismantle that mattress or that refrigerator, or we pay. And I probably use the bulk pickup in my life here in town 4 or 5 times. So why should I pay for someone who uses it, once a month?
Right.
Well, it sounds like if it was picked up every week or twice a year, it's the same cost.
Yeah, based on my numbers, yeah.
Thank you.
Probably have to add in personnel.
to
We'd have to
handle the
have- yeah,
managing
yeah.
if it was.
Right.
Yeah, and that would, that's the other thing too, is the contractor has taken over the managing of the program as well. We've taken that from the sanitation department and moved it over to them.
Right.
One follow-up, if you did pick it up every week, what do you do with it then?
As far as the
So
disposal,
you come to my house, pick up a mattress and I get it for free. What do you have to dispose it and you have to take it someplace?
the contractor, yes, what they do is we work
No,
on.
right, if
yeah.
we went back to having you pick it up instead of the contractor.
Oh, we never picked up bulk collection. The town never, we
Okay.
managed it. It was always the contractor that.
Okay, and they take it to their facility and
Yes.
they dispose of it.
Yeah, which
however they
is,
dispose
right
of
now,
it.
I think it's $150 a ton. 115, I'm sorry, dollars a ton to dispose of bulky waste.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yeah, I think you might have already answered this, but my question is, it seems that over time, there is less and less that can be taken to the transfer station, primarily vegetative waste, and a few other things. Can you talk a little bit about why? I know that personnel is an issue.
Well, we've actually expanded what we accept at our transfer station over the past couple of years. We started the e-waste, the electronics waste recycling program. That was started probably 5 or 6 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, we started the mattress recycling program, which was amazing. I can't believe the amount of mattresses that we get in a given week. So we've actually expanded what we accept. But if we were to start accepting bulky waste, having one staff member there, he would be overwhelmed with the amount of bulky, based on the bulky waste that we pick up at the curb. If that were to come in on a Saturday and a Sunday, he would be overwhelmed with the amount of material that would be there. And I think we would have to have an additional operator there to help manage that, because just the volume would actually have to start being moved into dumpsters throughout the day, or else we would basically run out of space.
Metal, refrigerators, that sort of thing.
Yep.
Air conditioners that can still be brought to.
Yeah, so
the transfer
basically,
station.
anything with Freon in it is acceptable. Any type of scrap metal is acceptable. Propane tanks are acceptable. Used oil, used motor oil is acceptable. Obviously cardboard and all your single stream recycling items. Batteries, your rechargeable batteries, your alkaline batteries, that's all accepted as part of the electronics waste program. And then obviously we have our grass and leaves, and then our vegetation.
And I know that there is a statewide program for paint.
There is a
That
paint.
can be, and I always forget the name, but I know that, and, so that we wouldn't be.
We do not have a paint care program currently. But what we do offer is through the MDC and our hazardous waste collection, which is done once a year, they do accept paint. So latex, oil base, any types of paint, acrylic, they'll take that through, the residents can drop those off at the highway garage during our hazardous waste collection.
Other towns have it too, that you can go take it to, like I know Middlesex County does one. And they'll do it in 4 or 5 different towns. through
Yeah,
the
and-
spring.
I think, yeah, we're part of a regional.
The
so that
MDC,
we
well,
can go
it's
to
run by the
Hartford,
MDC.
Yeah,
Yeah, so any MDC member town, you can go to that town throughout the basically summer months and use their program as well.
And when we do the one in Middlesex, I know they don't look at your license to see where you're from.
That's it.
great, thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all the work that you've done. Again, like the homework. I mean, we had a lot of open questions, and like Councilor Page, I'm gonna have to rethink some of my thinking on this, and that's very helpful. That's great. One question I had, as far as illegal dumping goes, how do you go about tracking illegal dumping? Do you do it just based on complaints? Do you go out and try to enforce this and try to find instances of illegal dumping? How do you track?
We're more reactive, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
There are some notorious places, I'm not gonna say them on TV. There are some places that we do find out, and what we will do is we will contact the police department and we'll notify them of illegal dumping. And if there's something there, some documents or paperwork or something, or someone has a camera around there, the PD will research it and see if they can find a person that actually dumped the material there. Quite often we can't, because there are either no cameras or there's nothing left there that we can see. So we just, we would pick it up and we would just bring it and pay for it.
So thank you for that. Do you receive complaints into your office, or do you just, you drive around, you see it in those locations and then you call it?
Both. We have our foreman or if there's a crew that's out working, they don't necessarily need to be with that crew. They will drive around and see what other issues are around town, and they'll notice some of the issues dumping and things like that. But most of it is just called out.
Great, okay. And then two other questions I added. Thank you. Two other questions. That number you said, that how the collections changed. So it was 165 to 185 before, and now it's down to 25, you said?
25, yeah.
25, okay. I just wanted to confirm that. And then you mentioned that New Britain hybrid system.
Mhm.
I'm very interested in that. Do you have any information on what that system looks like?
Yeah, so New Britain, let me see here. So New Britain's program is managed by their contractors. So what they offer is, and it's only in sections of town, and I don't know why it's done that way. Where they will offer two free collections, or two collections that are included in their taxes per year, and then in additional collections, there is a fee for it. And I do know it's kind of a management nightmare. Well, I called it in, well, yeah, I called it in, but it wasn't, I didn't put it out, so technically it wasn't picked up, so I'm still entitled to a free one.
Oh,
So you run
Jesus.
into those issues sometimes.
By household kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. that I
So,
can imagine.
it is a management nightmare. Why they've gone to that, I couldn't speak to it, but that's what they've used for quite some time.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilor Draco.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Rob, for your work on this. Particularly, I was interested in other towns because, working with people, I kind of mentioned, and they, oh, we don't have this in our town, or we have it, or whatever, but I think the word on the street was like, we were behind people, we were backwards because we weren't offering the service, but in actuality, other towns either never offered it in the first place, or they're going to the pay system, which makes sense. And I like the way that, and I hadn't thought of it before, you brought in the fact that actually is probably contributing to recycling and sustainability, where people are finding other alternatives or other organizations who rely on some of these pickups to make money, like for, metal, furniture, whatever, are benefiting from it. And I'm also very gratified to see how, because again, when you think about, some of the complaints I hear is like, it's like the whole town is a mess and people are dumping that whatever and no one's picking up. But the actuality, the fact is that the compliance is very high. And for non-compliance, once they're notified via your process and procedures, people comply.
Right.
So that is, Newington residents are not dumping on their front lawn or whatever. They're very much in compliance. And I think the issues that we see are in these places that are alongside right of ways, behind shopping centers or whatever. That's where people are dumping, and they're going to continue to dump, or they would have dumped it anyways, regardless of whether we have this program. So I'm feeling more positive from your report today. So thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez.
My question kind of has to do with what Beth said. I mean, Gail said, I'm sorry. Are you finding calls from like apartment complexes and condos, or is that not really involved in your complaints? It's just houses on the street?
We do, we work with condominiums, apartment complexes that are privately owned, we do not provide any services to.
Yeah.
But condominiums, pretty much police themselves. They will call us occasionally and say, hey, somebody dumped next to one of our dumpsters.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that is a private matter.
Right, so if-
Refer that to the.
So they're handling their kind of,
Yeah, we do.
Dumping
obviously, we
issues.
do collect from them. We do offer the bulk services to them. But when they run into issues like that, because it is private property,
Mhm.
we don't get involved in any of the.
so that stuff might be higher as opposed
It
to,
could possibly be, yeah, but that's not something that I would track
gotcha,
because I don't have that information.
gotcha.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. So I'm still thinking about your enforcement system around, and or enforcement's maybe less the right word, as so much as tracking is the right word, the tracking of illegal dumping. Do you have any ideas about how your department could take a more proactive posture, or other, in coordination with other departments, whether it's the police or others? Is that just a staffing concern? Are there other ways, holes there that perhaps could be plugged to improve that tracking or improve that proactivity?
I don't,
Just in your-
to be honest with you, I don't know if I have an answer for that right now. But it's more of I mean, other than educating our residents, and how the program works and all the guidelines and everything like that, which we do have on our website. And I will, occasionally put out news flashes. And that obviously only goes to those that are, that I get those notifications. But as far as policing it, we would not have the staff to go street by street on, collect on the trash day or anything like that. So it is more reactive. I do have a couple staff members who will call them in and say, hey, I was driving down Hartford Avenue. I saw a couch. It's been there for about a week. Maybe we should send them a letter. So even my staff will help out if they're just driving down the road going from job to job.
Sure.
So as far as keeping it off the curb, I don't have an answer to that right now.
Thank you. Just thought I'd ask. Appreciate it.
Will do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you want to mention?
Yeah.
You better mention that.
I do have one more thing to mention. We had our bid openings this past Tuesday for our 3 sanitation contracts. So that would be our refuse collection contract, which is the green barrel, basically. Our recycling collection contract, which is the blue barrels and the dumpsters, and then our condominium trash collection contracts. The refuse collection and the curbside refuse collection contract and the curbside recycling contract actually came in under what Janet and I had budgeted for this year. So that was nice and that was great. Unfortunately, the condominium trash collection contract did not come in at budget. It actually came in much higher than we had anticipated. We actually only had 1 contract with bid on that contract, which is a little surprising. But that being said, moving forward, the sanitation budget, we're looking at an additional increase of roughly $50,000. And now these are collection contracts that we have no control over, unfortunately. We do go out to bid. I was very surprised when these numbers came back, to be quite honest with you. But having only 1 bidder, I'm not sure why, like I said, but yeah, that was a little surprising. So we're looking at almost another 2% increase in the sanitation budget just due to the collection contracts that we just went out to bid for.
Counselor Page?
Historically, do we have a few people bid? I mean, why are we only getting a bid?
Typically,
bid.
we have 2 or 3. This year, we only had 2 bidders for the refuse collection and the recycling collection contract, and the condominium, we only had 1. Typically, we'd have 2 or 3 for each. We haven't gone out to bid in 12 years because we've had the ability to extend. Not sure if that has anything to do with it. I'm not sure if, I mean, I can speak for our department, and I know that purchasing of vehicles, trucks of that nature, you're talking 8, 12, 16 months out. So I'm wondering if there are smaller business or smaller companies that don't have the equipment to, we didn't have the equipment to be able to bid on that contract, knowing that they wouldn't have it when the contract is set to start July 1. So give them only 6 months or so. That's the only thing that I can think of. They just don't have the equipment. There were other smaller businesses that didn't have the equipment.
And that's all, I'm assuming just solely dumpster pickups, right? They don't go into, some small condos in certain parts of the world will go into garages and take out the trash, but these are all dumpsters.
Yeah, that is solely the dumpster collection at the condominiums, correct.
Thanks.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you. Thank you for that. So our pickup at the condos, that is just dumpsters, how often does that happen?
Those are once a week.
Once a week as well?
Mhm.
Okay. And do they fill up to the extent that it is necessary that it's once a week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
I don't.
Yeah, there is a formula based on how many dwelling units there are and the cubic yard capacity that they should have. there.
Okay.
So there is a formula. So that was done well before I started by the health department managed the sanitation department. And I reassessed that quite a few years ago when Tommy Malloy was here, and it's pretty spot on based on the dwelling units versus the capacity that they have per association. Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Question, I know you said that only 1 bid came in. Are you able to put bids into people? Like, can you look at what other towns are using and see if we can get a better price, or is that a ridiculous thing to think?
I don't believe we can do that.
No, purchasing policy wise, we, when you go out to bid, you gotta accept your bid. Unless there is some reason that you think the company can't handle it or is not qualified.
So we say we need garbage pickup and garbage places decide to say, we'll give you an offer? That's how that
Yes,
works?
It's put out there.
That's-
Our purchasing department puts that out, in
Yeah, it's a formal bid process.
formal bid process. So they'll get
Gotcha.
notification that it's out there.
Gotcha. So nobody wanted us.
Nobody
Nobody wanted our
That was
garbage.
mentioned the other night.
Nope.
Nobody wanted our garbage.
All right, thank you.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you once again, everyone else's thank you. I thank you. You know that over the years, it's something that's prized by the town, and we know that it's run efficiently despite the rumors that you find on Facebook, which you will about anything. In terms of the number of bids, is this something that's happening in areas, towns as well, that fewer and fewer companies are bidding for trash pickup?
I don't know, but I could certainly find that out. That is a good question. I don't know if it's unique to Newington or if it's unique to surrounding municipalities. But I can talk to my constituents in other towns and find out.
And also in connection with that, the increase that you've seen substantially, in particular kind of pickup, is that something that's happening with towns in the area as well? Is it a trend?
I could say to that because in reaching out to surrounding towns prior to going out to bid to try and get us a budget number, those towns are paying more than what we were at that time. That's where my budget numbers came from. So that's why I was surprised when the other two contracts came in under what Janet and I had proposed.
So the budget numbers that we have here,
Yep.
do they reflect that increase or don't they?
No.
No, because we opened the bids on
I
Tuesday.
assume that, but I wanted
Yeah,
to
okay, yes,
definitely
yep.
ask that because that we
I
need
will
to take.
I'll forward out to you after I meet with Rob, which lines will have to be adjusted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Counselor Tiniakis.
With the other two contracts coming in lower than you thought, does it even out with the
No,
bigger one for
unfortunately, it
that?
does. I was hoping that it did
Yeah.
because I was actually really happy when those two bids opened up and I saw that the numbers were much lower. And then when it came in, when I ran the numbers, we're still off by about $50,000.
Oh, so
Yeah,
that's
so
the
yeah.
difference. Okay.
No, yeah, so actually the condominium collection was significantly more. I mean, I think it was $100,000 or $120,000.
Big.
The neck increase.
Yeah, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. I forgot my question. Thank you.
That's.
Yeah, just one more question. And again, maybe you've already answered this, and I know we're asking a lot of questions. But with a bid for proposals, or if you put it out to bid, if you only have one bid, is there any provision or any allowance for us to say because of that? I mean, ideally, I think you want to have 3 bids to choose from. Because of that, is there any provision that's ethical and legal for us to then solicit bids, as Councilor Gonzalez said, from other respective or area towns to say, we're making a decision, an expensive decision on one bid. Can't we say to Acme Incorporated and XYZ company, hey, do you want to take a shot at this? Or is that unaccepted
I
practice?
think if you were going to do something like that, you can't supplement the bid you already sent out because the restrictions, you have to have
I
them in a
got you,
certain
and I-
time period. If you wanted to go out totally to
Okay.
rebid, you could. But I don't know in this time and age, I mean, there's certain things that people are just not.
Okay, it just seems that holds a residence over a, no pun intended, a barrel here.
That's because we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like when we went out to audit, we had one
I
audit
know,
response.
I know.
And I checked with other towns and what we were hearing is they just don't have the capacity, other firms and the manpower to be able to take on a new assignment. So sometimes I believe this company that was the only one who came up bid is our curront company.
It is the current.
I was gonna ask
Yeah.
that. Is it a different company or
No,
current?
it's the current contract.
And
I
they
did-
raised it that much?
Yeah.
And they're allowed to? There's not like a,
No. And
Okay.
to your point, there was a contractor that did reach out to me during the bid process, and he said he would have loved to bid, but the time frame, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to get the equipment in time. So there was one that reached out to me, but you can't put the bids out too soon because you don't know what the cost for disposal or fuel is, the cost of vehicles. So if we went out a year in advance to give these companies chances to get equipment, they might give you higher rates because you're not really sure what their costs of fuel are going to be come the time when the bid starts or the contract starts.
All right, thank you very much.
For everything.
Thanks.
Councilor Pacheco?
Yeah, I would imagine too that, there's a limited number of companies in the first place because the refuse and sanitation, given the current environment with, we don't even know whether Connecticut's gonna be able to be hauling stuff out of state and what, I mean, that whole Mira thing or whatever, that trash is an issue. So I think companies are being somewhat, there's not as many of them, or not as prolific. And also, in terms of the bid process, I mean, it's an open bid process. So all of the companies who are able to bid are I mean, there's a standard process where companies go to look when bids come up. So it's not like we're leaving, we didn't notify 20 of them because they know where to look and when bids come up, so.
Fair enough, yeah.
Councilor Mankey?
Yeah, just to reiterate, we spent about 30 minutes now on garbage, which is here all night at this rate or all day, but
We'll track every dollar to.
I think,
just like
I think
people.
it's important though that the bid process is the bid process. We bid the same way for everything we buy. We bid. Those companies that didn't bid on the condo fee, condo garbage, or refuse, I guess you should say. They had the opportunity to do that. If they didn't, to go back now and say, oh, we want you to rebid again, I think it's kind of.
Especially when numbers have already been put out.
Right, it defeats the process, I think, and then this would be a problem if we decided that with this, then we would do it with everything we did, and we would be in chaos.
No, that's fair.
Councilor Floyd?
Thank you. So far from us to determine, obviously, what a contractor chooses to provide a price for in a bid. But did they provide any reason for their increase at all? I know Councilor Pacheco obviously mentioned there's a lot of, issues with trash collection and disposal and so on. Did they cite any of that to your knowledge?
No, typically that's not a question that we ask during the bid process, or the bid opening, I should say. I don't know. They're probably gonna cite the cost of equipment, the cost of, the increasing cost of fuel, as we've all seen at the pumps, cost of labor, and liability insurance. I'm sure they're going to cite all those things, just kind of as a general answer.
Okay. Councilor Gonzalez?
With all due respect, Councilor Mankey, I think asking questions is extremely important, not only for ourselves, but for the residents of the town and the community, so that they can clearly understand why, there's an extra $50,000 going up in their budget. And so I think if it takes all day, then we're here all day. Thank you.
Councilor Nagel?
I know one time, several years ago, by chance, I found out that one company that bid, that you accepted for a price in another town, gave a lower price bid, and you went back and thankfully you went back and you noticed they did, and they lowered the bid as well. Is that a practice that is still happening? Have you looked to see if this one company has done a lower bid with another town in the area, whereby you could say, well, hey, look, fair is fair?
I'm not sure that we could do that.
Okay, I know you did it several years ago. It was quite a while ago.
Trying to go in with 2 other towns though?
Oh, that was
Yeah.
a trash disposal contract.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I'm
that's a
sorry,
total
yes, that was the
different.
Tri-Town trash disposal.
We were
contract.
going in
Oh,
with
I'm
two
sorry.
others.
So that's a total
Yes.
different
Yes, yep.
story
Yes.
that you can't equate to do that
Oh,
for
yeah,
this
that was a
particular.
multi-town.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you.
Councilor Mankey?
With all due respect, Councilor Gonzalez, I think he explained why the rate had gone up, and it's something that's out of our control. We can hash this out all day, but we've explained to the taxpayers why the rate's going up, because it's out of our control. The bid came in, and it's gonna be $50,000 more than we had planned on. And I'm willing to stay here all day. I have a 6-year-old birthday party to go to, so I could avoid that. With a lot of little kids hanging around, I'd be happy to stay all day. But I'm not sure the people on the screen are gonna stay all day to listen to us.
Councilor Pacheco.
I just have a question. In terms of percentage, do you know what percentage increases?
And it's gonna be an additional 2% increase.
See, that to me, I mean, it, based on materials and services and whatever of other contracts and you know, in the budget, 2% is not, I mean, 50,000 is outrageous, but 2% increase is kind of in line with other increases we're seeing in other line items.
Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
I only have one question, just because you just brought it up about, like a past tri-town plan. Has there ever been any discussions with any of our surrounding towns of joining on this again? Because I imagine they're probably dealing with similar bid situations and costs going up and would it be more cost effective?
As far as collection, I don't believe, I have never researched it. I don't know that other towns have either. The disposal contract made sense, just because of the volume. With this, I don't know. I could reach out to surrounding towns and see if that's an option, or talk with some people and see if it has been done and why it failed or.
Sure, yeah, no, I'd be interested to see if there's any information on that. That's a way to save money for everybody. It might be a good deal.
If I may ask just one more question.
All right.
Sorry, Councilor Mankey. The question I had, as far as your bid process goes and getting this up and running for, annualized, is it annual, by the way?
It's a 3-year contract.
3-year contract. Yeah. So in the 3-year window, when does that kind of sunset start here? When do you need to have this contract so that you can begin that 3-year period again?
So our contracts begin with fiscal year, so July 1.
Okay.
So typically we go out to bid 6 to 7 months prior to the expiration.
Thank you. You're a popular guy.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Yeah.
So we moving on to CIP?
All right, Jamie, want to start the CIP project?
Okay. So as we discussed at the public hearing last week, the total CIP, the pay as you go, is approximately $7.6 million this year. 6.4% is on the town side and 6.4 million on the town side and 1.2 million on the Board of Ed side. That is about a 27% increase over last year. And the reason for that is last year, initially the town manager's proposal was for about 8.2 million, I believe, but they were able to utilize about $2 million of ARPA funding, which brought the total down last year to about $6 million. So what I'm proposing is a gradual increase back up to where we were pre-ARPA dollars, back to around the $8 to $9 million mark. Initially, we received requests totaling, the initial request was almost $16 million for this year. We made some quick changes. Then we ended up working with the request of about 9.6 million. Some of the items that I am recommending that we hold off on that are not included in today's request, in order to accomplish that gradual increase back up to the pre-ARPA dollars, with our Board of Ed paving, which is covered by actually the diesel spill fund, some renovations to the Parks and Rec pool houses, an emergency management vehicle, a spare vehicle, some delays or to turf field fund, stone wall repairs, and pavement markings based on their workload for this year. We felt comfortable deferring those for a year. I suggested reducing some matching funds for grant just based on what we plan to use in the upcoming year. We were able to do some transfers. So parks, ADA parks and paths, we were transferring from a previous project that ended. So it's not an actual reduction. It's just that we found the funding elsewhere. Elm Hill Business District Street is grant funded. Engineering, sidewalks, curbs, repairs, and draining improvements were all decreased based on the workload that we expect in the coming year. So we were able to accomplish basically a half and half. We'll make up half this year, half next year, but without putting us behind in projects. We also looked at current balances for each project to see current balances for each ongoing project to see, you know, how much they have already in their account. And, oh, Janet has the details for you.
Thank you.
And what each department expects to do in the upcoming year to see, to make sure that we have the proper amount of funding for each project. You see that information in front of you. So we can go through, I don't know how you normally do this. If you want to go through each department, Janet, is that what we do?
We usually start in the CIP book and just kind of go through each item, starting with general government. So
Okay.
yeah.
So general government is on page 7.
Just have a quick question.
Oh,
If you don't- I'm sorry, if you don't mind. You said that there were requests that were greater than what you put in the CIP. And I assume that's the same with all the departments. The department head may say, I wanted this much money, and you said you get this much money.
Right.
We always hear about how the Board of Ed has requested this much and we cut them. Could I get a sense of maybe, not now, but maybe for Tuesday, a sense of what the departments put in for? So what we needed to run the town and what you cut that amount to?
Sure. I can give you the list of what I just read off was what I didn't include that was
I
requested.
think I would like it
Yeah.
for the CIP, but
Right,
also
that's-
just for the general budget.
Okay.
So on the general budget, the department sanitation may have put in for, $4 million and you cut them to $3 million. I think it's important if we compare that to what.
So if you look at
Should be
the
in the budget.
operation, on each page of the operation is the departmental request and the manager's
Right, but
proposed.
I guess I wanted you to do the adding up.
You want to do this one?
Just so we can provide that, I think that's important. We always hear how the board gets cut, but we don't always hear how the town gets cut. And I think that's just as important to know if we're gonna compare apples to oranges, it should be apples to oranges, to apples and apples, not oranges and oranges, or apples. and apples. Whatever, I mean.
It's early.
And if I may, Mayor? I
Yes,
just
go ahead.
want to say to your point, Councilman Maggie, I don't know if this is part of your point on misnomer to say cut. I think the town manager, the council, and the superintendent, we're managing our growth.
Exactly, yeah, we use cuts, and no one gets cut, everybody gets an increase, it's just, that's the amount of increase they get, I think that's important. You're right.
So page 7 in the book?
Page 7 is general government. So it's going to go department by department. The first department is general government, which includes, there's not a lot of changes to last year. We reduced the general property improvements a little bit based on trend and fund balance. This is the last year of the HVAC replacement for the police department, and everything else pretty much remains the same.
Councilor Jacob?
Yeah, I just have, when you do the numbers, it looked like a 40% reduction from, the council adopted 2,170,000 from last year, now it's 1 million.
The big thing being the EOC construction, that was 500,000 last year.
The what?
EOC construction,
Oh,
the Emergency
Yeah, yeah,
Operations
yeah.
Center. So that's your big reduction. If you look down, they adopted the 500,000 there is not in there anymore.
okay,
It's already in place to be used when they begin that construction.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And just the general property improvements, I'm just a little, because it always seems like something has to be fixed and something has to be done and this and the other thing, and why we're cutting it or reducing it.
We did have a balance on that, and Jen can tell you, if you look on your sheet, you'll see we still have a balance in that fund. In that expense line, and Joe can kind of give you an idea of what he's kind of planning under there for next year.
So we try to keep those accounts solid, the best we can, planning ahead. They're also, unfortunately, we're in a field, or I'm in a field that I can't anticipate what breaks and what needs to be repaired. So, the way that Newington does it here is really beneficial for everybody involved. It gives us that, security blanket, so to speak, to make sure we cover things, that pop up, which consistently happens. I have an outlook of projects that we're planning for. Some are to the point where there's, we've identified budgets and funding, ready to move on. And others are, like I said, just in that planning phase that we constantly review and decide if it's the right time to do those projects based on what other items have failed that we had to repair.
So you feel confident in this being able to
I do. We've been doing a lot of, we've done a lot of projects. We've been able to really do a lot of things over the last couple of years. So I feel like we're even or just maybe just getting ahead of the curve. There are obviously some things we're still planning to do. One of the challenges for me right now is the grounds garage and the highway garage. We PO'd a feasibility study for both locations. So I don't want to do projects there that are needed. I'm trying to be very careful on what I spend there because we may have a
Future.
bigger overall plan there.
Okay.
So there's some of the numbers change as well.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just respond to Councilor Gonzalez, in addition to our 5 properties, the schools are John Patterson High School, Ruth Chafee, and E Green.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Just a quick question. You mentioned the highway garage. Do I understand correctly? And again, maybe you've answered this, forgive me, but that we're putting in X number of dollars annually to build up a savings account to do something about our highway garage.
So we had that plan in place. We allocated some funding from ARPA to do so
Yeah.
last year.
Okay.
So Janet and I and Jamie, we're really going, I guess, too far ahead. We wanted to get this feasibility study completed to see what we're really looking at.
Yep.
We know we need something, but I think it would be not fair to have a little bit more information. for moving
Gotcha.
forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Did want to mention on this list, I had talked to the person who's in charge of the town beautification project. They have a balance in there already currently of like 30 something, 32,000. They believe that that's sufficient to use in the coming years, so they probably will not need that 25, just to give you a heads up. They have had a problem getting a quorum and meeting. So she doesn't want to add more money in there that we might not be able to use.
Okay, public safety. Let me just back up for a moment and mention.
It's all good.
You
with
good?
Oh, sorry.
We're-
All set?
For now,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Jump from the gun. Okay.
Thank
Don't go too far.
That's all I have. Thanks. You do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is public safety, and I should mention to the folks who are newer to this process, you do see that this is out for 5 years. The current year, 2024-25 is what you are approving in this budget process. Everything else moving forward is a plan, and that would be reevaluated and approved each year. So you're just, anybody who's new to this, you're just looking at the 2024-25 request. And in public safety, the major changes are, see, where was I? Under patrol car dashboard camera replacement reserve, you see that is decreased from last year. That is just again due to the balance, and that up $25,000 will just be an annual contribution to that fund. There is an item to add, trying to stay level
Where are
here.
you?
I'm sorry, I'm on page 9.
I'm sorry,
Hmm?
thank you.
Police body camera replacement reserve, that's going to be an ongoing item moving forward. If we go down, fire training tower improvements, $123. That, when we went and toured the fire stations and the training tower, this includes the roof prop that they were asked, that they had discussed. That's a piece of equipment for training, for the training tower, as well as some other improvements. And then everything else, if you go down to the very bottom, emergency management, respiratory protection, it's not actually just for first responders. It would primarily be utilized by first responders, but it could also be used for the fire marshals. It could be used for the CERT team. It could be used for folks who are perhaps responding to a hoarding situation in which the air quality is in question. So it can be used for a number of purposes, and that is a newly requested item for this year.
Councilor Jacob, question?
Yeah, back to the fire training tower improvements. I agree that, I agree with the expenditure, but I know that other municipalities use that training, the tower facility. Are they expected to contribute to this, or shouldn't they be?
As far as I know, they're not contributing. They do contribute an annual amount into a fee, and they're doing some of the work on the electrical to update it this year, and they're using some of that money. But this would solely be from us.
There's
A way that we can maybe allocate some of the costs to I know there's like, I mean, like they do use it for
The money
little
that
bit of a
they're,
fee.
the annual contribution that they make is what we've been using to kind of do maintenance and upkeep, such as the electrical work for about 30,000 that we're doing this year. I don't believe the fire department had reached out to the other, I don't.
I asked them that. No, they have not. But there are some other mutual agreements with other towns in which Newington utilizes other towns for some of their training equipment as well. So they kind of
So
work
balance
together in
it out.
that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. If you could, Janet, just describe, and I will qualify that all of this is very, very important. I don't mean to suggest anything otherwise. I just want to understand why things like PPE, for example, and other things like that, the respiratory protection, why they exist and live in CIP and not elsewhere. Can you just talk about that a little bit more?
Okay, so the PPE is actual something that they replace every 10 years. It's the fire suits. So since it has the 10-year life, we don't put it into operational, we put it here. It fluctuates. We've seen that increase quite significantly over the last few years. I mean, when I first started here like 6 years ago, 7 years almost, it was like 75,000 a year.
Oh, wow.
Now we're jumping to 115. So something with that volatility in the lifespan, we leave it in CIP.
I see.
What was the other item under here?
I think I mentioned the respiratory protection.
That's something new. So that is a kind of one-time expense that you wouldn't want to see in a operational, because that kind of throws off. You like to see historical trends, and when you throw something in here that's a one-time purchase, we like to keep that under the CIP. Because it's something that's not in the normal course of business.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilor Gonzalez.
The fire department doesn't on an ongoing basis replace, their
do.
stuff.
Every year. They have a certain number of gear.
So
There's
this
two
is on
gear.
top
Yeah,
of,
this is 2 gear for each person. So every 10 years, their gear.
so this
needs to be
isn't
replaced.
only what they get, they also replace on an ongoing basis. Gotcha, okay.
So the ones that they'll have in their operational, those are for things that are maybe damaged or something.
Yeah, no,
very
it's important. I
expensive
just-
For new members.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure they were getting
Yep.
the amount they needed.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yeah, a question about the respiratory protection. This, I understand this is a new ask, and so it's going in it's going in here. Again, with rescue and emergency equipment, there will be more needed if there are more members that are now brought into the fire service, for example. They have a lifespan and then have to be replaced. So when will we
We'll probably
see
see
that
this,
shift?
we'll probably see that again. I can ask them the life expectancy for these. It's not something they'll use on an everyday basis for every
Right.
call or something like that. So it's not something that would have to be replaced like your PPEs. Those by the fire department standards have to be replaced every 10 years. There's no standards on these. But I will follow up and check and see when they'll think they'll be replaced. So I'm gonna say maybe you'll see this again in another 7, 8 years. It'll crop up again.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious, just because I know that different types of apparatus and equipment do have lifespans. Thanks.
Our fire marshal said that when stored and not in use, they can last years and years and years. But they will, if they're used on a regular basis, their lifespan's not going to be as long. Plus, there could be potentially improvements in technology or whatever, their safety, as time goes on.
Page 11, public works.
Public Works and Engineering, we have our engineer, Chris Zibito, and Rob can come back up here because they can explain this a lot better than me.
So I'm giving-
You can stay.
Myself over.
We left you 3 seats.
You're not abandoning, sorry.
Smart lady.
Hello again.
Hello.
Morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Would you like to just go through maybe and discuss each of the projects. You have your book, or I can tell you what they are.
Oh, okay. So we needed you up here, Janet.
Well, I can tell you what they are. The first is the matching grant fund, which we just discussed. It's when we have things like the CROG raise grant that require matching funding. That's where that money comes from. And we have a balance in there. We know what our anticipated costs are. So the request in there is based off of that. Next is a local bridge and dam inspection maintenance. It's on page 11.
There we got it.
There you go.
Good to be on the right page. Okay, so Jamie explained the matching grant fund. Local bridge and dam inspection maintenance is, well, pretty much what it says. We have a number of structures in town, 2 dams particularly, and a number of, what in our world we call bridges, but you might call them culverts or small bridges and things like that, that aren't large enough to qualify for any of the larger bridge program. We have 6 bridges that would qualify under the federal local bridge program. Unfortunately, they're all in great shape, so we can't do anything. We have a number of culverts that aren't in great shape. And so this inspection program is something we started either under Chris Greenlaw or Gary Furstenberg to address that. Now that's a thread I've got to pick up and figure out where it's going, because I'm aware we have problems. I'm not aware too much on where those problems are. So I've got, calls out to that vendor who was doing the inspection work and say, okay, where are you guys with this? Where was it left at? Because I don't know. I know we have a lot of flooding problems and some of them are related to these culverts. So this is something that we need to get going as we start filling the vacancies in my department.
Counselor Maggie, a question?
Yeah, just, I see in the fund balance, we have $246,000 there currently.
Mhm.
And that's money, we haven't spent that, but that's there to be spent, obviously, right?
My interpretation is we haven't spent it. We've
Okay.
spent some of that. How much with that vendor GM2 out of Glastonbury, I'm not clear on. But this
So, I mean,
this
it's only-
program's been started, it just hasn't come to a final report, let's say.
It's only a small amount, but 50,000, do we need the $50,000 then? Because we already have considerably more than that in the fund.
That's a fair question. Something I'll have to get back to you with.
Thanks.
Yep. Any more questions on dam inspection? Oh, and by the way, the dam inspection aspect of that is a DEP function. Roughly every 2 years, they come and visit and we go look at these things. And if there's insufficiencies, they write us a nice letter, tell us what's wrong with our dams. So that's the dam part of the dam and bridges. Road surfacing and reconstruction.
All right, I'm up.
If
So-
I may quick, I'm so sorry. Just, you may have said the number, but how many of those culverts do we have?
I don't have a number for you.
Okay.
That is something I do need to get a better handle on that.
That's right.
But it's,
Thank
it's a priority, but amongst priorities, which priority is it?
No, sure.
You know, the biggest thing I've been dealing with since I've been here is flooding. And so they're all related to that. And we do have a lot of areas in town that flood. And we are aggressively pursuing that with grant applications so we can fund the process of solving some of these problems. But that's obviously a grant application is not a given. And so it's, okay, we'll apply for this. We hope to get the funding so we don't have to come back and ask for CIP money for the actual construction and et cetera that goes along with these kinds of things. So we're getting there.
Thank you.
Can I just ask where the 2 dams are?
Mill Pond and Churchill Park.
Makes sense.
So.
Cool. Not
Thank
big dams, but.
They're not big dams.
I was expecting like the Hoover Dam.
Hoover Dam.
Get general electricity.
Want a new project?
You know, Meriden did an Archimedes screw at one of their ponds a couple years ago. I could check with Gary Furstenberg and ask how that's working out. He's down in Meriden now. But any more questions about dams and culverts before we move on to roads? Now you're up.
All right, thanks.
All right.
So our road resurfacing reconstruction program, basically that's our milling and paving program. And we're still trying to play catch up, so to speak. In years past, unfortunately, we were doing 2 to 3 miles of road per year. And that doesn't keep us on track of getting back to our road every 20 years. Some of you that were on council last year know that, for the newer members. Just want to let them know that. So we've been kind of deficient in that. The past couple of years, the council has been good enough to fund it so that we're try to get back on track. We're still pushing the ball uphill, so to speak. We still need to be around that 6 to 7 mile road range per year for the next couple of years to get back on track to that 20-year cycle. So that's why you see the 1.7 request this year. And part of that is the cost of asphalt. The cost of asphalt, as I mentioned to some of you last year, has gone up significantly over the past 3 years, past 5 years, actually. We've seen almost a 30% increase over the past 5 years in asphalt alone. Now, when it comes to the program, it's not just paving, it's catch basin repair, it's drainage repair. There's a lot of other things that go into these roads. And we've also seen an increase in those construction aspects of it. So this year, we hope to, with that funding, hope to get to about 6 miles of road per year. And that's in the list for this year. So the way we do it is we base it on a square yardage price. And in years past, it was $13.50 per square yard. Now we're up to about $17.50 per square yard. And that will hopefully get us to the 6 miles road or almost 7 miles of road per year for this year. The one component of that we have no control over is the liquid asphalt. It's called escalation. And 2 years ago, we saw the escalation increase the per ton cost of asphalt by $14. Now that is kind of a component of fuel. So when we see fuel rise, we see liquid asphalt rise. Let's hope that those fuel costs stay low because the actual liquid asphalt will stay low too. So that is one thing we don't have any control over. And we don't know that basically until after our roads are paved, unfortunately, because they come out after the week after. It seems like all the time. So it's unfortunate, but that's why you see the 1.7. And I do ask the council to try and stay on that track so we can get back to our 5 miles of road per year. And in the future, I can't say those numbers are going to come down because I don't know what the cost of asphalt is going to be in future years. But with these numbers, we can at least continue to get back on track to where we need to be.
I think it's important to tell them we have 103 or so miles of road. And so that's where the 5 miles times 20 years comes from. It's not an arbitrary figure.
Councilor Pacheco?
Oh,
Yep.
sorry, I didn't take it down.
Oh, no, sorry. All right, Councilor Page?
And just to clarify, the $364,500 balance, is it to get us through the rest of this fiscal year?
Yeah, so we were doing some roads this spring.
Yep.
Most of it is going to be funded through the ARPA funds.
Yep.
But there is some of it that is going to have to come out of that money, yes. And
Right.
and some of that money is going to be used for preparation of the roads because the way that the cycle works is we have a tendency to do all the work beforehand, all the catch basin work and whatnot, and drainage work beforehand so that we can be ready for Tilcon and the contractor in September when they want to come in.
Right, and maybe taking from where Councilor Mankey left off with the comment about bridge and dam inspections, and maybe y'all have vetted this thoroughly with each department, so I don't mean to insult anybody's thoroughness, but when we see balances to the extent that it can help offset any increases this year, we like that.
Right.
But maybe it's been thought completely thoroughly already. So, yeah, thanks.
Councilor Nagel?
I'd like to know, aside from costs going up, we can't control, is there also a problem with availability of materials during the season, which there wasn't at one time?
We're not seeing that now any longer. Most of our vendors have more than enough supply of what we need to do our roads.
So you haven't had to put off roads simply because material was not available, or
Fortunately,
that
we
the
haven't.
price was over what you had to spend?
No, the only reason that we had pushed off this group of roads from last year was not due to, it was due to the price of asphalt. We weren't sure if we would have the funding, so we pared it down and just waited to see what the cost came in last year. And so we were able to move forward, and obviously with the ARPA funding, that helped immensely in being able to get the roads done this spring.
And weather.
Well, weather's a huge component.
I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What is the status, or do you have a plan that the public can look at to see when roads are going to be done? Because still on Facebook, there are people claiming their roads haven't been done for 30 years and things like that.
Yes, we get those calls. So in the CIP book itself, it does give a 5-year plan. Obviously that is the best that Chris and I can do. And that does fluctuate because some roads will deteriorate faster than others in a short span of time. So they can look at the 5-year plan. Anything beyond the 5-year plan, we don't really have anything in stone yet, so to speak.
Is that ultimately going to be on the town's website?
I believe
It is,
CIP
it's there
Or it
now.
is? I
Yep, it's on
thought
there
that
now.
it was.
Yeah.
I just, to reinsert for people, and of course, the
And-
town website and trying to get to it is a whole other question.
And you
Your
can,
control.
I think under the highway department on the town website, it'll show the current year, the list of current year streets. But the
Yes.
CIP book is on there as well. So the list of current and upcoming starts on page 28 of your book.
Okay, thank you.
There is a risk in advertising a schedule too far on down the road,
Right.
because if for some reason we don't, costs go up or whatever, and we're not doing those roads, that is something that in my past experiences has been held against Public Works.
Yeah,
Right.
The town I previously worked in, that was an ongoing thing. You didn't do my road when you said you did. And so anything more than a 5-year, it's like forecasting weather in Connecticut more than 5 days down the road.
5 hours.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's gonna rain.
Yeah, we see a lot of that this year.
A little bit.
Yeah, we have a lot of statistics on how much extra rain we've had the last year or two, and this year.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. Just one quick question. If you could just educate me and on all of us newer folks around our state aid that we receive for this purpose. Is that a flat rate based on, per capita? I'm sure it's some fancy bureaucratic formula, but what, is that? Okay.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure how far back in history I should go to.
Sure. If you can speak to it at all, is that something that has increased pegged to the increased cost of these materials and the cost of asphalt and stuff like that, or just is it completely out of pace?
It stayed flat.
It stayed flat.
Yeah.
Okay,
The state hasn't increased how much they're giving us just because it's possible.
imagine, right? Thank you.
I'm glad that was the answer you were looking for. I wasn't quite sure how to go with that.
No, that's all right. Appreciate it.
Do we have more on road resurfacing? Okay, sidewalks, pavers, curbs, maintenance, repair, remove and replace. I'm sure you guys know Newington better than I do on an individual street neighborhood basis. But what I've noticed since I've been involved here is that we have a lot of sidewalks that are in rough shape. And so what my predecessor started doing was seeding money for a major bid to do sidewalk repair. And I started looking at places to be able to put together a program this year where in the past, we've been doing, $25,000, $30,000 at a pop, and a mix of replacements and grinding off tow trips and things of that nature. And to some degree, that's a viable plan, but like with the roads, some of these sidewalks get in bad shape pretty quick. There's areas on Main Street, we had a couple of severe trip and falls that, lead to insurance claims, things like that. So investigating those falls, I find areas that walks are, dire need of replacement. So I hope that this is the year I get to pull the trigger on doing a large bid for sidewalk replacement and repair. And that's one of the reasons we have such a large number in there. It was planned for, and now I get to actually do it with the money that we set aside for this purpose. If any of you have areas in town that you walk in and you see the walks are in pretty bad shape, please just send me an email because I'll put it into the list to prioritize. Main Street comes off the top of my head because it's pretty severe in areas, but I'm sure there's other neighborhoods I haven't been in yet. So please feel free to send me a note about that.
Councilor Jacob?
Yeah, so you contract this out, or you're planning on?
We do contract it out. We don't have the resources in-house to do concrete work on that level.
Okay, so that $100,000 would allow you to do how much this year? That additional $100,000, basically?
It works out to costs that are somewhat similar to highway. It's in the $13 or so a square yard for a full replacement. So, $100,000 is gonna, divide that by, well, I won't try to do the math right here, but I'm looking at a much more substantial replacement program that we've done in the last couple of years. So in the last couple of years, let's say, for instance, we may have done 4 or so hundred slabs off the top of my head, so don't quote me on that. We could do the 3 times more than we've done in the last couple of years.
So you have a prioritized list, basically, that you would be going out for.
I have a list that my predecessors had put together of work that they were trying to get accomplished and what has been done, and so what remains, and then what I'm finding.
Mhm.
So it's still kind of early to say what areas I'm gonna do, and that's why I asked for
Okay.
your input. Tell me where your sidewalks are in the worst shape and we get on that. Civic Radar sends in information. People say, okay, I've got a tow trip in my neighborhood. I take that information combined with what I've had from previous staff.
And I would imagine pedestrian volume would also be taken into account too, because that's more liability.
Well, obviously Main Street we had 2 trips and falls here last year. I'm sure there's a lot of people walking on Main Street as opposed to some of the smaller neighborhoods. So that, I guess, in a way, pedestrian volume does matter because that's where the issues are coming up.
Okay. And then just one other observation, I noticed, and I know it's a plan, but I mean, there's a really substantial jump that you had anticipated for the next several years. I mean,
We have a lot of bad walks.
okay.
And then we also have sections where people are requesting new walks. So my answer at the moment is, if you're asking us to put a new walk in your neighborhood, is I've got to fix the old walks first.
Okay.
Then we'll come back and do your new walks. We've had, one of the downsides to doing that $25,000-$30,000 a year program that my predecessor did is that there's spot repairs. So there's areas where the contractor goes out with me at the end of the season and say, okay, this is what we did this year, but that's what we did last year, and it's 20 yards away. So there's areas where it's easier in some regards to say, okay, let's take a 100-foot section or 200-foot section, and we're just gonna replace this whole area because the walks are that bad. They're old. Some of them, Main Street, for instance, those walks are probably 1950s era. We got our money's worth out.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And you can tell by looking at them, when you're looking at a walk that's old and you can see the stones that are showing through on the surface, that means the concrete that was on top of that is worn away.
Does it make sense? Like, I know Rob, the past couple of years, you started, instead of, doing here and here and here, you started focusing on an area. So is that kind of what you're saying now, is maybe would it be more cost effective for the contractor to focus on an area versus?
I will get there eventually. Right now, I'm doing the areas that are in worse shape.
Okay.
So we again, this part of Main Street that comes to my mind where it just looks like somebody took a bat, and smashed the road, So get the priorities out of the way this season or next, and then continue on with a program like Rob's for the roads and say, okay, now we have a neighborhood problem. Let's concentrate on that. That is a more cost-effective way to do construction, as is doing a larger amount in one given year. But I do want to get the worst ones out of the way first.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez.
I just wanted to clarify, homeowners, if you have a sidewalk in front of your house, are not responsible for repairing the sidewalks. It's the town's responsibility.
In Newington, yes.
Thank
Last
you.
town I worked for, that would have been a homeowners. Exactly.
Thank you. Okay.
That's what I was.
Weathersfield is opposite, I think.
Weathersfield was a town I worked for previously.
It's where I grew up, so I was just a little
right.
confused. I was always under the impression it was our responsibility, but
Exactly.
And as you are aware, sometimes there's a downside to working for the town you grew up in. Everybody's either your high school buddy or your high school buddy's parents.
thank you.
Councilor Cloyd.
Thank you. Councilor Draco asked my questions, so I will just say a thank you for your leadership in trying to re-up this program and revamp it. I think it's so necessary, and I just want to thank you for that.
You're welcome. It's necessary and it's overlooked. There's nothing glamorous about doing sidewalks. But it's necessary.
But when you don't fall, it's,
When you don't fall, it's, The problem with work that's below your feet is you don't really notice it. So roads, sidewalks, things like that, under, utilities under the roads, nobody thinks about this stuff.
Thank you.
Right. So anyone on that or on to the next item?
Continue.
Public building resurfacing programs, that's, as it sounds, that's our town-owned parking lots. And that's separate from town-owned roads, although sometimes we can do them together. And some of that, sometimes we can roll into grant programs. And an example of that is the, was that Firehouse 5 down on the end of Maple? We have a streetscape grant funded program going on down there. And we've incorporated that parking lot reconstruction into that grant program as part of the grant, just to kind of, it makes it easier to bid the work that way. And it's, as opposed to saying, okay, this is a relatively small parking lot. Let's have a contractor come in and do that. Well, if we got a contractor coming in and doing a bid project for the grant work, the sidewalks and the beautification things, let's have them do that sidewalk, that parking lot at the same time. And we're looking at providing a pad for a picnic table, which is part of the connectivity aspect of it to the neighborhood. So you go to Elm Hill to get your pizza and it's a nice day. You'd rather eat outside than, going home or back to work or wherever you're going. So that's part of what we're doing with that. Not that that's a CIP project, but it's an example of a town parking lot. Another example of that would be our parking lots over by the library that are part of the Garfield Street Reconstruction Program, which is partly CIP funded and partly grant funded. If we can get that out to bid this year, that would be good. That also includes the electric vehicle charging station and another streetscape grant that has the lighted crosswalks that's supposed to go in over in that area too. So a lot of things going on there if we can make that happen. Drainage maintenance is as it sounds. This is the fund we pay for all of the storm drainage projects that we've been doing. Everything from
Waterway maintenance on Piper Brook, cleaning of culverts,
replacing
catch basins.
Day
Yes.
Road, Park Garage. Pretty mundane, ongoing maintenance stuff in that regard.
Thanks, Mayor. The catch basins, are you referring also to the new flat drains along the side of the road?
Those are catch basins,
Yeah,
correct?
thank you.
Yes,
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
just a comment, we've had personal experience where the newer ones seem super slick.
Oh, really?
And so just to draw your attention to.
Okay,
When they're wet with rain, having walking dogs and all, just a thought that.
okay.
I don't know if it's necessary. Maybe it was just my experience.
Okay.
And it's an experience of an N of one. I don't know if they should, we were thinking maybe, I don't know if serration or some sort of rougher surface a lot around the steel
Okay.
part, just for safety. And we're thinking, it reminded me of when you talk about trip and fall on Main Street. Is that necessary? But again, maybe it's not a problem.
Okay.
Just toss it out.
First I've heard it. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we mean the ones that would be located like a crosswalk.
Well, yeah, we've seen them along the road where they're totally flat and super smooth.
Yeah. Oh, the new ones,
Beautifully
yes.
smooth.
Yeah.
And when they're wet, they're actually kind of slippery. But again, if it's not been an issue, then.
No.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions on drainage other than that? That's another not too interesting, but very big, important thing in our world.
Yeah.
Stone wall repair, as some of you are aware and some of you aren't, we have a number of town-owned retaining walls that are alongside sidewalks. And this has been another ongoing thing over the years that we're picking up with. And one in particular on Connecticut Avenue got to the point this past fall where it's leaning over into the sidewalk. So Rob and I decided we were going to do a pilot program with that. We're going to try and use town forces to do a new type of retaining wall there with the homeowner's permission. Watch for this, it's going to be happening soon. And so we're bringing in most of you are probably familiar with these decorative segmented block retaining walls, we call them. And they're, each block of those typically weighs about 100 pounds. So this one is an order of magnitude larger. These blocks are 2,000 pounds. So they will not likely move in the remaining years on the planet. So that's much, I don't want to ever have to go back and do this project over. So we've got a product that will outlast me.
But there's no dollar amount in that line. Am I missing it? Is that?
Yeah.
There's a balance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a balance
Okay, thank you.
of
Oh, there
118,000.
you go. I missed it. Thank you.
Yeah, I may or may not have requested more funding for that for this year because we had a balance.
Yeah.
Yep. got
And the way things have been going for me is I got a lot of things been trying to get caught up. I've got a staffing issue. My assistant town engineer retired last fall and we've now got a gentleman I think is gonna get in. So it's hard to do survey work when you have one surveyor. You need two.
And like that stone, like the sidewalks we were referring to, Council Gonzalez, and the town's owning that responsibility. Do we own the responsibility fully of, for example, the stone wall on Connecticut Ave, or does the homeowners share some of that?
No, well, we own that one. That's why we're.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
Now,
thank you.
you know, if it was on your property, let's say it was a foot behind the wall, property line instead of a foot in front of it, I'd be happy to tell you it's your cost.
Okay, all right. All right, thank
And
you.
I would do that with a smile. We do get that question often on
Right.
anything that's on private property. I'm just saying this now as a matter of policy.
Sure.
If you have a catch basin, a storm drain or something like that, that's part of your land, we don't maintain that. All right, now, if it was deeded to us or easement to us in the subdivision at whatever time in the past, we do maintain that. So there's times where it looks like we're doing work on private property and times that we refuse to do work on private property. And the distinction is whether or not we have an ownership of it. If it's not ours, we don't maintain it. If it is ours, we do maintain it.
Thank you.
And that's hard to describe to some homeowners at times when they have an issue. So I just, bring that to your attention. Any more stone walls? Flood control system maintenance reserve. That money is set aside for, let's say, unanticipated aspects that we don't cover someplace else that have to be flooding. So if we had an example would be a tree falls in Piper Brook and it managed to block the brook to the point where we had to go in there and it's wet. So we can't just drive a truck in there and pull it out. And we have to bring in a crane or something like that to lift it out. This is an example of something I would imagine we'd use that money for. So sort of we're gonna keep this $50 in our back pocket just in case we have to buy gas on the highways, that kind of a thing. That sound about right to you? Yeah, okay. MS4 compliance and stormwater management plan. Now, this is a federal mandate. It's one of those famous unfunded mandates. It's come down to us. And in the past, we have not paid any attention to it. So we were discovered last year to be out of compliance. Had a very nice visit with my friends at DEP, who then wrote me a letter of violation. So we have to get back on board with that. And we did that by hiring a contractor to do our water sampling and we'll actually write our annual report at the end of the year. And along the lines of that, we have some other minor things we will need to do in the next couple of months, such as pick up the strings of what they call public notification and outreach. So this is things like buying printed materials to hand out, say through the library. Or through any public space that says, okay, it's a really bad idea to dump your motor oil in a catch basin. And this is why. And these things are available. I have a vendor who's dying to get me to actually sign a PO. I haven't done it yet. So that's kind of an example of that. Another would be that there are some videos that we can get through both EPA and DEP. It's hard to say that at the same time. That we can run on a community television. And it's a matter of showing that we're interested in doing it, and there is benefit to it. So it's public outreach is an important part of this. One of what they call best management practices. So now that we've been told we have to get on board with it, we'll be getting on board with it. Questions about the MS4 program in general?
I have one question. So that additional 80 that am I on the right line? It's very small.
Yeah.
You do glasses. That additional 80 that you're requesting, that's primarily for updating that plan to ensure compliance, or all of these funds are, including the remaining balance, which I think is.
What I would hope to see, and I can't prove this yet,
25.
is as we get back into compliance with the MS4, that we could potentially turn some of this money back into other programs.
Okay.
Because we may have more than we need. But I want to caution that because this is, again, something I'm kind of just getting into. If I say, gee, we can roll a bunch of that money into something else right now, and then I find out I spoke too soon, that typically is worse than saying, let's hold on to it for the time being. All right. So I would hope it doesn't become that expensive. Because that's a big nut to
It
swallow
is.
if it's an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
You know, at that point, they should be giving us grant.
Yeah. That's a big chunk.
Counselor Sinakis?
Thank you.
For the system dredging, you have a balance of like 100K, but then you requested about 700K, so, are you expecting a lot of work in that regards coming up, or what? I just want to know why the request is so high compared to what we have.
This actually is something I hope to fund with a grant we put in for last summer. But the downside of that grant is that it will take a number of years to come to the point where they actually do work. So this grant, called a WRDA grant, that we applied for through Senator Blumenthal and Murphy's offices, if we should get it, is such a large amount of money that we will implement that with state guidance and the cooperation of our neighbors, because this is now a study of our two major water courses in town, Piper Brook and Webster Brook. And then the towns those waters flow into, West Hartford, New Britain, Berlin primarily, before we can even put a shovel in the ground to come up with solutions. But as an example of an existing solution, something that's been done in the past, if you go up to that part of Piper Brook that is going northeast from Main Street, right? There's a big section of open space in there that's pretty well. That was dredged out at one time to create that flood storage capacity. That was a previous example of something that would have been done on a grant like this. So if we get this money and we can start implementing a construction program like that, the good news is we get the funding. The bad news is it takes 3 years to do the study. All right, so in the meantime, if we find that we have to dredge that section of Piper Brook as an example, that's where that money comes from. If it's not covered by the previous mentioned emergency fund, we can take it out of there to bring in a contractor to say, okay, look, we've got to get this water course flowing again. I mean, Stam Road, for instance, is a notorious flood for that whole area down there. Now they're industrial tenants as opposed to residences. I was out there the other day at the request of one of these property owners, and I can tell you right now, just from looking at it in a relatively mild rainstorm, the culvert under the railroad right next to New Britain Avenue and where that water goes under New Britain Avenue, both jurisdictions that are out of my control, one is Amtrak and one is DOT. In this relatively small amount of rain, meaning it was a rainy day, well, like half of this one, those culverts are at capacity.
Yeah.
All right, so we need to increase that hydraulic opening, but I can't ask Amtrak to do it because they don't even know where Newington is. I have a conversation with them about that. DOT understands they have an issue, but their attitude is, we're not gonna really do much with our culvert if we can't get you to fix the river. So this is where that WREA grant comes from, because that's primarily administered by the Army Corps. Very few, if anybody, ignores the Army Corps. All right, so that's the big stick in that particular application. That's where I hope to get that to go. But that whole area along the railroad, all those culverts are undersized. At one point, they did increase the size of boom,
Yes.
but not enough. All right, we got to do the whole string. It doesn't work to do just the one. And it's flooding properties on the New Britain side, the 8th Avenue side. This is, an ongoing thing.
Thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez?
That was kind of my question. Residents were speaking about the flooding over there in 8th Avenue, and where are our major residential areas that are getting flooded?
8th Avenue comes to mind. Oh.
And their
Highway-
actual houses are getting flooded, basements and.
Well, I know Ben Strout on Walsh is a good example. He's not on that 8th Avenue area. He's over on the line that comes from the back of Lowry that goes into Mill Pond. So that drainage line was built in the early 1970s. And when we have one of these heavy short duration rainfalls, like we had a lot of last summer, that culvert, which is roughly 4 foot tall by 6 feet wide, can't take the water. So when they built that system, Mr. Strout's house and a few others in the neighborhood had catch basins in their backyards that connected into it because their yards were well. And, 99 times out of 100, no problem. but we have rains like we had last year, where it came 2 or 3 inches in an hour and a half. And that pipe reaches capacity, now those catch basins become surge ponds. The water backs up out of those catch basins and floods his yard right up to his garage entrance. So he's had damage in the past. He's had to replace boilers and things like that. There was another program through Yukon that we were looking into last fall to try and deal with flood resiliency. Now, I don't recall off the top of my head where that's at. Were you part of that?
No, I was not.
How'd you avoid that?
I'm good.
Nice job. So anyway, Paul Dixon, myself, and a few others, I know the fire marshal was involved in that. We're looking at that as another potential resource for trying to flood-proof people's homes. And Natural Soil Conservation Service has done this in the past too. We have properties in town where they actually came out, this is a federal agency, and helped properties flood-proof from these brooks and things like that by a matter of, say, lowering the backyard elevation by taking material out, or in one case on Main Street, I think they provided a contractor to put a channel in the retaining walls going into the gentleman's garage at the back, where he could then put timbers in it and then sandbags to keep the water out if it got too high. So, and apparently the water does get high enough, or they wouldn't have done this. Learned about that when we did our inspection last September or October.
Is it September? I don't recall. September or October, it was early.
It was early, yeah. So this is all stuff that goes towards the whole flooding problem that Newington has.
So the 8th Street area is definitely an issue that you guys are aware of and are.
Or what you just did up there.
8th Street, yeah, there was an issue with some ponding along the curb there, and we.
Right around the road, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And through the ARPA funds, we were able to get an inspection camera, put our inspection camera through that pipe, and we noticed that that pipe was about half full with water, which could indicate that the outfall was clogged or blocked. So we were able to get behind there, and we noticed that the outlet was about 3/4. Actually, it wasn't the outlet that was plugged. It was actually the waterway that the water goes into. So we were able to go out there with our mini excavator and open up the waterway. We were only able to get so far though, because it is significant. It was very wet back there. So short of losing one of our pieces of equipment, we only went so far as we felt comfortable with. We have not had a significant rain since then. Today is going to be an indicator of that. So we'll see what happens. So we'll see what happens and see. It's what we did is certainly going to benefit that area.
Yeah, no, I was asking just
yeah.
when we were out campaigning, I
Yeah.
heard a lot in that area of their basements getting flooded
Yes.
and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So
We-
that's excellent. We're working on
We
it.
did, I know it will be improved. To what extent, I do not know.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. Alumni road improvements. This is just a part of the alumni road program we're working on. This is the right in, right out island that we've been talking about for a while. And I wanted to make it clear that that is different from the resurfacing and sidewalk program that we got lots of grant for, that we're in the middle of a scope revision with. So we can run that through the DOT formal acceptance of the grants change in direction, so that we can get this done relatively shortly. So in the long short of this, it's going to be the remaining part of Maple Hill that wasn't done on the previous lots of grant, and alumni, and filling in the gaps in the sidewalks for the connectivity aspect of it, and bike paths alongside the road like the Maple and Robbins project has. And then that little connector over to alumni, there's a home in there, but we're going to put sidewalk in there alongside of Cedar, and then walk up the east side of alumni to Willard. So it's an area that has that will have likely more pedestrian traffic once the gates are removed, and that's the whole point of this particular item.
So that total,
You asked for money under that one.
I think,
That one you already had a balance.
yeah, so I had money.
So, yeah, had money.
Right.
Yeah, you already got money.
Oh, okay.
So
You did
if I may,
request on.
so the 193
We
total,
found we had a balance.
right, so if you've got 93.6, if I'm correct, and then you'd add 100, that's enough to do all that? That sounds like a lot.
We're adding.
Two different things.
You took the 100 off. If
Because you
look
found
at
it.
it.
They're not doing it.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not in the next column.
So, yeah,
I saw the
so
100 on the left,
yes,
I missed that.
93 is good.
because I thought that seemed like a lot, but
Well, this funding is just for the island.
gotcha.
So that's something that we're planning on doing a public information meeting on, I would say end of April, early May,
Okay,
because the construction is ideally going to be done after schools are out.
okay,
The
perfect.
school buses use that.
Sure.
It's gonna take a little time for them to get used to the change. So if I did it right now, because I have a contractor who's willing to do it right now. The problem with that is, okay, so we're gonna, in the middle of the school year, make you not take a left turn and they're coming off of Cedar.
Hmm,
So we decided in a meeting with Jamie and company that this wasn't a good idea.
Okay.
So that's gonna happen after June. And ideally, that should be a fairly quick project.
Then retrain everybody.
You'll have all summer to get used to it, yes.
Thank you.
And I'm sure I'll get calls and complaints about why I cut off their left turn, but if you ever come in from the New Britain side during rush hour, you'll understand why this will be a benefit.
Makes sense.
It's really bad.
Can't do much about the gas station left turns, but yeah, we can work with that. And with the gate open, there'll be some traffic through on the Willard side. So I guess this has been a long-term project. It was right around the time I was hired. So now it's up to me to get it built.
Councilor Jacob?
Yeah, so is this all grant funded? No.
The island is not, we're paying for that in CIP, but the rest of it, the mill overlay sidewalks that I mentioned, that's grant funded.
But because the island is on the alumni. I guess what I'm getting at is because Cedar Street is a state road. So that state's not gonna kick in for,
No, they're not.
okay. well,
This was a town request, and so they ultimately agreed to our concept. They gave us permission for it, which we needed in order to do it. We can't just do that ourselves.
Okay.
Again, because it's in there right away. But they're happy to let us pay for it.
The future improvements would imagine that state would be responsible for a lot of it, or.
Well, the DOT's attitude about sidewalks is beginning to change, and a concrete island with a sidewalk in it would be, I would think, covered in that. In the past, their attitude about sidewalks is it was a local concern, and they would not participate in any sidewalk program. That's beginning to change as public attitude drives public policy having to do with things like pedestrian safety.
Well, I think particularly with the housing program, I mean, with the housing on Cedar Point, and then them telling the town that everybody's gonna be using public transportation or whatever, and then no sidewalks to get anywhere. I would hope that their attitude would change. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a little disconnect between different parts of the whole public policy pie. Yeah. It gets above my pay grade at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions about alumni? Okay. Garfield Street sidewalk crosswalk improvements. Now, that's a little part of the Garfield Street project I alluded to earlier. And this is primarily the walks from the public parking at Town Hall and the library across to them. And so what Paul and I are doing is putting that together into the larger Garfield Street project to reconstruct Garfield Street and the parking lots and the electric vehicle charging stations that are going in the parking lots and anything else that we can find to put in that basket. I know it'll, the other thing that'll come up, this has been talked about before, is it will have the rapid flasher beacons. That's what they're called? Yeah. The light is, you know where they put the new signs up for the bus warnings on Garfield? They're similar to that, but they're for sidewalks.
Yeah.
So for crosswalks. Yeah, rapid flashing beacons. That's what they're called.
Yes. And with the little kids, the little ones over there and going back and forth and everybody in the pool, that makes total sense.
Yeah, and Bill DeMayo's on board with it, but he does want to make sure that when I put a final plan together, he has a chance to look at it.
May I ask, just, so you have a balance of 215,000, you've requested 250. Can you just give us a breakdown, if you have it, and we can follow up afterwards, of those pieces that you spoke about that are a part of this larger project? What each of those line items is within that larger, what will be a $500,000 balance.
Okay, I'll try. So we've got the EV station grant for about 63 or so thousand out of the 90 or so that's gonna cost. We have,
I'm sorry, when you say 63, it's a grant, that's our matching fund to the
no,
grant?
63 is what they're giving us.
Is what they're giving us.
Our match is the remaining balance.
Understood.
So that's roughly 30,000 for the charging stations. Now, that's gonna go in that island between the lower municipal parking lot, the upper municipal parking lot on the east side, right over here. So that's part of it, and that's a fairly small part of it. But then the reconstruction or mill and overlay to be determined of Garfield and those parking lots, and then in combination with the rapid flashing beacons and the realignment of the crosswalks so that they line up better with the park. Instead of having them take the little kids down the road to the crosswalk and across the street and up to the paved path, we're looking at adding a new section of paved path across from the crosswalk coming out of Parker right now. All right, so it makes more sense to run the little ones right across in a straight line and have to go around the corner. And I've seen these at times where it is amazing to me that the adult supervisors can keep track of all of
Yeah,
them. You know,
absolutely. I would lose a few if it was me, I think.
yeah, there's a reason I'm an engineer and not childcare.
So that's the bulk outside of that 63, the remaining balance there, that's the bulk, the crosswalk realignment, milling,
Mostly for the-
resurfacing,
Yeah.
et cetera. Okay.
Because we're not paving that under the regular paving program. Because we're putting it together as a bid package as opposed to the work that we do through Rob's guys. So when Rob does the mill and overlay, we arrange for a contractor to do the milling and a contractor to do the paving, and the town forces do the other associated. In this case, it'll just go out to one contractor to bid on. And it's because of the different parts that go into it together, it made more sense to me to say, okay, this is something a contractor can do all at the same time. If we're doing it piecemeal, we're getting in our own way. And that's not ideal in a number of ways. It's
That
not
was one of my
cost-effective.
questions.
You risk the damaging your own equipment. It's better to have one guy responsible for the work than it is to have different parts of different organizations. You know,
And to
everything
do it
goes-
once rather than a phased approach.
Yeah, and if there's a responsibility aspect too, if you have a contractor that you've got to bid with and the work has to meet criteria, specifications, I have a responsible contractor. If we're doing some of the work and you're doing some of the work and you're doing some of the work, when there's a problem, who's responsible for that?
Absolutely.
Everybody points their fingers at the other guy. So that makes it harder to administer in that
He's done
regard
this
too.
before.
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Positive outcome most of the time. Next item on our list is the Camp Avenue project, which most of you are familiar with. Yeah, the funding isn't really so much the issue on that as you're probably aware, we're looking at scheduling another public information meeting to get everybody back informed on that and to get guidance on the work. And that's imminent. I don't know if we've picked a day and a time yet, but we are putting a presentation together for that.
Yes.
I don't know if we need to say more about that at this time, or we can bring them up at that meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And then drainage improvements, I think we said enough about drainage improvements. They're all unless you have questions more about what I.
I'll let you know when I get home with my baby.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Send me an email.
Will do.
Crack ceiling, is that you?
Yeah, so the next three would be highway. Crack sealing of roads. This is a program that formerly was funded with excess funds from either road aid or road reconstruction, and we've seen those funds dry up over the past couple of years. So we haven't really had any funding to do any crack sealing the past 3 years or so. And crack sealing is a vital component of maintaining our roads. In a perfect world, roads would be crack sealed every 4 or 5 years to get you to that 20-year timeframe. And with this funding, we can go back to the roads that we've done the past 5 years and probably get the majority of them done. This is something that we should continue to do throughout the years. as just in preserving pavement preservation. I'm sure you've heard that buzzword. It's all about pavement preservation. And the more maintenance we can do as you would do to your house or your cars, the longer the roads are gonna last. So this is really important in our pavement program. Pavement markings on roads, we deferred that till next year. There is a mandate coming down that coming through from Federal Highway. Let me grab my notes here. That roads over 35 miles and over have to have a retro reflectivity of the pavement markings. It has to meet a certain criteria on roads that are over 35 miles an hour or have an average daily traffic of, I think it's 6,000 cars. And unfortunately, we have about 9 miles of road in town that have to meet those requirements. So we do have, our traffic division is capable of doing small pavement markings such as parking lots and things of that nature. But when we get to large scale roads, and we just don't have the equipment to do that any longer. So this is something we would have to hire a contractor to do to be able to meet that requirement. But once again, that's 2 or 3 years down the road. So there's no need to fund that for this year. So we can bring that up again next year.
If I do the signs too, right?
Signs are done. Check. Good. And traffic signal repair and placement reserve, that the town actually owns 11 traffic signals in town. Those are ones on town roads, not state roads. So we do maintain those. And the biggest thing that we're trying to do currently now is changing the loop. So when you pull up to a traffic light with signals, the light changes a loop in the ground. It's basically like a metal detector. Once it detects something up there, it'll change based on the sequence. And we're trying to get rid of those loops and put what our grid smart cameras. So they're cameras, you might see little bells on some of our traffic signals or even state traffic signals. And those now have a 360 camera in them. So those are now what trigger the traffic signals to change. There's less maintenance to it and there's less cost to it. And when you go and mill and overlay a road or you reconstruct a road, you're tearing up those loops. So then you're required to replace them. And those are anywhere from $7,000 to $14,000 to replace. So these grid smart cameras are something that are gonna last for a very long time. And also our infrastructure is aging. We're seeing that we're spending a lot more money on repairs and replacements of our traffic signals. So at some point, whether it be me or Chris, we can come together and we're gonna need to come up with a plan for replacing some of our controllers, our signals, our mast poles and things like that.
And they're not cheap.
They are not cheap. So as long as we can continue to fund this, we've got 3 or 4 more 360 cameras or grid smart cameras that have to be installed, and those are about $65,000 each. So we'll get those done in the next couple of years, and then we can start focusing on the maintenance of the signals.
Councilor Floyd. Thank you. Just a quick question. Of the 165 that was appropriated last year, I see that you have currently a 246, let's say, balance. Of that 165, how much did you end up using or to date this year? roughly?
We've only used about 15 or 20,000. Yeah, around off the top of my head, and that was basically for maintenance. I reached out to a contractor to have the intersection of Richard and Church, the grid smart camera installed at that intersection. They haven't gotten back to me with a cost estimate yet, but we're looking anywhere between 65 and 85,000, depending on what the costs have gone up. And also what I forgot to mention is the intersection of Kelsey and Christian Lane. There is a long-term plan that was started by Chris's predecessor to correct that intersection because there's a lot of industry down there and tractor trailers cannot make that turn coming off of Christian going on to Kelsey. And we've seen that some of our the poles have been damaged. There's a lot of damage to lawns and they've actually hit a traffic control box. So there is a plan in place to redesign that, and that consists of moving poles, moving mast arms, widening the intersection. That's probably going to be a $500,000-$600,000 project, not solely for traffic signals, but with reconstruction and everything like that. So we're trying to build that fund up as well, so that when the time comes and there's a plan in place for that intersection, we can move forward with it.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, very much.
What else we got?
That's
We're
it.
done. We're done.
You're free.
Everybody.
One thing, if I could just,
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
thank you, appreciate it.
so expensive, those grids mark campus.
Yeah.
Around to page 13.
Page 13, so we're almost done. On community development, there are two items. One is the consultant for a comprehensive review and revision of the town zoning regulations for $50,000. And then the other one is the annual contribution to the open space acquisition fund. There are a couple of items. What's that?
I'll just ask, the comprehensive review, that is a new item. This is not something that we had been putting money aside for prior, is that correct?
I believe there's some previous.
I just couldn't see it here.
I think there's a current allocation in there. Yeah.
Dollar balance in there right now.
Thank you. New glasses still. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilor Mankey.
Am I missing it? Do we know what the balance of the open space, the land acquisition for open space county? Did I miss that on the sheet here?
The current balance, I don't see
What's
it
the
either.
current
Jen.
balance in that fund?
That's a separate fund, so you won't see it in here.
Oh.
So
see, I didn't miss it.
you'll see it, I believe, and when we get to the
Okay,
special revenue.
okay, I'll wait till then. I can hold my question till then.
You're thinking for a sec, no.
I didn't see it here.
It's the transfer, so it's in CIP to be transferred out. So
Okay, so we put it in separate. Okay, gotcha. That makes
Yep.
sense. Thank you.
Under Parks and Recreation, there's just a couple of items. The first is park, pool, and playfield improvements. That's an annual contribution. It's not for renovations, it's for the ongoing maintenance, like the fences, the playground equipment, that type of thing. The parks, ADA compliant paths, walkway, and parking. There's certainly not a reduction to ADA improvements, but we were able to transfer funding from a completed ball field project, I believe, to reduce that for this year, to lower it just a bit. Park, cemetery, and historical building signs are just that. Some of the signs that you're seeing replaced throughout town, this is to continue to do so as they get worn out. And then the final one is Seymour Candlewood Parks Playground. These are the actual park renovations. Parks and Rec is trying to do one neighborhood park per year. I believe Eagle Park is currently under construction. Beacon Park was done in the past couple months, and this is looking forward to doing Seymour and Candlewick. I believe initially it was just Seymour, but we're looking at grant funding potentially to be able to do
So
both.
he took one of them out of next year and put it into this year, anticipating hopefully that they'd give us a grant. And it's gonna be approximately half the cost for each of the parks. So he put both of them in this year. So you'll notice next year, for 2025-26, you're not seeing a park there because he's gonna be doing two. Hopefully with the grant funding in the next year.
Councilor Mankey.
So I guess I'm confused. We were doing one a year. So now we're gonna do two. If we don't get the funding, we're still on the hook for two.
Yeah, but that will show up again in next year if he doesn't get the funding.
But we're still this year going to pay for two parks.
We'll pay for, it's the price of one. Because
Because
they're
it's
going to
cut
give
down.
us a $400,000 grant. So we're
Okay,
leaving
right.
it in this year, and then next year you won't see it. If the funding falls through, if we don't get the grant, you'll see it in next year.
Okay,
We will
but
only do one.
we're budgeting this year for two.
We're
Hopefully we
actually-
get a grant.
We're actually
No, it's just
budgeting
one.
It's
for
only
one.
one.
So
The cost-
400K for each park.
One is 400,000.
It's 400,000 for
Yeah.
one park.
So we're hoping to get.
half. the
We're
cost
hoping to
of
get
two.
the other half of it, and if we don't. you
Then
will
we'll,
see
I
it.
got you. Okay. So which one are we?
He was originally, I think.
Seymour. So if we don't get the grant, we're doing Seymour this year,
Yep,
Yep.
and you'll see Candlewood next
next
year.
year. Okay, gotcha. Thank
Because
you.
they were willing to give us not for one park, but it's because it's in two territories. They're willing to give us half.
I'm all in favor of doing more parks. It's
Yeah,
just that I
yeah.
just want to make sure we're.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jacob.
No, that was my observation, is that we had planned previously in different fiscal years for Seymour and then Candlewick. And I mean, this is great if we could, because I don't think a grant had been taken into account previously, so
No,
super, thank you.
Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't skateboard. I would hurt myself badly, but I've had some folks ask me over the last year or so if we could do something about lighting for at nighttime around the skate park. So I'm not asking for you to get into that tonight or today, but if we could just make a note of that and just explore it just for my learning, and so I could talk with folks in town. That may or may not, from a policy standpoint, be something we even want to do, but it was just a request to explore. Is that realistic? How expensive would that be? Does it make sense for our young people as well as some of our older people who like to use that park? So thanks. We don't have to do it now, but thanks, Jim.
I'll put it into that.
All right, thanks.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. Janet, would you happen to know what the typical utilization is of appropriated funds for the playground improvements, park improvements?
That
On
would be a
average?
lot of the stuff for the pools, because they're aging.
Yeah.
Depending on what they need each year. I will say, some of it has to go unfortunately for vandalism. Some things we just don't plan. It's kind of sad to see some of the stuff, playground equipment that he has to replace
I
due
know.
to that. But the largest percentage of this, I believe, is for the pools.
And do you know how much that is roughly?
I would say,
Not just the
during the
pools, I
year,
mean generally.
but in general, he uses almost the full balance
Almost,
every year.
wow.
Yeah, so if we're looking at what their balance is in here now,
Only $20,000.
yeah, it's only 20,000, and he's coming to spring.
Wow,
So, yeah.
thank you.
I just have one question about, so since we were talking about parks, in the balances, I noticed that there's still a balance in the Beechwood Park Playground Fund and the Beacon Park Playground Fund. If these are projects that have been completed,
I have asked him, they're not quite completed
okay,
yet.
that's my
He
question.
actually did have, unfortunately, in one of the parks, I can't remember which one, he had some vandalism. So he wants to look to see if he can use some of this money to try to fix that.
Okay.
But I did say, let him know as soon as it's done, to let us know so we could close it out. And
Okay, very good. Okay, Councilor Gonzalez?
Just a quick question. Is there any cameras or anything watching playgrounds
I'm not sure,
Like,
to be honest.
for the vandalism?
Yeah, I mean, these are all the local ones.
Or at like Mill Pond, where the,
I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
I don't believe so, no. Yeah. But I do believe the IT is looking to do connectivity in
yeah,
some of the neighborhoods. So that could be something. And he definitely did say, Mill Pond was one of the places because they've got some
yeah,
conduits out there.
yeah, might be something to think about for replacing vandalized stuff a lot. Thank you.
Question on parks? No? Move on to page 15.
Okay, finally, we are, for education, there's just a couple of items. There's the annual appropriation to the school CIP reserve fund for $125,000. Next is the district-wide HVAC replacement, which they're asking for $500,000. They believe there's potential grant reimbursement there, but the timing is unknown of that. And then finally, the school bus replacement program. School buses have an 11-year cycle of replacement, I believe, and that's an annual contribution of just under $600,000.
Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. The HVAC replacement, is that because of the state or federal requirements to have clean air in our schools for our students? And therefore it may be eligible for grant monies? Or is that because our own leadership decided
No.
it needs replacing?
It needs replacing, I believe.
Okay, because I thought there were some other
Yeah, there
regulations requiring that we.
And
do
that
so.
might have determined where they were gonna do it.
Okay.
But
Do
I
we-
can't say for sure.
Do we know any of the details on how and when and where we might have confidence or hopefully confidence that we'd have some of that money returned in form of grants, or is that,
They
Board of
were,
Ed,
Yeah.
for all that,
so
unfortunately.
we could ask those folks? Okay, thank you.
when I asked, they were uncertain of the timing on that,
Okay,
but maybe they have more info now.
thanks.
Councilor Tiniakis.
For the buses, isn't there some sort of grant for the buses as well that they're like pending? So about the EV
There
buses or
is-
something?
Grant application out there for electric vehicle buses. I don't know the term for them. And I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but I also don't know the status of whether they've received that funding. So it's a good question for the superintendent on Tuesday.
And if they were to get the grant funding for both of these programs, like, do we have to go through the Board of Ed to see what they're gonna do with the extra money if we allocate the money to them? Or was that through you guys?
This money stays in the CIP
Yeah.
on
okay.
our side, so
Okay.
it could be up to you where to transfer it.
Councilor Maggie.
I had the same question. If we do get the grant money, the money comes back to us.
It's in the CIP, which you,
Right, they could
you would have
decide,
to authorize.
they would come up with another CIP project that would,
No, they can't move it without yours.
thanks, I appreciate the question, because I think the money gets stuck there sometimes, it just sits. Down, there you go.
Councilor Pacheco.
Regarding if they get the grants for the EV buses, would then who? I would assume there'd be, we would need more, EV charging or a different type of EV charging. And would that be the town responsibility or well, I mean, everything's town money, but I mean, where would that sit?
I'm assuming that would sit over in the Board of Ed bus garages over there.
Okay, but in terms of the finances, would they?
I saw included in the binder from the Board of Ed that we received back in early February, that would be included in their budget.
What is that? Is that also grant monies or were you done?
Yeah, no.
Was that? Would that
The chargers,
also be
no.
eligible?
No, I think it's.
The
just-
chargers,
Be
no.
Incentivizing around cleaner.
Per the info we have from Dr. Brummett, it does not include the chargers.
Thanks.
And then finally, just the equipment replacement reserve, just annual contribution for purchasing or leasing equipment in upcoming years.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. I just see here that they have a remaining balance for painting. I imagine that's, just typical maintenance, but they haven't asked for additional funding.
What, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the painting for all schools.
Oh, for Board of Ed?
That's
Yeah,
correct, yeah.
typically, they won't do that until school's out. So even
Okay.
though they'll have a balance, they won't be scheduling that kind of work. Since you can carry it over the CIP, it doesn't, these balances
Sure.
don't go away. They carry from year
Yeah.
to year. They typically plan all their work starting as soon as school
I
is
see.
through the summertime.
Okay, thank you.
I just real quickly, I know that, I see it like a 200, almost a 200 grand increase from last year. That's just because costs are, things are more expensive.
That's the increased cost, and if you add equipment to the list,
Yeah.
then we budget every year the depreciation for that equipment for when you replace it. So every item more they add in the list, along with, we're seeing such an increase of cost to replace any of the vehicles or
Right.
machinery. And we were trying to make it be behind the 8 ball as it was.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That is it for pay as you go. We have the equipment reserve is next, which is on page 35 of your CIP book.
Welcome back.
So essentially, whenever the town purchases a vehicle or a piece of heavy machinery or equipment like a mower or excavator, it gets placed on a list and a replacement schedule based on like expected lifespan, depreciation, inflation. And then there's an appropriation from the general fund each year that goes in to cover these potential replacements. So this year, we're looking at $1.9 million to be appropriated, and then expected costs to be approximately $1.39 million with their ending reserve balance of $514,000. And the following pages following that show each departmental list of vehicles and equipment to be replaced and the schedule to replace them. So if you look on page 37, there are no vehicles scheduled to be replaced this fiscal year for general government. So that includes all the different towns, engineering, building, the senior center, facilities, the dial-a-ride buses, all of the general government vehicles and equipment. There's no scheduled purchases for the upcoming fiscal year. And the police, any questions? I don't want to go too fast.
I know last budget cycle, we had a lengthy discussion on vehicles, and we kind of had this habit of instead of replacing vehicles, we keep them for some reason. We assign them to somebody else. And so I just want to make sure we're making a good effort to, when we take a vehicle out of service, we actually take it out of service and don't increase our fleet. I think increasing our fleet If
We
it
are,
makes sense, it makes sense. But just to increase your fee to give someone else a vehicle doesn't make sense.
right, and we are doing our best to basically do a 1-for-1, absolutely. But there are times with added personnel, added staff.
Right, and those are
Yeah,
legitimate,
right, yeah.
legitimate issues, and
Yeah.
and rather than buy a new vehicle, we give them an old vehicle, I get it.
Yeah, we don't keep and maintain vehicles that are a detriment to the town. No, absolutely not.
Thanks.
Other questions?
Next, on page 39, you see the list of vehicles and equipment for the police department. There's expected to replace 3 vehicles this year, 3 Ford Explorers.
And will those be transferred for use to other departments or individuals?
That is dependent on the service life of that vehicle. So we have in the past given some of those vehicles or transferred those vehicles over to the fire department for the assistant chiefs.
Yep.
Yeah, for the assistant chiefs. So we'd have to assess that at the time when those vehicles come off.
Thank you.
Just one question, that first vehicle, the first Ford Explorer, so that one, I don't see a anticipated life cycle number, was that? But then I do see, obviously, the ones right below it are a year newer and have a life cycle of 8 years. Is 8 years also the life cycle for the 2015 and we're just a year late?
If we used the ARPA funds for that one last year. Like you said, not able to use ARPA.
Not able
It
to.
was actually, we used ARPA.
Oh, we
funds
did,
on that
okay.
one last year. Not sure what that wording was. something
That's right.
else. But yeah, we used ARPA funds on that. So
Okay,
that one you're not seeing on here included. But when the new one that we get for ARPA replaces it, it'll come on the list.
I understand, okay. Thank you.
Just one other quick question, just to explain back on 37 and to some extent on 39. When the older vehicles are not listed relative to depreciation, anticipated life cycle years remaining, is that because we are not planning to replace those, so therefore they're not in that same category?
Right, they've already been replaced.
Gotcha.
And just,
Okay, so then they're just,
Secondhand
they're the
ones.
ones
that
that Councilor Mankey was referring to
Yes.
that we've allocated in some way. And they're deemed still safe enough to drive, but,
yes,
okay, thanks.
So just like when you see the Explorers for the police department, if those were to go to the fire deputies, the
Right, right,
assistant,
right.
the fire deputies already have the replacement, so we're not planning,
Gotcha,
once they
gotcha.
get the hand-me-downs, we'll get rid of those.
Gotcha, thank you.
Hand-me-downs, all of that.
Next is fire department. They're looking to purchase 1 vehicle, I think a Tahoe, to replace an older vehicle, and then there would be a lease purchase, a lease payment on, I believe in ladder, a ladder truck.
Councilor Mankey, sorry.
This ladder truck is one we've already
It's a big one, we've already gotten it.
gotten it,
But
right?
we're
It's just a lease
reflecting
payment.
the lease payments in here. Yep.
Thank
And
you.
if you notice, we should be done the lease payments in 2006.
Okay.
That's the only lease we have currently.
For a fire truck, right. Thank you.
In the highway department, they're,
One more
sorry.
thing. The Ford, the Chevrolet Tahoe, that's not something we could cover off of one of the police vehicles that is being
Being retired.
retired.
well, it's in the vehicle replacement schedule, so that would probably be a discussion we'd want to have with fire as well. To be honest with you.
Is that the chief's car?
I believe that's the chief's car.
The chief's car, we've always given him a new. The deputies, we added because we took away their fuel allowance that we were
Okay,
giving
yeah, I
them.
got that.
And they didn't want them taking their personal vehicles to the scenes.
I got that. Okay.
So
So,
they get the older ones.
so this, if we replace the chief vehicle with another vehicle, this vehicle could then be used for some, could be moved down to the deputy chiefs.
Correct. Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Janet, a question arose at one point regarding the lease for, fire department vehicles, I'm talking about the engines, the trucks. Can you explain that? Because there's the lease and then there's the ownership, and I think there was some
So on the
confusion as
last
to what
vehi-
was being purchased. and how
The
it was
last vehicle that we got, this aerial,
funded. Yeah,
it took a long time. We actually started the lease payments before we ever, because you've got to pay for it when you order it.
right.
So we started the lease payments long before we, about a year before we actually got the
Mhm.
vehicle, because the backlog and the ordering it
Right.
and getting it. But yeah, it's a timing issue. When we order, we got to start the lease, but we won't actually get the vehicle, especially the fire ones, for at least another year or so.
Okay, and I think the question that came to me was, oh, we lease these vehicles, we don't own them. Yes,
We will.
we
It's a
we
lease to
do,
own.
it's
Yeah.
leased to
The
own.
end of the 5 years.
And that just,
we're getting it.
yeah, I just wanted you to
Yep.
clarify that.
Yep.
Thank you.
We don't give that one back, no.
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 No, we'll hang on to that
Transfer
one.
that to legal services. You want a fire truck?
Next up is highway. There is due for replacement, a dump truck and a heavy duty pickup. The pickup truck is not the one that was recently, there's another one that you allocated from ARPA funding to purchase. This is additional to that, correct? Right?
Yes.
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 And is this one used for plowing?
This one would be used, yeah, for
Yeah.
daily activity for projects and for plowing, yes.
Councilor Jacob?
Yeah, I'm just, not just for highway, but just curious, when we do get rid of a vehicle, no matter what department it is, I'm assuming we sell it or, I mean, the ones that we don't reuse, does that money then go back into the general fund?
It goes back into this equipment reserve
Oh, okay,
to help fund future.
For future, okay.
okay, thank you.
And the Silverado, that was not one of the vehicles, again,
Correct.
from
That's-
ARPA funds.
Correct, yeah, that vehicle, yeah, that was
Separate.
gonna be the department.
Yes.
Yeah.
Box.
Okay.
Yes.
So next year, when you see this list, when we get the, what was it, the other ones from ARPA and
The box truck
truck.
and the,
You'll see those on the list next year.
There were
Budget given year
three, I
for the
think,
depreciation.
vehicles.
there was the box truck, there was the pickup truck.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
I think there were
I think
three
that was it.
requested, but two were.
Well, yeah, there was another Tahoe requested that was not
Not,
included.
but not granted, yeah. So you'll see those two on the highway next year, when you see the equipment reserve.
Thanks. Any other questions? Moving right along.
Finally, in the Parks Department, there's two items up for replacement. One is a Bobcat and the other is a sweeper.
What was the second one?
A sweeper? Yeah.
Isn't the town on the sweeper?
This is, yes, we have two sweepers for roads. This is for turf, actually.
Oh,
They actually use it quite often for leaf collection in the parks.
Oh.
They, as opposed to blowing them, the machine will actually pick up the leaves. So they use it.
Oh, so it's
they use it-
not a big,
No,
not
it's
a big
it's
sweeper
much-
like a street,
Yeah,
okay.
no, it's much smaller.
okay, thank you.
Much smaller. It's a little bit bigger than a tractor.
Does it work on goose poop too?
That is a good question. I don't think there's any water in it. That's the problem.
Be running all day and all night and we would need
Yeah,
whatever.
we'd still.
The hallucinator's not working?
Right.
Any other questions on parks?
Okay, looks like next we are in your main budget book, in your operating budget book.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Sure. Take good care.
You too.
We know you will.
Steve, it's still raining out there.
So it's health, we're code 500. It's about halfway in your book.
Could I
Your
make a
operating budget.
request for a short recess?
Yes.
Second.
Choice. You have to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Second. Voted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
I have.
We'll go into a short recess.
she said code 500.
We'll reconvene back from recess. We are on to health, correct?
Public health, it's code 511 in your operating budget, about halfway through the book. It is a single, well, 2 line items, but it's a 10% increase. This is for our share of the Central Connecticut Health District costs. And this is a projected 10% increase based on past increases, but I don't think we're gonna know what the actual is.
I did talk to Mr. Brown the other day. He said that the finance committee had brought it over to the board. Just this week, they were meeting on it, and it looked about to be about a 6% at that time, but it won't be finalized until it goes out. They actually send theirs out for vote. So that won't be probably finalized till like, but he said you can kind of estimate a 6%.
Is that the per capita increase? Because I was at a meeting and he indicated it was gonna go up by like 50 cents. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. The technical supplies involved there, what is that for?
I think sometimes we supply them with some of their stuff when they do flu clinics.
I'm
So
sorry, repeat that.
when they do flu clinics and stuff for us,
We
we do
provide them.
supply them with a
It's
few things, nothing large.
hepatitis B vaccines as required for employees.
Yeah, so doesn't look like we had actuals last year, but
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it. Next is health services. These are just materials utilized by the Environmental Commission, $500 by item.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. I'll just say that, I know the Environmental Quality Commission, unfortunately, with the passing of Patty Foley, has struggled to get a quorum and struggled before then as well. God bless them. They do wonderful work. And I know that the Sustainable CT project has languished a bit and hasn't really gotten off the ground quite a lot. Just in my background, I understand that other communities that have successfully applied for the certification do so because they often have significant staff. And we have staff constraints. We have no staff to the Environmental Quality Commission. We have staff constraints that those other communities don't have. And so I'm interested just to chat with those still involved in the EQC to understand a little bit more about their perspective on the program long-term. And, you know, if they believe it's still something we should be pursuing, or if we should be taking portions of that great program and doing them ourselves in other ways. So I just wanted to say that for the record.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gonzalez.
I did not realize my hand was up. I apologize.
Oh. All right. Move on to Human Services next.
Carol is here. Do you want to let you, no? Okay. Carol did a great job with her budget request of keeping costs to a minimum, already a very small department as it is. So minimal increases, there you see a decrease to trend in some meetings and trainings. You do see a couple of minor increases. That one of them is for translator services for folks who speak different languages. And that's really about it. 2% increase in their budget. Most of which is just contractual increase, salary increase, that type.
But maybe not. Yeah, he does.
Counselor Mankin.
It's seasonal for 10, what's seasonal?
Seasonal is our staff that are part-time that drive our vans for some of our youth programs.
Okay. But it's more youth.
Yeah, youth related.
Thank you.
To the desk, and when she's speaking, I can't hear her.
Okay.
When people are in the audience, when I listen to it back, I cannot hear them.
Very good. Counselor Floyd.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Counselor Gonzalez was there.
Did you want me to repeat the answer to that question?
Yeah, that'd be great. Sure.
So seasonal is part-time employees that we use for our youth programs. They do transportation with our vans and program facilitation.
Thank you. So Janet, I know we were talking a little bit last time about AFSMI and how it's represented in this book and the presumptions that we're making, et cetera. And I know you had referenced a roughly 3% or so, give and take, 3%
Admin.
for, yes, for admin, a presumption of increase. I see here the full-time salaries, which includes admin, based on the narrative that's written here, anticipated raises for admin is about 1.9%. Can you just describe
There's,
that a little bit?
Carol's had some staff turnover.
Yeah.
So some of the people that have come in at a little bit lower rate than those that they're replacing.
I see. Okay. Great. And if I may,
Go ahead.
then a question around longevity. I know Councilor Menke had raised this last time, that his presumption was that we were phasing this out, and you affirmed that there was new information for me and some of us. And I'm seeing throughout the rest of the book that we're going to go through today, including starting here, just a slight increase in some of those longevity payments.
People who are grandfathered in.
That's
So it's new people joining the union, new people after the last contract is
Okay,
signed are
that's what I
not getting
assumed.
longevity.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez.
This is just kind of a general question for Carol. Human Services is a very important department, and I'm sure that you continue to see more and more need, yet your ask is not very big. You're not really, you don't have a large increase. Do you have everything you need with this? Do you have the staff you need? Do you have the things you need?
No,
I mean,
we are at plus capacity, limited capacity because of staffing. But we are asked annually to submit a 0% growth. So the only increases that I submitted were contractual increases, the addition of interpretation services, the addition of union dues for professional memberships. And
so this isn't really accurate of what your needs are. This is what you've kind of been told to send in, just keep it low and,
well, yeah, and I think that's true for most departments. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Draco.
Yeah, just to kind of follow up on that, it's not that I don't think any department's been told to, but I know Kathy, in the past, has been very cognizant of resources and whatever, and with what you have and what you do is just.
Oh, amazing.
It just does it
Absolutely.
amazing. So, thank you for that. And most other departments, I think, comply with that, although there are some that I think give a wish list rather than a reality list. But in any event, your budget is always
Just to be clear,
spot
though,
on.
the memo did not go out
Yeah.
this year saying 0% increase.
I just was asking because I know Human Services has such a need that continues to be more and more.
I can't take credit.
I just wondered if there was anything that you really, really need that you don't have, or,
Yeah,
like.
one thing I'd like to, because I know we talked about this a little bit before, but if you can explain how the interpreter service is going to use, it's not going to be a staff member, correct? It's going to be like a contract.
It's a contract with ITI, who is the state contractor. So we got it at a reduced rate, and we only pay it if we use it. We can pay for walk-in calls over the phone with immediate response, and we can schedule in-person, video, or phone meetings ahead of time in all languages, including American Sign Language.
Super, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's included under consultant special
Special
contract.
contract.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, again, I'll echo, you all do, excuse me, so much with limited amount, and that goes for other departments as well. But a question, and I think it might not be clear for many of us, that there are cannabis dollars coming in and there are SOAR dollars coming in, and how might that positively affect some of the work that you do, or where are those earmarked?
So the cannabis dollars, I'll let you answer SOAR, but cannabis dollars can be put against your department for specific functions. We estimated about 300,000 of her department's expenses will be covered by the cannabis dollars.
Wow.
The rest of that will go over into miscellaneous grants account, which Carol's gonna be working with the Board of Ed, I know, on some programs and kind of administering that to meet the requirements of cannabis money. SOARS is kind of your.
Yeah, and even on that, there will be room for expanding programming. That money has really just become available at this point, so
Do we have a dollar amount yet or
no.
no?
Well, we know we reached the 300,000.
We did reach the 300,000 to offset her operational expenses this month.
No, I'm.
Oh, SOAR?
SOAR, yeah. Do we have an idea?
Oh,
what-
SOAR, so
SOAR.
SOAR is different every year. This year we got 10,000. We did a regional program we partnered directly with Rocky Hill, Weathersfield and Berlin partnered, and then the two. So it's the
And
four
it was a
towns from the-
conversation that some of us were engaged in.
Yeah, so
Rocky
it's the
Hill.
4 towns from the health district. We work very closely on all of those kind of programming. And stretch that dollar. So that we
Thank you.
can offer.
Thanks for that,
programming.
yeah.
We also have, and I'm not sure what you're doing with it, so. We have the opioid settlement,
Right,
so that, I know Carol's gonna, I think you're working with other towns on.
to
that,
come up with
so, yeah.
recommendations and with John, on a regional group as well.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I've been in touch with Matthew Morgan at Journey Home over the last year, along with some other folks in and around Hartford regarding the homeless issue. And I have a ton of data that Mr. Morgan sent me. I'll keep it short and sweet. But we have a gap in the greater Hartford region of about $74 million, according to the data he sent me to most effectively serve our homeless folks. And in the numbers he sent me, we have, as of last year, 9 individuals from Newington who have been identified who utilize homeless prevention, shelters, warming shelters, overnight accommodations, case management services, and so forth. Most of it being delivered in Hartford because that's where a lot of those services reside. And so the conversation I've had with him is to see how Newington can do our part. Maybe thinking of it like in terms of per capita, in terms of creating a line item on our budget to start taking into consideration our unfortunate contribution as a town because of some of our residents ending up in Hartford and utilizing their services. So we don't have to get too deep in the weeds on this right now. I just wanted to ask us all to think about what would be a reasonable, and I don't mean to diminish the concept by saying it this way, but placeholder and a reasonable just starting dollar amount that we could use, whether it's from the cannabis monies or some other resources available to account for those 9 individuals by last count. It was 6, I think, the previous year. It's gone to 9, so that we can be part of the solution on a regional basis along with all of the other suburbs, because Hartford many times receives our residents. And then, a lot of towns say, we sort of walk away from that. Not that we don't do wonderful things for our residents. We do, thanks to you and your staff and other wonderful people in town. So I'm just saying I'd like us to think about how we can add that to our budget, which is to allocate X number of dollars to support the good work of Journey Home and the greater Hartford and greater Hartford effort to solve this homeless situation. So
I would say, I agreed. I would be open to conversations. Certainly the regional meetings that we're having with the opioid settlement money is kind of exploring addressing homelessness. My only caveat would be access to that. If we're submitting money into that, we need access. And we certainly have more than 9 people who faced homelessness in Newington.
agreed.
But they couldn't endure the difficult access procedure. So they couldn't stay on the phone forever. They couldn't be found out in the community to verify their homelessness. So there are some obstacles.
Agreed.
And I would totally be open. I think we're all on the same page that we want to address homelessness. But we would just want to make sure that we have some kind of direct access to
Agreed. And the
services.
community access networks, I think they're called through 211.
Mhm.
You speak to it, you live it, you work it, which is and having worked inpatient psych for years in Hartford, for folks going back out into the community, it's super frustrating and there's lots of barriers. So thanks. Yeah.
Counselor Floyd. Thank you. I'll ask my question and then I'll do the thank you. You'll always hear a thank you. On conferences, meetings and trainings, I see a slight cut and I didn't see it represented in the narrative that you provided. What was the reason? for
So
that?
part of that was to try and reduce some of the increases. And part of that was we have found an increase in availability of free training since COVID
Okay.
and online trainings.
Okay.
So
And thank you for that. I'll just say, every department pulls rabbits out of hats. I think you pull elephants out of hats. And that's not to say other departments don't pull other animals of different sizes out of hats. But it's just to say, I think you as a department perform absolute miracles. And for my part, I like to see, if not in this budget, in further discussions moving forward, ways that we can ensure you have to pull less animals out of hats. And I've tortured that analogy, but to decrease your burden a bit and ensure that you have the resources you need, whether it is through regional approaches, which I think are wonderful, or if it is natively here in Newington through your department, giving you the space and the resources that you need, the staffing that you need. Because the need in the community is not going away anytime soon. It's only growing. And I think we're setting ourselves up for real difficulties long-term if we do not get in front of the speeding train that is our residents' needs by adequately funding your department. So I'll just say that. This may well be more than adequate for the time being, and we can discuss more, and the discussions will be ongoing. But long term, I think we really need to not just talk about it, but look pretty clearly about how to make sure you don't have to perform as many miracles. So
thank you. I appreciate that support. And I will say, without our volunteer corps, we have an amazing volunteer corps. We get a minimum of 200 hours of service every month from our volunteers, and that doubles during October through January during our holiday program time. And my staff, I mean, they're amazing and they go above and beyond in every situation.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. That was
Thank you.
very well said, and that's what I was trying to say.
You said.
Any questions for Carolyn?
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You can go out in the ring now.
Next is Senior Disabled Center.
Yep.
44.
644. Again, this is a very small operating budget outside of salaries. Made a couple of reductions. Yes, I reduced my own budget request to trend in some contractual services. We rely very, very heavily on in-kind and monetary donations to operate with our programming and our services. So the materials and supplies, those types of things you're going to see are very minimal in our budget. One change we are asking for is a part-time clerical person, very entry-level part-time clerical person, to help with the volume of just phone calls and walk-ins, the sheer volume. Everybody in the office chips in, but it's entirely too much for one secretary to handle. During the pandemic, several positions, part-time positions were eliminated through attrition. Leadership at the time thought that senior centers would never recover from the pandemic to a full extent, and thankfully they were wrong. So we are at the point where we do need to get that part-time back. And that's really about it.
Because you're amazing. Do over there, really.
Counselor Mankey?
I just think with your budget and human service went before, somewhere it'd be good if we could report to the town, actually the volunteer hours that go into not only you folks, but the library has volunteers that help out. I don't think the town realizes, or they may realize a little piece of it, but they don't realize how many people volunteer, that if they didn't have those volunteers, we would have to put more staff on. And I think that somehow a yearly report on volunteerism, for all the people that use volunteers would be a good exercise. I think it would be good to show that, you know, first of all, that there is so many volunteer hours, but also it'd be good to show that people, I don't think some people know there's the option to volunteer. I think a lot of people say, oh, I'll say I'm doing something.
Yeah.
I'll say, oh, I didn't know you could do that. Well, yeah, you can. And if we had some list of all those things, maybe you get more volunteers, especially those people who maybe, not working or can spend some extra time doing something.
I don't know, I don't have the number of hours per month in front of me for volunteers at the senior center. We have a full-time paid staff of 7 and a volunteer staff of 92.
Right.
Wow.
So
I think
that's,
those, those numbers, if you add that to human services, to the library, to the fire department, to all those groups. I mean, the highway department has many volunteers, but those departments that use volunteers on a regular basis, if you had just had that number, I think it would be staggering to, And I know each of you recognize your own volunteers in your own way, and I appreciate that. But I think a holistic approach, a approach of the whole town with volunteers, and I think that it would be amazing.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. I completely agree, Councilor Mackey. I think that's a wonderful idea. I know that the town of Cromwell, for example, just about the point you made around access to these volunteer opportunities and knowledge of them, the town of Cromwell, I believe, has something of a, and this is through their senior center, I could be wrong, but has something of a volunteer core. So you can sign up, and the senior center not only sends you volunteer opportunities for the senior center, but that they work together with other community organizations to send you relevant volunteer opportunities. I think that's something we ought to look into, kind of a one-stop shop for really great volunteer opportunities. And I agree, obviously, the volunteers do an immense amount of work, and our town would not be what it is without them. And imagine that it is still often insufficient to meet the needs. And so the needs are just resounding. And even with the, wonderful volunteers we have, I think we still ought to, look at other ways that we can support. So thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez.
I think Councilor Mankey, that was an amazing idea and a great point that the community probably doesn't realize the amount of help that we get, the volunteers that, the library, human services, senior center, everything. And maybe that could be added onto our wonderful website as we try to do something with it that, hey, we're looking for, there's volunteers and, we have positions for volunteers or this or that. And maybe people could get used to that idea that they can go to this newer and improved website and find these opportunities. It could only help all the departments. That's all. I just think it's a very, very good idea.
Thank you, Counselor Gonzalez. Any other questions on senior center? Thank you for all that you do and everyone over there, and thank you, Barbara, for stepping up while you've been away. Move on to 6:45.
6:45 is dial-a-ride. This is mostly the salaries. The maintenance items are just minor for things like washing the buses or printing out the little passes that we use. So it's mostly salaries. Things like the vehicle maintenance, purchasing would fall under CIP and the highway department budget. So in this one, Janet, if you could help me out, I think some of the increase is due to a transfer for that clerical position. Yeah. Which is where that is coming from. Other than that, it's pretty well flat to last year.
If I may.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. How many, just remind me, I remember reading the number, how many dial ride drivers do we employ?
We have one full-time driver who is the lead driver. She also is responsible for the scheduling of the routes each day.
Okay.
We have one part-time driver, but it's a 28 per hour week. It's a almost full-time part-time driver. And then we have a vacancy for a 19-hour per week driver. And that vacancy has been vacant for about over 2 years now, I think. We've not been able to get anybody to fill that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You've been using the Board of Ed.
We have.
drivers, yeah. 'cause
We-
Oh, have you really?
We utilize substitute drivers between the school bus runs. So to help out sometimes when one of our two drivers is out sick or on vacation, and then on certain days when our volume is very high, we could borrow a driver from the Board of Ed for a couple hours
I
a day.
see, okay. And do they get then paid, those folks that step up to the plate, they get paid at the same rate as those other drivers, or do they get paid at a rate set by the Board of Ed?
They get paid at their existing rate, I believe.
Whatever the
Yeah.
Board of Ed
Yeah.
is,
Okay.
then the Board of Ed will tell me each month how much they had in payroll. That's for the senior center.
Got it.
And I will do the entry for that.
Thank you.
Councilor Badrego.
Yes, yeah, just, following that train of thought. So when the Board of Ed drivers, like during the summer or school vacations, whatever, they automatically become available to you? I mean, how does that work?
There's not really a straight answer to that. Some of them make themselves available and say they'd like to, and some don't want to drive dial-a-ride buses. I would say on average, we probably have about 3 or 4 available to us at any given time if we need it. But we have 4 buses in operation, but really one is just a backup. So we have 3, theoretically, the full-time and the part-time driver have 1. We should have our 19-hour week driver, which is vacant, have 1. So that leaves 1 more if necessary.
Thank you.
Councilor Nato.
I just wanted to add that trying to fill that position is unusual because the hours are not continual. Like school bus drivers, there are certain times where they work and then there's a gap where there just is no need. So it isn't as easy as one might think to replace someone for doing that. Typically, you don't have to go into detail. What are the set times for the use for the senior center of buses for dial-a-ride? Is there just spotty, or is it like school bus drivers, there's a certain time of day? And you could mention just briefly what they are limited to do in terms of providing a service to senior and disabled.
So in-town dial-a-ride is an internal program. It's separate from the out-of-town service that we share with a couple of other towns. It is available to anybody over the ages of 55 and up, or any disabled adult 18 and up for service in town. You need to make a reservation a day in advance for your ride, so it's not an on-demand. We are available to take people to and from doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, pretty much anywhere in town. So the library, town hall, or senior and disabled center, grocery stores, banks, hairdressers, pretty much anywhere to go, but we prioritize medical appointments and times when we're short-staffed. And then to and from programs at the senior and disabled center. It is available most days from about 9:30 in the morning, or our first pickups, and our last drop-offs would be around 3:30 in the afternoon. You purchase a dial-a-ride ticket. It reads 24 rides or 12 round-trip rides, costs $8.40. So it's a very minimal cost to the user.
Thank you.
Deal.
And there's financial hardship.
Yes, we do waive the fees when there's financial hardship. Separately from that, we have grant funding for out-of-town medical rides that we share with Weathersfield and Rocky Hill, in which folks can make reservations for medical trips only to 8 area towns, and that is under the same $8.40 ticket.
Thank you.
All right. 71.
Commission on Aging and Disabled, this is a small line item with a slight increase. We were able to get a clerk to do our minutes for that commission. Other than that, they have some printing and binding costs, and their contribution and subsidies, that $1,200 is because the Commission on Aging hosts the volunteer dinner every year, and that's the cost related to that.
Sorry, Councilor Badrego,
No,
sorry.
this is just, because I'm thinking of another, budget discussion we're gonna be having relatively soon. The printing and binding, I've noticed in almost all the town departments, you indicate reduced to trend. Now, does that mean a reduction to the amount printed or the cost?
Typically in the departments we've talked about so far, it's the amount. We're printing less than we
Okay.
used to,
Thank you.
fewer items.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Mackey.
Just a quick question on, you said this also includes the annual volunteer dinner?
Correct,
But that's in the 1,200?
correct. because the Commission on Aging technically hosts that dinner and they technically present the Volunteer of the Year award.
Yeah,
That's where
I've
that
been,
comes-
and how
yeah.
many, just because it came up on another item of how many people are usually there?
I think we have 70 to 80. We had 84 last year, I think.
Always good chicken.
We also get donations, contributions for this as well. So we do, it costs a little bit more than $1,200, but a lot of places chip in.
$73.
This is the Human Rights Commission. I'm not actually sure what these other contractual services are, but it's no change to last year. It's $750. See if I can find it. What? The 750, yeah, it's other contractual services, but I don't have a note on it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's, under Human Rights Commission, we use it for our presentation.
Speakers and.
That's very minimal.
The library.
Now, moving on to the library, 710. We have folks in the library here.
Third on 7-Eleven.
So as with other departments, these are broken down for the library, broken down into subsections like library departments. And the first one is library administration. This is a 3% increase. It's, I believe, pretty much all in salary increases. Other than that, they're very minor changes.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. In data services, we are on 7-Eleven, correct?
Yep.
Thank you. In data services, does that only include the connect fee or is anything else represented there?
Most of it, most of that number is with, we belong to a consortium of 33 libraries. So that's our fee, our portion of the fee to be part of the consortium, which includes the online catalog. It includes the database of all the library materials. It includes the database of patrons, and they maintain everything. And the other nice thing about being part of the consortium is we share resources. So we can borrow from any of these libraries and it will be sent to the library and then we'll send it back to the owner library when the patrons send it. So it's a nice cost savings for us because obviously you can't buy everything that our patrons want, or you don't want to because it really doesn't fit into the community's needs, but we can get it for other patrons.
As you said, it's very convenient on the end user.
44,000, almost 41,000 of it is budgeted for those services.
Wow, okay.
The other
Majority of it is.
other miscellaneous is like,
Downloadable audiobooks.
well, barcodes, there's a few other services for cataloging, that's all
Okay.
considered data services.
Okay, so it's really some good thing.
Yeah.
I knew I was gonna ask him that one.
Thank you. Appreciate
that.
Thank you.
Just to, if we can go back to personnel, I see you're keeping the same personnel, you're just moving them around in categories. So you aren't adding any personnel at this point for this.
Not in this department, yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we'd like,
Not
well,
in-
like to add somebody, but we're not going to this year, but in our department, we're fully staffed.
Okay, but you're just moving people from, I see sometimes it goes from 3% to 7%, or you're moving back around, right?
Well, you're talking about outside of administration.
I'm talking code 700 where it's just the personnel summary.
Oh, the person. You got the overall, yeah, there's a,
So what it looks like, so you can
yeah.
follow along.
Well, I think the difference in the total personnel summary is that last year, we added the full-time team position.
Right.
So that altered some of the numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councilor Page.
What's matter? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Was the position that, talk about pulling rabbits out of hat, by the way. Y'all do that, but was the position that you referenced that you might like is a youth related position?
No, the position that, so in 2020, we, through attrition, like what Jamie was saying, we had 2 open positions and they were unfunded. So one of them was funded last year, the team position.
Gotcha.
This year, we still have 1 full-time position that has not been funded. And it actually, that position touches 3 departments.
Can you just speak a little bit to what the impact of that is on service?
Well, the position is, part of the position is collection management, which is tech services, so it's the processing of materials. Part of it is being on the public reference desk and doing reference work as well as doing community services work, which is outreach and programming.
Right.
And then the other part is they would also do some work in circulation as well.
Gotcha. So it's all important stuff.
It is, it's 35 hours a week that we don't have a funded position. So everybody's been covering that since 2020. And as I was telling Jamie, the difference is that in 2020, you know, your numbers tanked because we were closed. So you could kind of just pick up all the duties of that position. And as we reopened, it wasn't as big a deal, but we're back to mostly our pre-COVID numbers. And yet we're down a position.
Got you.
And it's a full-time
And
position.
that explains some of the overtime numbers.
No, the overtime's only Sundays.
That's
We don't
Sunday
have
numbers.
overtime.
That's Sunday.
We don't have overtime.
We opened
Oh,
up Sunday.
I
So
assume.
what we do, what we're having to do is you cut back what we can do. for-
got
And
you.
mostly, a lot of the community.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
That's unfortunate. All right, but thank you.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
If that position were to be funded or to be included,
Mhm.
do you have an estimate or a specific dollar amount that would be?
I think that it was in the
68, 64, 68,000.
4,000, I think it was.
And that would be, how would we see this across different?
Well, it's,
departments or-
usually what they do is they put it into, you'll see like 70% is in one of the accounts and maybe 30% in another. This is the other thing is this is actually a full-time professional position that's unfunded. So a
Would this be-
librarian with a degree, basically.
And with this, I'm trying to recall, they're a union,
It would be a
Position,
Yeah,
it
any
would be-
full-time position is union. Other than, somebody had.
Keep in mind that you'd have to include the benefits.
Right,
line.
exactly. It's
Not
not
the
just
benefits, not just
okay,
salary.
right.
You'd be hitting other departments.
Right, exactly.
Next is 712 Library Children's Service. Again, very small increase. There were some changes in reduction in part-time due to changes in staff. And then some other, I believe the contractual services decrease was an offset.
We had a new position. Yeah, I think it's just, new people came in at different rates, that kind of thing.
Counselor Floyd. Thank you. Just public circulation material. Those are just the cost of books in part.
It's print and digital.
Okay.
materials.
Understood. Thank you.
713?
Preference and community service, we just talked about part of this. This is one of the departments in which that Lisa's requested full-time position would fall into. For the sake of full transparency, Lisa, to her credit, did request that position. That full-time position too had been eliminated during the pandemic by a previous town manager. One was refunded last year,
That's the team
reinstated last year. Lisa did request to have one reinstated this year to be shared between this and another department. So you could see the difference in the manager proposed and the department request in that first line under full-time salaries. And now I feel bad about it, but it's one of the ones that I had recommended perhaps waiting another year, but certainly, you know, any discussion you have on that. I just wanted to clarify where that shows up in the budget. And that is the major change in that budget. Other than that, again, it's just change in part-time and some increase in circulation materials.
Counselor Menke?
I think this highlights one of those, again, my request to have a list of what the departments think they needed to do their jobs and what we're funding through the town manager's budget, just so we can compare that to what the Board of Ed is saying they need to fulfill their mission as I think in both cases, neither one of us is getting what they want. But I think it's important to know that because I think in the general public out there, it's always that the board gets less than they want, but we get everything we on the town side. I use that term, the royal we. On the town side, we get whatever we want, and that's not always the case. There's a lot more requests from the town side that get not funded in the process than the general public thinks. And I think the general public just hears about one side of the equation, not the other side. So I think that's why a total would be really important, I think, to say.
Individual sheets you're looking at here, but I can give you that.
Because, but I don't think the general public goes individual sheets. They just think, well, they asked for this and we gave them this, and we asked for this and we got this.
On the page one, you can see what the Board of Ed and then the town manager,
Yeah.
but you don't see that. for the
Right.
town.
So I think that'd be important, an important exercise. And this is just another example of why that would be important.
Counselor Nagel?
I think unlike other additions for positions over the year, it's adding to something, and we need to reemphasize that this is a position that was there.
Right.
It is not something new to be added, and there is a need, what's previously been explained, to reinstate it. I think that's a better way of putting it, so that the library can work in the capacity that it has several years ago, prior to pandemic, when it was funded, to bring it back to where it once was, not to increase or to add. And whatever we do with this, the public needs to be aware that this isn't just a request for a new position outright. It's to reinstate something that has been a need for quite a few years. No question, just a statement.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Mayor Rada?
Well, following up with Counselor Nagel, during COVID and now that we're supposedly post-COVID or post-crisis, what you have done as with Human Services, excuse me, and other departments, what you have done with the resources that you have requested and that have been provided, excuse me, is amazing. You have gone above and beyond and I think continued some of the services that you initiated during COVID, for which the town and folks in other towns are extremely grateful. And I think that's important for people to know that with somewhat limited resources and a consideration to the overall town budget, that you are doing above and beyond. So thank you.
Counselor Nagel?
I just to add what Kim said, those of us, including Kim and myself, who are liaisons to the library, as many of us who belong to different boards, we tend to believe that the town knows more than what it knows about what the functions are and what amazing things our department does, and the library has done under various different circumstances. So I just want to reemphasize and restate what Councilor Rada has said.
$714.
This is a small line item for maintenance and operation of the library. It's 4% increase is about $1,100. It's just some minor changes to salaries and contractual services. I mean, I think that's security camera fees. Is that $200 increase?
Yes.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you. Could I just ask if this is a young and new question? So I'll just ask, as far as facilities maintenance goes, you take on a portion of that. Does facilities take on another larger portion of that? They do.
We have a person that comes in the morning and he sets up rooms for the meetings.
Okay.
And he does light maintenance.
I
Anything
see.
he can do, he'll do. So if we put in a work order in facilities, he'll take care of it. They're wonderful about making sure the building is taken care of.
Great.
But we have this person that is able to do like change a light bulb. We don't have to put in a work order in facilities to come over. We can do it ourselves.
Great.
There's things we can do ourselves.
Thank you.
Me included, just saying.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Right now.
Counselor Draco?
Yeah, can you just comment on the vandalism? Is it increasing? Is it stabilized? Has it gone down?
Vandalism hasn't been bad, honestly. which is nice. The only thing what we're having problems with are patron behavior problems and all that. Some of it's mental health issues, some of it is just awful patrons. You have to call the police, but nothing to damage, no damage to the buildings.
It's just disruption behavior or
Yeah, some of it's pretty bad. But some of it, as far as the building itself, we're not having that right now, which is wonderful.
Thank you.
Counselor Page.
I guess a couple comments. Thanks, Mayor. One is relative to that comment. I didn't know that that was the case. In some municipalities, many times they're larger spaces where they're having clinicians come in for a portion of the week, whether it's a social worker, licensed professional counselor, et cetera, come in and provide services and support to patrons who may have mental health or psychosocial challenges as a support to work in collaboration, coordination with leadership in the library. So I don't know if that's a reality or a realistic consideration down the road. And then the other would be, if you could just very briefly, for some of us who aren't crystal clear on it, what the relationship is between, I think, sort of what I would call the trinity of the town's role with the library and our responsibility, the Friends of the Library and the trustees, both administratively and financially. Can you just speak to that briefly so we can understand that? Because there are certain things that certain entities cover and are responsible for, yes?
Thank you,
So-
Mitch.
My name is Diane Stanley, and I'm the president of the Lucy Robbins Wells Inc. Library Board. So that you nicely, you much more eloquently call it the Trinity. I call it the three-legged stool. If you think of our library as the seat or the footpad of the stool in our community, we actually have three support structures. So we have the original Lucy Robbins Wells for the library. The library was created through a donation from the Lucy Robbins Wells family, right? Her daughters got together, donated some money. She had her nephews run her estate. They built the building in the library, and 80 years ago, the Lucy Robbins Wells Library Inc. Board gifted the use of that building as a free library. According to state statutes, it has to be a free library, right? You don't come in and pay 10 cents for a book, right? You come in and you get your book and you get your services, your programs free as that goes out. In that agreement, and if you go back to 1939 and you read those handwritten notes, you can see that the town took their offer of a free library and agreed to maintain the library. So the town pays for the staff. We were talking about the staffing as well. The town pays for the electricity, right? Pays for the cleaning service that comes in as we go through the collections and what happens from that end. The town has budget constrictions. There's another leg of the stool that many libraries have. I don't think any of them have as great an organization as we have, but the Friends of the Library, all volunteers. The book sales that they do, the pop-up book sales that they did through COVID, the winter fests that they do, that all raises money and actually pays for about 80 to 90% of the programs that you see advertised. They also pay for the Friends newsletter that goes out, tells you what's going on, what's happening, and all of the stuff that's going on from that end. And then the third leg of the stool would be the Board of Trustees, right? That's how the library, the building was created. The trustees, many years later, bought the land. There used to be two houses between what the library is now and the mini Garfield parking lot, right? And it all appears to be one parking lot now. But the board purchased with funds that they had raised and received through legacy departments. They bought those two pieces of land. They cleared those two pieces of land looking for the library expansion, which is right around the corner, right? So planning ahead, doing that, but that's something that the trustees do in terms of promoting, keeping, surviving the library. But we don't pay for the light bulbs. We don't change those light bulbs. The Board of Trustees is filled with volunteers, okay? We are always amazed at what staff does. One of the things that you may or may not know is that Lisa, or the director of the library, actually reports to two people, the town manager and the Board of Trustees. So the Board of Trustees writes reviews as part of the hiring and change of positions, should anything happen or come forward, right? So if for some reason the current director is no longer willing to be the director of the library, then the board would be involved in those hiring decisions as well, search and hire as that goes through. So that's kind of where the three of them come from and what happens in that area. But the board also sets policy. So we're talking about disruptive behavior. We're talking about book bannings. We're talking about all sorts of other things that goes on. That's the management part of the board, right? And it's our goal or our mission, as we were talking to some the other day, to make sure that we are providing a lifelong learning opportunity, right? If you think about it, the library has programs for infants all the way to the end of your life cycle. It serves everybody in the community, not just a certain segment of the community as it goes through that. And the library does more than just having books, just having a program. It's also socialization. It's a place where people can come in and have access to tools that they might not have at home. One of the things that the board funds that the town does not fund were hotspots, right? During COVID, during everything else, a lot of people didn't have Wi-Fi or didn't have consistent access to Wi-Fi. We got some hotspots in, so people can check out the hotspots and have access to Wi-Fi when it goes in there. That's not something that typically shows up in town council budget, but it's something that the library tries to fund along with collections. And nobody mentioned it here, but I just want you to know that in 12 years, the library has not increased their collections budget because it has always been either directly requested or inferred that we're at a 0% increase. That means that we don't buy the materials that we used to buy. It's also impacted by the fact that the digital materials cost a lot more and they tend to be subscriptions. So we have to figure out how to fund, how to keep that going. And I know that the town recently approved 1,000 more homes in Newington. How are we going to support the needs of our community if we don't support growth, not only in the materials collection, but in the spacing and in the staffing of places like the library? So I think, you know, some of these decisions roll into the others, and it's going to take every leg on that stool to make that happen, right? To make sure that we can fund our libraries, that we can continue to provide the services to our community. So I'm sorry if it turned a little bit into a sales pitch, but I think it's important to realize that a digital book is not the same as a hardcover, right? If you go out and you buy a hardcover book, say it's $16, you have that book until it disintegrates. And we don't really let them disintegrate because we send them into the little book hospital and we put them back on the shelf. For a digital book, you can buy the subscription for that. And sometimes you can keep that for 12 months, or sometimes you can keep it for 15 rentals, and then it disappears. So when we say
Interesting.
we've maintained that collection, what in your life has maintained the same price for 12 years? What shirt, what jacket, what loaf of bread, dozen eggs, nothing, right? The same thing for our collection. So I think the staff is amazing. I think that we get accolades from people that use our library because of the staff. And they do more with less. And I think they have to do more with more. So we haven't put increases into this budget, but it's coming. There's no way that we can keep the accolades, that we can keep serving our community without investing in some of the tools that the library needs to serve the community. So those are the three-legged stools, but that's where we need to be.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Nagel?
Thank you. I think it's important to remember the statements that just have been made, because they will be important for future things that we need to discuss in connection with the library. It's a unique relationship that the town has, and it's an important one. And it helps us to, if we remember what has been stated, and I know it's been stated many times over the years in various ways, but many of us have not been on the council for that many years, or prior to this council, that's an important thing to remember. And the position the library holds, aside from just being a building that has books, which is way more and far from the truth. I'd raised my hand before the presentation, so I'll ask the question or an explanation. At the recent library board meeting, there was a discussion concerning security cameras, and you alluded to a reason for why they are. Can you explain to those of us, except perhaps Councilor Rowd and myself, why that conversation came up and the importance of something that needs to be done concerning security cameras in the library without giving away trade secrets, if you know what I mean?
Well, they originally were added because of theft. We had a real problem years back. They've been useful more with problem behaviors because you can see the people that are, you don't want to have them in areas obviously that are going to show patron information or what people are doing on a computer, that kind of thing. There's some privacy issues, but we put them in areas of the library, more like the openings, and we have one up in the children's area, more for safety reasons, but we've used them more because if we've had to go back to a problem, you can go back and look at the camera and you can look for the person if you have the right view. And it has been helpful in some cases for identifying those people if we have to talk to the police, or just notifying staff who these people are to watch out for these people when they come in. They're not everywhere in the library. I think we had 8.
Is there any budgetary difficulty given what has been discussed so far in connection with specifically cameras and usage of them and maintenance?
The amount you see in there is really the maintenance fee at this point. We've already installed them, we paid for that. So it's really the maintenance fee. And we put in the increase, it's kind of a guess because they won't tell you what it's gonna be, but we're kind of guessing what the increase might be. But as far as the maintenance, unless we add more, but the thing, when you add more, you add a cost. This is all part of the town, it's all part of a townwide system too. So, and you have to be really thoughtful about where you put the cameras as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Tiniakis?
Yeah, so like what Councilor Nagel had mentioned, it's a definitely unique relationship. I haven't seen it in most other towns. So I just wanted to get like clarification on it. So the board, they own the library, right?
You own the building.
You own the
and
building.
that it's
Okay, and then
the town paid.
got it. And so is there like a financial stake when it comes to that? Like if like a new person wanted to come in and be a part of that board, would they have to put in like a financial something like that, or is it just like an approval process?
The board is made up of volunteers, and when the original transfer or the quasi-public private relationship between the board and the town was handled, we had 9 corporate members, which is anybody in the town, and you don't actually even have to be a resident of the town to sit on the board. Maybe you work in the town, run a business in the town, or you just prefer our library. And then there are 6 positions that are town appointed. 3 are Democratic representatives and 3 are Republican representatives. And the town council appoints them, and they can determine if doesn't have to be a Republican or a Democrat on that, but it's a 3 and 3 split. So if you didn't have enough people interested under one heading, you could find somebody that doesn't fit that heading. You could put in an unaffiliated member or somebody else in that, but it would count as the representation for that. So you do have 6 people appointed by the town and 9 people that are what we call corporate members or volunteers that are not associated with the town government.
Okay. And then do you communicate with the town manager as far as like when it comes to like policy and stuff like that? Because I know you report to both of them. So is that like tough to have 2 different people in your ear when it comes to like, who you have to report to?
No, I think that they'll do my evaluation and send it to the town manager, so the town manager can see from their perspective how you're doing, and then your evaluation would be done by the town manager. But no, it hasn't been challenging. I mean, I think if you keep the town manager well informed, that alleviates a lot of the problems.
Okay. And then you guys have a book sale coming up soon, right?
We do.
Okay, yeah, I want to make sure, my fiance is very excited, so, yeah, okay,
And that's the Friends organization that does that.
nice, nice.
And then the board is gonna have a road race on May 19th. That's their fundraiser.
I'll see you there. Nice, thank you.
He's doing it twice.
You're laughing us.
I'm walking.
Yeah.
I usually sit on my front steps and watch.
Oh, you're joining.
That's it, exactly.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Just, 2 points. One, Diane, you commented on, the importance of the library as, a social space and socialization. 2 years ago, maybe, the Friends of the Library did, an activity called I Love Lucy Because. And people came and you paid your $1 or $2, whatever it was, and you or your child did you all remember, why we all loved Lucy. And so many of the comments were about the importance of socialization, that they came to the library because of the interactions that they have with other individuals, maybe because they're retired, they're a single person, they're a widow or widower, who knows what the reason was, but that was, that came out very, very strongly in these responses, and people didn't put their names down. These were, I think, essentially anonymous, and then they got posted all over the library, these little hearts that looked great. But the library makes a huge impact in people's lives. That said, can you talk a little bit, Lisa, about the impact related to the connection between the library and the schools? Because I don't think people know enough about that connection and that relationship.
Well, especially having a teen librarian now, it's been wonderful. We work with, starting really with the daycare and preschools. We start bringing the kids into the library at a young age. We have a program now that will bus the children in with the local area daycares or preschools on a rotating basis on a Friday morning. So they'll do a story hour, but it's teaching them how to ride in a bus. It's teaching them how to sit down in a story time, because they're gonna have to do that in class. So we're working with them about literacy, but socialization skills, but they start at a young age. So a lot of our, like in the children's department, they reach out to the school starting in kindergarten, and we bring the kindergartners in right away. We have class visits. We do them in the fall and in the spring. So we do the younger children, I believe, in the fall to get them. A lot of them have never been in the library necessarily. So we want to try to get them a library card. And we want to let the parents know what's available to the parents. But the staff does a really good job reaching out to the schools. We'll go into the schools. We send staff into the schools on a regular basis for outreach, but we also are bringing them into the library so they can see the library, see what we have to offer. And the importance of the card for them is that we have homework online databases that can help them with homework that they can use from home. We have books that they can check out. Some of the kids, and we also let the kids pick a book out and check it out themselves when they come to visit, because it's, for them, it's exciting to do that. I mean, if they're more jaded when you get to third and fourth. But
Really?
staff does a really good job about, attending the open houses. They'll go to the picnics if they have them. We have the English teachers, which they call it language arts now, right? They will reach out to, especially in the middle school age, they'll ask our staff to come in and talk about new books, or we'll do online, or it's like a virtual book talk for the students. We'll record something and the teachers will show it. Bailey was just saying that one of her videos, they did an online book discussion for 5th and 6th graders, and we have a YouTube station, and they posted it on YouTube. We had 33,000 hits, so it's not just Newington, but they're out there talking about the books. But they asked the librarians to come in or to do this to get kids interested, because they do have to read, right, when they're in all different levels. But with the younger kids, we have been working really hard, and they've developed really good relationships. The middle school, now that we have the teen librarian, the teen librarian kind of hits, you have that 12 to 18 is really considered like a teen, but the tweens, we're also trying to hit them as well. So the teen librarians and the children's librarians will work together to go into the schools, the middle schools, and to keep the kids interested. But also the big thing is to tell them what we can do from them from home for homework, to let the parents know. So we are constantly inviting them in, or we're going there ourselves to try to show the teachers and and the students what we have to offer. And, you know, we work even with the summer reading programs. They're gearing up right now to go in schools in May to talk about the summer reading programs. And we're trying, some years we've had the teachers on board that kind of really almost, you know, are pushing their students to join. But it's a way to keep them from, you know, reading during the summer. But I'm really proud of the way the staff constantly is thinking up new ideas to do outreach with the teachers and with the school librarians. And they, you know, they talk to the principals, they talk to these curriculum coordinators for the Board of Ed, things like that, to try to see what we can do to help them.
Do you also work with, or have connections with, homeschool students,
We do.
homeschooling groups?
We do. The homeschool students, a lot of them will come into the library for different things, but they do work with them to provide resources, especially if the parent is homeschooling and is requesting different resources that they're teaching their child right now. They can put together materials for them and recommend them.
Wow.
Don't we have the STEM program, and then don't we also buy?
We
items
just,
for our collections?
we just got a grant for about $4,000 for, to offer STEM, programming throughout the summer. So there's gonna be a lot of science-based programming that we can offer. And the nice thing about this is we can bring in, programmers or performers to come in and do this for us. But we're gonna be doing a lot, and it's gonna also allow us to supplement the collection. There's a lot of areas of the collection that probably really needed to be beefed up. So now we have some money that we can do that are all science and math related. And then we also will, like the nutmeg books that the schools all talk about. This is like the time of year when they start voting and, you know, they come out with the new nutmegs. We will purchase print and digital copies, multiples, for the kids to be able to read during the summer. So we do that on an annual basis as well.
Thank you.
Counselor Pacheco?
Yeah, you've talked about, you know, the socialization with children and students. And in addition to the wonderful things that you do, I mean, but the youth have, you know, classroom interactions, they have family, they have friends, whatever. Can you speak a little bit about some of the needs of our seniors in our community, what you do, or do you do any kind of outreach? Because that's where I think a lot of the isolation, there's limited mobility, and they're more familiar with it, let's say, the traditional offerings of a library. And we have an awful lot. I think we have a significant number of facilities for the aged within the town of Newington.
Great. So we do outreach to the several of the senior living facilities in Newington on a monthly basis. We will actually bring them books and they can check them out right there. We'll bring them DVDs if they want to watch them, you know, like a movie for the group. I think we do a lot of programming, like we try to do a lot of adult daytime programming too, because that's when you're gonna get a lot of the seniors coming in on a regular basis. A lot of times they're running between the senior center and the library to hit their programming. But for some of them, you know, they are alone, and that this is their socialization. This is how they're people, and they get comfortable, they meet new people. One of the challenges we have, like with this position that I was talking about, and I'm not pushing for it this year because I know what kind of situation we're in, but even for next year, part of what this position would do would be to help us do more outreach for older adults, because we have one person that can do it. And she also has a lot of other things she has to do. But I will say that the Greater Federation, the General Federation of Women's Clubs, we started a program during COVID called Books for You. And it's a home delivery system that we do. So we have people that will reach out to us, they'll fill out a form, and they can either request books or they can tell us the kind of books they want. And the volunteers between the library and this other organization deliver the books to the house. And then we pick them up when they're done reading them. So we really expanded that thanks to this, kind of collaboration with this group. But, and then, we have, I think what we try to do with a lot of the senior programming is, you don't want to overlap necessarily with what the senior center is doing. Sometimes we will collaborate if we can. But there is a need for more to do for that age group. I think a lot of them are lonely. And sometimes we're their people every day. They come in every day just to read the newspaper. They come in every day just to see somebody. But also we know that there are people that can't make it in as well. But I think the senior living facilities, we're trying to get into more of them, and they're starting to expect us to come in monthly, which we are trying to do, but they're very happy that we can come in and bring them some. Some of them are regular library users that can't come in anymore. So we're bringing them the materials and
The
stuff.
activities directors, I know sometimes they're stretched because they have an awful lot. And the cognitive and physical capabilities of the residents differ widely. So I'm sure you would be a welcome, your staff would be a welcome addition to at least serving some of their
Right,
population.
exactly. We're
Thank you.
happy to do it.
On to 716?
715 is collection,
715, I'm sorry.
collection management.
Yeah,
This is where the remainder of that position that was requested would have been in collection management. And then other than that, I think it's just a reappropriation for binding, printing and binding to decrease.
This is the department that does all the processing of any new loan. That Diane was saying, repairs, anything like that that's related to the collection is in this department.
That's all.
That back room, you never see it. You never see it.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. In technical supplies, what do you anticipate your utilization is for this year? Or what is it up to date?
Well, technical supplies they're really the like the covers of the books.
Sure.
There's all that stuff. So usually we the security tags, things like that. So we usually use everything in there.
The full
Yeah.
$8,100 or so? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
DVD cases and everything.
Yeah, everything you can imagine.
You are, you get it. I ask a lot of the same questions over and
This is
over.
another reason why we are going to, after budget season, we're going to schedule a tour of the library. for
That's right.
All of us. We'll be like the little ducks following.
Yeah.
You'll be amazed at what they do.
716?
Circulation, this is almost entirely salaries, and you'll see an increase in part-time due to some raises and I believe a degree, a bump up for somebody who's about to get a degree,
Correct.
a master's degree. Other than that, it is pretty well flat.
Counselor Vijay?
Can I just ask a question? You indicated 113,636 people visited the library, but does that count like online visits,
No,
phone
that's
calls,
physical.
whatever?
That's
This is
physical.
physical. So really the utilization is higher
Right.
in this. Okay, thank you.
730?
This is a $30 item. It's been a $30 item for as long as I've been here. It's interest from a very old account, a book fund that somebody established when 1937 or something like that.
I think
Yeah.
we were looking at it,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
if you notice, the actuals last year, when we actually were making interest, was 406. And we give it over to the library every year for them to purchase materials.
Is that one of those that's structured in such a way that you're not supposed to ever touch it in perpetuity?
Just the interest, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just the interest, so. So that's why sometimes when we're getting 0.1%, you only have $50.
Sure. Deputy Mayor Adams?
Something that just came to mind that when we talk about how what a resource the library is, and I can never figure this out correctly, that when you take out a book and you get your little paper that you stick in the back or use as a bookmark, it indicates that what you would have spent if you had purchased the book talk about that? I mean, I always thought that was fascinating.
Well, there's a calculator that kind of factors, like if you go to a library program or you check out a book or you use other services, how much money you're actually saving. So notary service, we do have 2 notaries at the library, is free. I mean, it's not every single document, but it's it is something that, you know, if you were to, you might have to pay $5 or $10 if you went to. So there's a calculator that can actually factor how much you would have saved with each visit by the number of books you checked out, or just if if you came to a program that did what you say, but you might have paid if you had gone to this program. Just so that people are aware of, like, when they come in, the usage and what, by using it, it's free, but, well, that's, as Tim was saying, I think free is relative, but, because someone's paying for it, but to them, they don't have to pay for this service when they come.
But it places a
A value
actual value.
on each service that they use at the library, right?
Thanks so much for being here today. Thank you for answering that question. Much appreciated. I'm looking forward to the tour. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for everything you do.
Thank you for your time, and as I said, thank you for your service.
Absolutely.
Make sure you're included on that.
Yeah, right. So now we're moving on to Parks and Rec. 8:10, administration.
Okay, yep, 8:10 is Parks and Recreation. Just give me a second. The first line item is 8:10, which is administration of the Parks and Recreation Department. You'll notice under full-time salaries, it's not a huge amount. A lot of the salaries are in the Parks Department and Recreation Department are paid for under the Recreation Fund. So I believe a secretary and some of the recreation supervisors. Other than that, there was just a slight increase in conferences, meetings, and trainings to attend an additional training.
Councilor Floyd?
Thank you. Just a quick question. I'm on page, well, not necessarily. I'm on page 800. That's where I wrote the note, but I don't think that matters. As far as the recreation fund goes, I've talked with Bill a little bit about this. It was something new to my understanding of it. Do we know what the current balance is of that fund?
It's a special revenue.
We'll get there first. That's fine.
Always
And you know what? I
anticipating.
probably wrote the same note there in that
Yeah,
portion, so.
the balance is in there right now, and it's, contingent on the fees, a lot of which
Yeah.
they're collecting right now.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
We're at 8:31.
8:31 is Parks and Grounds, Parks and Public Grounds. In this one, you'll see an increase in part-time and seasonal. This is for a similar reason too, when we talked about the Highway Department at the last meeting, they do need to increase that part-time and seasonal to attract some folks to come in and do those jobs during the spring and summer. There's also other contractual services decreased. That is, where is that? 8220, that decreased because the Mill Pond tennis courts, these change from year to year. They can go up and down. Last year, it was a higher number because of the Mill Pond tennis courts being redone, the clay. So this year, that actually gets decreased because that doesn't have to happen this year. But if you go down a couple line items to construction and maintenance materials, that is an increase for painting one of the pools and one of the wading pools. That was done by ARPA funds last year, so it needs to be put back into the general budget this year.
Councilor Floyd?
Oh, my hand is still up, but I do have questions, so I will. So a couple things here. The first thing I'll ask is, and we talked about this a bit last time, around clothing allowances, uniforms, et cetera. Are we contractually bound for those particular uniforms and clothing allowances? So I'm saying 8207 and then, okay, 8303 as well. Okay. And then the other question I had, so I see in the narrative around seasonal, it's being increased for state minimum wage and to attract applicants. I know that obviously we see here in 2022-23, the utilization was 116,000. Do we know what they're on track to spend in seasonal? they're over.
Yeah, it's one of the
That.
things I actually was talking to Bill about is, I'll pull up the number for you right now.
Thank you.
They have a budget this year, of 105,000. They are at 107,000 right now today,
Wow.
and we haven't even hit spring yet. I'm sorry, that was for overtime. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
For
That's okay.
seasonal, no, they're on track.
They're on track.
They're on track for
Okay.
seasonal right now. Sorry, but
No,
we're
that's
going to
right.
have to use some of their money this year from seasonal to offset. This is what I was thinking, the overtime
I
that they're incurring.
So they're on track to spend the full 142. roughly.
Yeah,
Okay.
with that transfer over to overtime.
Understood.
Yep.
Another question I had, the construction and maintenance costs, I know it references the paint for the painting of the pool and the wading pool. Is that something that we do every year?
Yes.
Yeah. Then other materials, could you just provide a list, Janet, of what's included in other material?
Other materials.
It's 8310. Just in case they're close by, the same thing for technical equipment.
Which one? Sorry.
The same thing for technical equipment. Thank you.
While Janet is looking for that, this is one of the departments where I worked with Bill DeMayo to look at some efficiencies in places where they could potentially reduce based on either current balances or what they anticipate. So you will see some smaller reductions between the department request and the manager proposed, and that's what those are. That's where we work together. He said, okay, we can reduce this by this much this year. We know that we have a little more of efficiency in here. We can purchase a few fewer seeds or paint or whatever. So you'll see that throughout this budget.
Other materials includes, the majority of this actually is meals for overtime. So should they have overtime, they're contractually given a certain amount, be it for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. There's also first aid supplies are under here. And street flags, various sizes to replace the worn flags on some of the roads.
Great.
And you wanted technical stuff, right?
Yes, if you could. Thank you.
Sure will. Clay top dressing, so they're not totally redoing the tennis courts, they do some patchwork. Oh, this is where they pay for their field marking paint.
This is what it is. Okay.
They pay for that is 8,500 for that. Cause they do all the markings. Then they have field marking paint that's colored, white. They have a few different ones.
And do they use that robotic field painter for all of that?
For majority of them,
For the
yeah.
majority?
Yeah.
And the rest, I assume, is manual or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, if it's something smaller they need to do, I think they use a small one, but he said it's phenomenal just to put the machine out there,
I can imagine.
put the GPS I guess on it and let it go, which is fresh stones, probably for some of the areas they need to do some work in. Ball field, so it's mainly those kind of to maintain or
Yeah.
repair some of their fields. That is what's contained under here.
I don't want to take too much more time on me. I know others have questions, but I'll probably follow up with you on the specific cost line items for each of those pieces. Thank you.
Definitely. I can write that one down for technical supplies, right?
Yes, thank you so much.
Counselor Draco?
Yes, so the painting of the pool is about between, for one pool and waiting thing is about 24,000,
25.
25,000. Okay, so
That's how
every,
much we used out of ARPA this past year.
okay, and where does, it indicates in the narrative that undertaking challenge of finding non-lethal methods to prevent geese. Where does that, where's the goosenator? How is that going and
Which
what's,
one are you looking at?
well, the whole goosenator thing or the whole
Oh.
geese thing? Where does that, where does that fit in here and is it working and what's his thoughts
I
on
have
it?
no idea if that's working or not.
My
No.
understanding and talking to Bill is it's working very well and they can use some, probably in the spring, some volunteers to help operate the goosenator. In order for it to be effective, so anybody know what this is? It's a very large, I think it's made out of like styrofoam robotic bird that is remote controlled. And so it's like a remote control airplane, but it's a big bird.
I thought
So-
Rob made this up.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, I thought when Bill DeMayo called me about this, I thought he was joking too, but it's not. He's not. It's a very large remote controlled bird that you fly in a loop around the parks and it scares away the geese. And if it's done on a regular basis, I don't know if we know if this has occurred or not yet, or if it's going to be that effective. It is effective in clearing the geese out when you're making the loops. But apparently if you do it on a regular basis, the geese will eventually learn not to come back.
Yeah, they stop coming.
So that's the long-term plan, but they do need, it needs to be flown like several times a day. So if
I've never
anybody, we
seen
talk
that.
about volunteer opportunities, I don't think they're currently doing it.
Well, I'll pay for the
I don't think they're doing it now. I think it's during the season when you see the geese in the park. Yeah.
Thank you.
Like a video game.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. Just one question, and maybe you can get back to me on this, Janet, because I don't think you structure this, which is, can we just get a written listing of all fees that are charged to residents and non-residents?
Then coming to you as a council to approve.
No, I'm not asking for any blessing on it. I'm just,
No. So it should be, I'll check, but it should have been in one of your council minutes.
and
I don't
maybe
think
it was, and if I could just be referenced to it, only because we've had, and you've heard this before, some concerns in trying to understand the fee structure, what's the rationale, and it may be a very good rationale, I just want to understand it. And also how those monies are used. I know some folks over the last couple of years that I've been doing this have expressed concern that they seem at times inordinately higher, that the increases are high. And I know things have to be paid for, and those monies may go into a category budget line that then pays for the excellent staff and support. and
Depends on
programming,
which
but-
program. So
Right.
I'll have to get the full list from Bill. Because when you've got stuff like his summer program.
Yep.
Those expenses are paid out of the rec fund, so
Yeah.
that's where the revenue
Sure,
is
sure.
for that. So I'll get a full list from him and kind of mark down where each one of the revenues go, what it offsets.
Right. And the only last question relative to that is, I know in some nonprofit entities, there are guidelines. I don't know if they're official statutory or ethical or legal, but guidelines as to how much money one can accumulate in any given line item relative to the anticipated expenditures for any given fiscal year. And so I didn't know if the funds that are used as a result of the charges for utilization of the gym or the fields are under those same guidelines, or
They're
we can
not.
just, sky's the limit and,
We're a municipality,
okay.
not,
So
we're not for profit, yeah.
my bottom line
Yeah.
point is, I just want to advocate for some of the residents who've expressed to me concern about what at times feels like really high fees and discouraging some folks to utilize our fantastic parks and
I don't
programs.
see a lot of the fees that Bill collects, to be honest,
Right,
because a lot of it is through his credit card program.
sure.
So I just see it in total when I have to record it.
Yeah.
But.
And I know you don't, it's
I-
not your circus or your.
Yeah,
I get it.
it's nothing I get too much detail on, but I can definitely follow up.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, man.
Counselor Gonzalez?
Yeah, I just had a question. Well, two. Does the pool get painted every single year?
Yes. At least one of them does, yes, since we have the two.
Is that normal or
Um,
is that just because they're old? I mean, does it?
It's not a normal thing. They're extremely old, so yeah.
Okay. And my other question was about the agricultural supplies. What is that? Like fertilizer? Is that?
Fertilizer and all the other materials to keep our nice fields nice and green.
Mulch.
Seed.
Seed.
Okay.
fertilizer.
Okay, so, okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rath?
Yeah, Janet, I just want to go back to, the issue of overtime. You said that it has already exceeded the amount that, it surpassed the amount that was allocated.
Correct.
Did Bill tell you, do you know why?
I went and I addressed him and I asked him, because you don't get an automatic warning. They don't when they're going over, but they should be kind of looking through the budget and see they're close. I saw a couple of periods that were high. I do know that we do need to move some of it out because some of it is for cemetery. So about 15,000 of that will be moved out, but that's not enough to get you to June. We saw some storms. He was looking into it. And actually, when I mentioned to him, I'm seeing 2 high periods. There was one in July, which is definitely not storms. And then there was some in January when we did have storms. So I know the storm one, I believe the July one was due to extravaganza. So we also had that discussion too, where when you're kind of planning it, you got to kind of manage that time period for that event.
Yeah, because now we're playing catch up and paying catch up for what were either unanticipated or not fully realized expenditures.
Well, if you look back and you see the actuals from the year before, another case where you see in 22 and 23, it was 123,000. So
Right.
he's staying with historically what we've been spending. But we haven't used the full amount of seasonal, so it's kind of been, because he can't attract the people to work the seasonal. And that's when you're getting problems with extravaganza. I can't get my seasonal people to come in and do it because I don't have that many. So I have to have overtime for my regular workers. So he's kind of seeing a flip flop because I think seasonal wise, he is not fully staffed.
So, and just, you may or may not know this, if you're looking at, wage per hour for seasonal versus wage per hour for overtime.
It's cheaper for seasonal, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. That's,
Yeah.
that's what I thought.
So that's
Yeah.
why to give the increase that he's talking about to seasonal to try to attract more people would be a better option.
Thanks.
Counselor Tiniakis?
I had the same question about overtime. So in a broader sense, of any department, if they go over on what they're allocated for overtime, is there any kind of repercussion at all?
They're part of their review when they go through it is to manage their department as a whole. So as a whole in his department, just like the PD has all the overtime because of the staffing issues, he's managing the department as a whole. So he's not going to go over in his department. But should he, for some extenuating circumstances, like when we had that storm in August that year where FEMA actually gave us funding, but we weren't going to get reimbursed for FEMA till the next year. That's something that's why you have the contingency for, and he would have to come to you and ask, or I would, for it and give a reason.
Okay.
But part of your review that the town manager does do is based on how do you manage your budget.
And then for other material, them including the meals for overtime under other material, that doesn't seem appropriate to me. Why wouldn't that be just considered under general overtime? If
That's
it's
the
something,
money for the meal.
yeah, but if it's contractually obligated to give someone who's working overtime a
If they're
meal.
working over, because overtime is only salary.
Just,
It's just
Okay.
salary. Those are salary lines. These are monies that we pay to different restaurants or establishments based on a certain dollar amount they're given. Like you're given, I don't know, $10 for a lunch or something per day.
Yeah.
If it's breakfast time, it's $7. It's in the contract, what we have to give them for overtime for
Yeah.
meals.
It just seems like a way to hide why we're paying that, you know what I mean?
Those.
Because
I
we
totally
wouldn't be paying that if they weren't
It's-
doing the
it's a
overtime.
contractual thing if there's
Yeah.
anyone to know, but you can't put it in the lines that are under personal services, because those are all salaries.
Okay.
And we use.
Maybe
all
just the way
those-
it's labeled to me, I don't like it, yeah.
We use those to, when we do calculations for social security, for Medicare, for any other benefits, we use that line. So to put them in there would be misstating, what we have to do calculations on the other things for.
Gotcha.
And this is one of the few departments, so just create a line called meals for them is, we don't want to have too many, but we understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Councilor Drago?
Yeah, just back to the overtime. I'm assuming the planned programming and operations for a year is based on the budgeted and planned staffing. I mean, it's not, we're not over programming and understaffing and just saying, well, it'll be covered by overtime.
No, we just can't get the seasonal staffing, as we said, to try to prevent, I think, some of that overtime.
All right, 8:32.
Okay, this is cemeteries. You will see a significant decrease in full-time salaries. Those are some positions being reduced by attrition. That my understanding are they've been vacant for some time, correct?
This was part of the agreement, I think, when town manager Chapman was here. Remember, we were gonna take three people and allocate them to the cemetery. That never happened. We're staying with the one person allocated to the cemetery. So this is kind of, we budgeted this year based on those three people, but it won't be three. It will still stay as.
Councilor Floyd?
Thank you. Janet, I don't know if you have these numbers offhand, but the full-time salaries, not accounting for the groundskeeper positions, do you have the percent increase, salary increase?
Those are asking.
So they're, yeah, okay, good, wonderful. And then other things, seasonal, do we know what they're on track to spend this year for seasonal?
They haven't really, because they can't get seasonal, they don't have seasonal in here either. So it's basically that whole grounds crew with the reduced season, what they're expecting, trying to handle the regular grounds with the cemetery also.
Sure, okay,
So I believe, to be honest, we don't have any seasonal
okay.
in the cemetery right now. They try to fill the other seasonal first.
It's just my sense, and this goes for this may be more of a statement, but this goes for the groundskeepers too. I know there's been, there's always difficulty filling positions. I imagine this is in their budget review, and their department review. Do you get provided with a plan that they have for filling those positions? If they haven't been able to as of late, what steps are they taking to ensure that appropriated funds?
Jamie got up and left us.
Okay.
If you want-
Personnel. She knew I was gonna ask.
She's the personnel, director.
Yep.
As the town manager, so it can be reported to them with the, it's not the full-time positions he's having problems filling. He's been able to fill those. It's more the season.
Sure. Jamie, I can just reiterate, the question I just asked was around filling positions when departments are having difficulty filling positions for various reasons. In their budget review with you, do they provide you with plans for promotion or whatever it might be to better equip themselves to fill those positions? Just because we continue to appropriate them and then year over year, they're not filled.
I heard Janet from the hallway saying that's the responsibility of the town manager's office. So we don't have a personnel or HR department per se. So that pretty much falls to the town manager and the executive assistant to try to fill. So the department heads themselves aren't necessarily out there trying to recruit. We would promote where appropriate, but that of course creates another vacancy where that person was. So basically it all comes from the town manager's office and our attempts to recruit. Sometimes they're vacant for a long time because they're very specific positions and it's hard to get, qualified people. But I would say, like Janet said, most of the time, full-time positions are filled. We have a harder time with part-time and seasonal.
Thank you. I'll come back around.
Deputy Mayor Rada?
Yes, under agricultural supplies, 22-23, I see it was around 5,000. Then the 23-24 budget is not quite double, but 91,000. Do you know what we've spent to date and why we're at, what's the increase? What?
The agricultural reflects an anticipated 15% increase in fertilizer costs. So that's one reason for the agriculture going up. And I can tell you where we are right now. And just to make you aware, and we'll see it in a little while in special revenue funds again. I know I keep promising that. But the cemeteries, the taxpayers don't pay for the cemetery expenses. That one is the trust fully transfers back to the general fund to cover all these expenses. So it's one that's kind of unique, kind of like the library, that we're not, that's why it's, you'll see a corresponding one, I should say. And you were asking me about, I'm sorry.
To date, what the agricultural supplies expense has been.
Sure. To date, they've used about 3,088 and they have an purchase order open for 3,500. So they've used about 72% of their budget year to date.
Wait, you say that again, they've
actually
used 3,088.
They've spent, we've sent cash out for
Yeah.
3,088, and then they have an open purchase order for work to be performed or supplies to be received for 3,500.
And do they anticipate that all will be spent?
Yes,
Okay,
that's usually their spring work
yeah,
that they end up doing.
okay, thanks.
Counselor Gonzalez.
It's about the agricultural again. I apologize. This has an increase on this page, but on the page before, we had a decrease. So the increase is due to a 15% increase in fertilizer and mulch, but is it not expected to increase on the other page? I'm just a little confused.
Yes, and I think that was one of the lines on the other one that Bill gave back on some areas. So Jamie and myself sat down with most of the department heads and said, hey, this is bad. What can you do? And on some of the fields, Bill said he could cut back. That's why the other one went down.
Okay, so the price is going up on both pages. He's just not, the ask is different.
The geese are helping out on some of that.
I didn't know if it was. I'm trying,
Get them to come to the cemetery. I don't know why that is.
Because of the goose in it.
I just thought I might be missing something. Thank you.
Yeah.
Say anything about that.
Thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you. Just two more questions. It's similar questions that Deputy Mayor Rada asked around now technical equipment. What are they on track to utilize this year?
Now, technical equipment will change every year
Sure,
because it depends on what they're looking for.
Absolutely.
Am I looking for a grave digger? Am I looking for a mower? Depends. So this year.
and then if that's the case, it would maybe be helpful just to know what they
they're
purchased so
looking
far.
for this year?
Thank you.
Yeah, we could do both. I'll tell you where they are this year.
While Janet's doing that, I actually have info from Bill DeMayo. Must be paying attention, so let's see. He says, and contractually, we have to go with union people first, then seasonal, so that goes back to what you're discussing before. There was less snow this year, but more ice, and we had to bring guys in at 5 a.m. to salt and sand every school, firehouse, ambulance, building, library, and senior center, government center. And then he said youth soccer, and they donate money towards fertilizer.
So that reduced it some.
Yeah.
The
Gotcha.
agriculture under the parks. That was the other thing.
And youth soccer is going to contribute to the line striping.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
That was.
Yes, thank you, Bill.
Whoever he's watching.
Whoever he is.
Right now, he's ordered the equipment for approximately a little over 4,000 of what he's looking to order. And he still has about 13,000 left under the current year. And I can tell you what he's looking for under this line for next year.
Do you, that's great. Do you also have what he intends to use the remaining
That's what
13?
I'm pulling up right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. 2 different places, so here. This is just one item. This is easy. It's a replacement of their zero-turn mower.
Oh, yeah, those are expensive.
Is that for 24,
That's for-
25?
That's
or-
what they're asking for 24, 25 for the 17,000.
And that's for use everywhere.
Primarily the cemetery, because the cemetery fund is paying for it.
Oh, so there's mowers for other
Yes.
places and
That they
then,
pay for under here or under the equipment reserve.
okay.
So, yeah.
The 13,000 for the 23-24 budget, what does Bill have, or Bill, do you have it earmarked for anything
Hold on a
through the rest of
second.
this budget cycle?
He had things in there and then just give me a second, see if I can look up that.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Last year.
Thank you.
324. Just trying to have it pull up the right year for me. I go all the way out. It doesn't like me. Just fine. It's not behaving. It's only giving me this year's. I'm trying to get back into last year's. Keeps on giving me that 17,000 for that zero tone mower. I'm like, no, that's not what I want.
Sorry, folks. Excuse the noise.
Bill says the cemetery usually buys 1 zero-turn mower each year. The old one goes to the Parks Division. You get a cleaner, crisper cut at the cemetery with a new mower that can go in and out of monuments.
Well, because I can't flush the water because I'm
Bill?
a zero tone mower.
Yeah.
So same thing last year.
So.
So buy a new one every year.
No, I can't.
That's what
They
you
buy
just,
a new one
No,
every year?
but I think he's looking to replace 2 years in a row. Same kind of thing.
So that's for replacement,
The 13.
but not for purchasing.
it's a lot of
That's,
money.
well, excuse me, it's for
They're
replacement, but
expensive.
not
Yeah, they're
purchasing.
They're very
Yeah.
expensive.
Fun to drive. but
Yep.
expensive.
This doesn't make any sense.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Just a question. You said that the mower is purchased and used because this is cemetery funds, so it's a cemetery mower. But in regards to other like maintenance and stuff, there's equipment used for everything, every area. This is the only
This is
area that it's particular to?
Yep.
Okay, makes sense. Just wanted to
Kind
clarify.
of equipment. I mean, they may use it on the, but its primary use is the cemetery.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yep, makes sense.
All right, 8:33.
833 is a very small line item for small building materials for the historic houses.
Thank you. Counselor Floyd.
No
A
change.
very brief question. I see 2022-23 actual was 0. If this is for routine maintenance, how could that have been the case? 0.
We also have, if you notice under CIP, a historical property.
Yes.
We've been using that more than we've been using this. I think the last time I remember using this, I can't remember, it was a while ago, and it was to purchase paint
Okay,
for one of the caretakers in the house to do some painting and stuff.
so that may be a dumb question, but why do we maintain this line item?
Good question. They just started the historical properties, I think. To me, you started it for us like maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah,
That we
I
started
think
CIP.
I think part of the issue was we, at that point, we were noticing that we've done nothing for our historical properties at all. And it was, was a Band-Aid, but it was a statement that we've got to start getting some kind of reserve or some kind of attention to our historical properties, particularly if we're going to be going forward to get grants at some point in the future, to say that, hey, as a town, we do value this. So just putting a minimum amount, kind of like the open space.
Sure.
Means that we do value, not largely monetarily, but it's kind of like a placeholder and a statement.
I understand.
But we haven't used, just so you know, since 2019.
Nothing's been used since 2018?
And this $500 line.
In this,
So it rolls over?
Nope, this
No.
is operational.
Oh,
The one you saw in CIP that has a balance, that rolls over. That's the new one.
okay.
But we've done repairs, we just haven't, you take it out of this.
Yeah, we've taken it from CIP.
So it's not like for all this year, this we just let the place go to hell.
We haven't used this $500 line.
Thank you.
Since 2019, yes.
Counselor Nagel?
My point is, was just made, that this has been here like since forever, as a holding area for the repairs for, the Caligaty House and the Kelsey House. Things have changed and over how things have been handled with the town over the time, and repairs, and frequently, I'm on the board of the Historic Society, so I know more maybe than others, have been done with the town that have dealt with the physical upkeep improvements to both houses. The town is responsible physically for the outside facilities. The Historic Society is responsible for caretaking of the museum in and of itself in both houses. So it has been there as has been mentioned previously as kind of a holder. It had a different symbol at one time. Now it's for a placeholder in case of grants, and that the town, at the present time, we hope it continues, it's been very good about replacing and improving things to maintain the value of both homes.
Thank you.
Counselor Tiniakis?
Going off of that, can we just donate the $500 to the historical board then? Just to do something with it? I feel like, I don't know, if we're gonna allocate $500 but then not do anything with it, it's kind of just for show more than anything else.
If I could just ask as an addendum to that question, if you allow me, is the existence of funds allocated in CIP for roughly this purpose, is that not sufficient for providing that flag post to grant applications and things like that, that we do take this seriously? And I mean, it just strikes me as kind of weird, that's all.
Yeah.
And I understand the real reason for it, I really do, and the history, behind it. Thank you for explaining that, but I wonder if it's necessary.
It's needed, if the Historical Society can itself apply for grants from the state, this kind of notification is needed.
Rather than
For them.
to be
Yes,
CIP.
and the understanding has been that it's the town can spend whatever it wishes to, whereas if you put a certain amount in here just for those two houses, you're limited as to what can happen. And as we all may know, if we own older houses or know people houses that are of historical value, there can be dramatic increases to how things are repaired. The town learned quite a while ago through a contractor up putting a roof on the Caligaty House. And it was maybe for a modern house, it was fine, but it was, without going into details, the absolutely wrong thing to do to maintain the historical value of that particular historical house. And ultimately it had to be totally redone.
Wow.
And it took a while.
And
And
isn't historical,
we don't need to explain.
CIP has a certain dollar amount. It wasn't, so this is, I think also
It
was meant
does.
for little like painting and, maybe a window sash or something like
We
that.
just haven't gotten any request from any of the caretakers.
And for grants, if the Historical Society wishes to apply for a grant
They need to demonstrate that.
with the state or anywhere else, it states this is provided there, and if more data is needed, whatever it may be, you could state that the town is providing as needed for whatever improvements and repairs need to be
It's
done.
like running to, Home Depot and picking up, a hammer or something. This is rather than going through CIP.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Riley?
Just a question. We talked about Caligaty House. Is Deming Young Farm considered in this cadre of historical properties?
I don't think so.
No.
No, I don't think so.
So, then it's kept up by the Historical Society.
I think it's a different organization that that maintains that.
So it's not part of the historical, so not connected. with the
I don't believe
historical
so.
society.
I'm sorry, I didn't
The
hear
Deming
you.
Young
Deming
Farm?
Young Farm isn't part of the historical
I don't
society.
know
No,
the house
that's a whole
itself or
other, that's a whole
That's one of
other,
the
I can tell you
balls.
the details about that, but for our
Okay.
purposes right here, they have a connection with the Historic Society, but they are not part of the agreement with the other two houses that the town has.
Okay, we'll have a conversation.
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
unless you want to be here until 5.
Right, we'll move on to 8:34.
34 is tree maintenance. There is the town is responsible for maintaining trees on municipal and school grounds and also along the roadways. So this is the item for that. We have a tree warden who is a current full-time employee, but gets a small stipend for doing tree warden services on top of that. And then the rest of it is contractor. I believe there's a shared service with Weathersfield to do tree work, and that's the bulk. There's no change to this budget.
Council Floyd?
Thank you. It's just, on this, so obviously, I think the consultant special contractors, I assume, is to perform assessments and get arborist letters and whatever it might be, maybe even removal.
That's removal.
Remove-
Primary
It's just
removal.
primarily removal.
Primary removal.
That's good to know.
Yep.
And so then, as far as technical supplies goes, what do we utilize that a contractor does not have at their disposal?
Rope, cable, safety equipment. That's what it says. Ropes, cables, safety supplies.
But our arborist and our staff is not performing often.
Tree warden is going around, they do the assessment. That's why you have the training too. I think they're supposed to be, if I remember right, certified.
Sure.
To go do that. And I think in technical supplies too, I can't remember, Bill did have a program going around where he was having some kind of interns during the summer to a tree inventory that I think he's still trying to keep up. So there might be some funds under there to do some of that.
Do you know the utilization for this year up to date? Thank you.
Under technical supplies so far this year, it's only been 2,000.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to insurance. 5-minute recess. Got
Yeah.
everyone okay? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Right back.
But I got Yoder and it was busy.
I think that's.
That's all right, I'm
Are we back on?
We are back.
We are at 9:10.
Moving on to insurance miscellaneous, 910, please.
This line or this budget is for the various insurance and related costs that the town utilizes. So you see increases throughout, those are all per agreement. We recently entered into a 3-year budget stabilization agreement with Kerma, which caps our renewal costs for the liability, audio, and property insurance. So everything else are relatively minor increases.
There's nothing there we have influence over.
I'm sorry?
There's nothing there we have influence over.
No,
So we
No,
can move right
no.
along.
quick and easy. Yeah, that was good. I had more prepared on that, but. okay.
Do you want to spend a few minutes?
Greater Hartford Transit District,
Correct. This is a small line item. It's per capita to support the district transit board costs and its staff. So it's like a $300 increase over last year. It's a $5,800 line item.
940 employee benefits.
Let's see. So this one, I'm sorry, Janet, can you, my vote was not here. Can you take over this one? Thank you.
This is where you're seeing a lion's share of our increase. If you look down the bottom, we're increasing 541,000. The majority of that is under retirement. So this is where we pay our annual contribution to the pension plan. We have 4 separate pension plans, the police, municipal, admin, and the fire department. The only pension plan that's truly still open, this is defined benefit pension, by the way, is the police department. So for every change we make to any kind of personnel or something, you're going to see every year our actuaries ratchet up our cost here, and that's kind of what was happening. This is only our share. The Board of Ed also got their share. I'm sure they'll be talking to you about that.
Counselor Page.
And just briefly, I know there's been this debate and discussion. We've had folks from the community come out to speak on pension contributions, I believe, and annuities. Can you just say again, Janet, we have actuaries and people who know what they're talking about, give us guidance on this.
Yes.
And they're, like in anything, I guess there's a continuum of the most conservative and the most liberal, if you will, or the most, do we find a sweet spot in between that? Do we?
They will come to me with their assumptions
Yep.
or what they think we should go with the year, and we'll go back and forth about it. Like last year, they weren't lowering our anticipated rate of return, which is something our committee wanted us to do. So while theirs might have been conservative, we took it just a step further and said, let's put that back down. Now, this year, I know it's been mentioned that some people on the committee and stuff like that think we should reduce it again. I've been told by our actuaries, no, do not do that. We do not want you. They actually wanted me to increase it. And I said, no, leave it where it is. I'm not going down that road. But that's what they're advising almost all their towns to do, is either raise it up if they continue to brought it down, or leave it the same. And we're leaving ours the same. So our assumptions this year, unless there was a change to the mortality table, which I couldn't understand for the life of me, that's why we have actuaries, our assumptions all stayed the same.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Just on the topic of assumptions, do you know offhand how we compare to the Board of Ed on that? On the town side?
About the same.
About the same?
We have a little less, I think, of an increase than they did, but we also have the open, our police department is totally ours, so they're the open program. All the other ones, when I say closed, that means no new hires go into this pension plan.
Oh,
And it's been like that for, I don't know how many years, long before I got here. So the police department's the only one who still has a defined benefit pension plan. So ours sometimes fluctuates a little more due to that than theirs does.
thank you. Counselor Mankin? Yep.
Just to be clear though, other employees get money goes into a pension
Yes.
fund, so they're not,
So
it's not a defined pension as the
what it
old
goes
style.
into, it goes into something similar to what you call a 401k.
401k.
It is, the town contributes quite generously, by the way, 9%, and the town contributes quite generously, by the way, 9%, and the employees, 4.5%. So 13.5 in a year will go into, I mean, the only thing you have to worry about in that case is what's the market gonna do when I'm ready to retire?
Right.
So with a defined benefit, you know exactly what you're gonna get. But we
503Bs.
did, yeah, yeah, so it's all the admin staff, AFSCME staff, anybody who's not in the old pension plan, that's what they get.
So it's every.
So when you're seeing, yep, when you're seeing salary increase too, that's one of the benefits in here. You're saying another 9% on the town side that they have to contribute into this 401k for the employee. I will say you'll notice medical did go up just slightly. We've had some really bad run of claims lately, not just us, but the Board of Ed also. The Board of Ed had I believe, were 14 or 15% increase. So when you do see them Tuesday night for the medical, they had a sharp increase on the renewal. Ours was more like 4%. So we were in better shape than they were. But the claims we've seen lately have been very high. So, and we'll probably continue to see it because we're a high deductible plan. So everybody who didn't get something done, if you've used your deductible, we're going to see it till the end of June because we're a fiscal year policy. So everything resets July 1st. Everything else is, our taxes, life insurance kind of stayed stable. Life insurance is also tied into salary along with Social Security and Medicare.
Move on to 950.
950 is donations and contributions. The town has traditionally made some contributions to certain community activities and groups. So it's a $20,000 line item. It is flat to last year, and it's specific this year to the Memorial Day Parade Committee and CTV and the Volunteer Fire Department Veterans Group.
So that's a net negative on the budget? Is that?
No, these are contributions we make to these
We make-
organizations.
Sorry, I
Correct,
misunderstood.
yeah.
So
Because
when
we were
they-
discussing
When
that.
they have the Memorial Day Parade, we give that organization the $5,000 to pay for the expenses.
Right, but then if I understand correctly, there are organizations that, because so we pay organizations to march in,
We give it to the committee.
and then they
They
pay.
pay whatever they pay. Yep.
Right, I can, see, and said on that committee, they pay the expenses and this helps to offset it. They do a whole lot of fundraising to pay for the majority of, I think the parade costs somewhere $12,000 a year. And so we get five from the town and then the rest they raise in contributions.
Gotcha.
Jim,
I always thought the parade was free because I thought people paid to march, but they pay me to march, but apparently you pay them to march. And the cost of bands has gone through the roof.
what are considered contractual services?
That's the payment.
That's what all these.
That's the payment.
Oh, so that's,
So,
okay.
so the total of all these, there's different groups of things like you saw professional services. That group is always salaries. Contractual services are any of the ones who are in these numbers for objects. So
Okay,
it's just
so that's
it's
that's basically the
yeah,
total
that's
and
just
this
the
is what
total. Yep,
takes, okay, that's,
kind of summing it up on what we summarize it as.
okay.
961, manager continues.
I know the narrative says this is 1%, but we've never changed it. It's not really 1%. It's just been 48,500 for about as long as I've been here. And this covers some things that will come up during the year that the town manager can decide that I'm going to use this to pay some unanticipated stuff for different departments.
Do you have the figures for this year to date, 2024?
Year to date this year, 11,500 in actual spend and encumbered 6,335. We find this more comes towards the end of the year when unexpected things come up. And department's like, hey, they still want to do this, but my budget just can't handle it. Stuff like mowing of the dog park and like it's done, yeah, things like that sometimes fall. Some of the goose stuff.
I didn't want to say it because.
Yep, I know, I
Half
don't want
his
to get back
budget's
to
for
goose
goose
skin.
stuff.
Goose stuff is under here too.
962, special contingency.
This is for, again, for other expenses that can come up throughout the year. This funding can be transferred out as needed to other departments. It also includes, we talked throughout about these increases for staff for salaries. The AFSCME contract expires June 30th of this year, so we don't know what the increases will be for the July 1st contract. So the total is kind of, that we anticipate is lump sum in the contingency. So it's not in each individual line item throughout the budgets. What you're seeing were the current increases.
So when I come to you asking for a transfer of the contingency and I have to come to you, I can't just take it out here. So anything that comes out of here, you as a council approve.
Move on to debt service.
All right, I usually get people's eyes glaze over.
No.
No, she loves it. If you're looking at the page with the narrative on it, those are all current projects that we've gone out to bond for. And that's the interest that we will be paying on and principal payments that we'll be paying in the 24-25 year. For the Anna Reynolds project, you see there, it looks like the interest is pretty low, saying 46,000.
Yeah.
But we got what's called a premium when we went out to bond. So when we get the premium, you can use that in the next year to offset some of your interest expenses. So that's what you're seeing here. During the year next year, I will come to you to transfer that premium out and over into the operational to cover this. But it does help offset that and gives you a lower total rate on the bond for the 20 years. You'll notice it is going down. Nice thing, we're paying off two separate projects, one this year and one next year. These are the 2013 refunding on the police department and a school project. So both of those are coming off for payments and interest. I have not included in here, and I cannot anticipate when we're going out to bond for the remainder of town hall and when we're going out for Anna Reynolds, because we have to wait for the state to finish reimbursing us so we can figure out truly what the difference is we can go out to bond for. The other project that will be added on here, and I'm gonna have to come back to you guys to talk about the debt management policy that we have, is where John Wallace, once we get the grant from, hopefully from the state, the construction of the security wings, I'll have to get a cash flow and determine when we're gonna need to go out to bond for them also. So those are the ones, the projects have all been approved through referendum for bonding and their status.
No chance they're just gonna forgive our debts, right?
No, you know, the silly thing in Cromwell, when we go out, they actually do referendum to approve their budget. They actually put a separate question to the people of town, whether they're going to approve the debt budget.
Oh, boy.
Like, yeah,
Like
like
there's
you're
an
not gonna
option.
pay that?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. but
So
yeah.
it wasn't a bad question?
Counselor Mackey?
Just to recap, we're paying $2.5 million next fiscal year, just to pay off our debt
Just to pay off our
that
debt.
year.
Yep, to pay off the, what we've gone out to bond for town hall. And, yeah, actually it's in Anna Reynolds.
And then John Wallace will increase that amount.
John Wallace will increase that and the second part of Anna Reynolds, because we only went out for 10
For
million.
the, okay, that's right.
So that'll be another one. So we still have to go out to bond for the remainder of the town hall, which is, we're anticipating about 2.5 million to kind of reimburse ourselves. We're kind of floating this right now until the state gets done with their reimbursement. We'll have to go out for the remainder of Anna Reynolds and we have to go out for John Wallace.
Okay.
That's what's been approved for us to go out at this time.
On to MDC. 51.
This is Newington's portion of the sewer service costs among the 8 MDC member towns. And I believe it's determined through an average of, I'm not sure, what is it, Janet?
They use our grand list
Mhm.
and the amount of state aid we get.
Right.
And they do some kind of formula to
Mhm.
determine, so actually our, in total, it didn't change what they're charging the ad valorem, but our portion of it, our allocation went down slightly. So. And I did hear, in case anybody asked you, when I listened to their budget meeting, that I didn't hear the final one, but they were basically proposing that they do not increase the water charge.
Oh, great. Nice.
Hopefully.
There's
that-
plenty of water out there today. A lot of free water. Save your free water.
And you said it was determined by the grand list and what else?
And the amount of aid that we received from the state, which I didn't think should be put in there, but they just started doing that the last couple of years.
Makes sense.
And it's on a rolling average, right? For the past 3 years.
We're moving on to employee leave liability.
That's code 3,000. You just skip ahead in your book a little bit past a couple of items.
You don't want to do CIP again?
Oh,
What are you doing? You can say. Or you can leave right now.
Yeah.
So at one point, employees, town employees, when they left or retired or resigned, would be paid out their unused sick leave. That was discontinued many years ago. When was that discontinued? Late 90s?
Maybe.
Yeah, so anyway, so this has dwindled quite a bit since then. There are just a handful of employees who remain from that time period who we would be obligated to pay out unused sick time upon their retirement. So eventually this line item will go away altogether, but for now it decreases every year.
And this was, by the way, our actuaries came up with the numbers. They did a study for us like 3 years ago, saying the next 10 years is what you contribute. We had only 4 people at the town who's still eligible to get paid out under this, but this is the town, as I said, and Board of Ed.
Board of Education. We're into special revenue funds and other funds.
What number is that?
It's 5,001.
Yeah, 5,000. I think we've alluded to these kind of a couple times today. But if we flip the page to the summary page, which lists all the funds and the expenditures classification, the cemetery fund, of course, being the first one, you are seeing that reduction, and that reduction, as we said, is the not being 3 people allocated, only 1 to the library. This is the money that you'll see, this expenditure that comes right back to the general fund to cover the operational expenses that we went over for the cemetery. Town Aid Road. Actually, you can flip. If you want to see the receipts we're showing, if you flip the page, you'll see cemetery and the receipts and the expenditures. Town Aid Road, then you can see this hasn't gone up. This is the money that we receive from the state. This part of this offsets the cost to do the $1.7 million worth of roads. When you're looking at the CIP and it says 1.7, 400,000 we're taking from here, 200,000 we're taking from LOSIP that you'll see, and the remainder is what we have to fund through CIP through our budget. So this is the assistance that you'll receive. The balance by the end of the year, they're estimating will be about 56,000. So that does carry over. According to what they're proposing, they're going to give us 412. They give us half in the fall and half in the spring. And we're planning, as you see, the pavement resurfacing to use 400 for that and to do some patching work on some of the roads for 20. So it will leave a balance at the end of 49,000. We like to leave a little bit of a balance in case a road comes in more than we're expecting. And we want, or maybe we want to catch ahead, but we always like to leave something in there to try to keep up to date on those roads.
Councilor Mann, you had a question?
Not that I'm proposing this, but if we didn't pave any roads this year, we would still get this 412,000? Is it based on how many miles we pave, or based
We
on?
want to pave the roads because when the auditors come see me,
Yeah, I'm not proposing not paving the roads.
they're making sure that we use this on roads, and then they also, the municipal grants and aid, which we'll get to when we do revenue.
But
That
this-
one is meant for infrastructure and road work.
But this
So-
amount's steady no matter how many miles
Correct.
of roads we pave. We
Doesn't
only
matter.
pave some roads to cover the.
We get a certain proportion. I don't know how they figured it out from the state, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
But it hasn't changed. So
Yeah, I know it hasn't changed in
No,
eight
nothing's
years
different.
I've been here.
one year they actually took it away from us, so.
That's right, yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
that was the first year I was here. It was great. The next one being LoSiP, same idea. This is where the state grant comes in. We get 214. That's what they're proposing for next year. That's what this year's is. It hasn't really changed. We're proposing to do $200,000 worth of roads.
Where's
And
214? I'm sorry. You said we get 214?
state grant, 214,
Oh,
214, 780.
Oh, LoSiP, thank you.
LoSiP, yes.
Gotcha.
Sorry. I
Thank you. No, no, my bad.
They do get a little money in there for licenses and permits and fees that we use to try to make sure we keep a little bit of balance in there. Once again, keep the balance, as I said, I was just mentioning, states sometimes just pulls back their money, no notice. So we'll be contracted. First year I was here, and that's why I'm always afraid to let Rob spend it all in the fall. I said, please keep at least half of it, or at least a portion of it for the spring, just in case they do that. But they have not the LoSiP as much. They've reduced it, but they didn't pull back the second half of our road aid one year. So that's what they're promising. It is a state.
Councilor Mackey, you have a question?
No, sorry, no, my hand's still up. I didn't take it down, I'm sorry.
The next one is the Enterprise Recreation Enterprise Fund. You'll see all of the estimated receipts along with what we're estimating the expenditures to be for those programs. Anything that goes over $1 million at the end of the year. So if you look at the estimated 12 months for 23, 24, and you'll see that it's saying the balance at the end is $1 million. That's because we're estimating that we'll have about 91,000 over that we will be transferring over into the recreation CIP.
He's got roughly like $1 million in that budget.
Yep, we, according to what we put in the ordinance when we set up the fund, we want, this fund is not allowed to purchase any kind of capital objects. So to be able to allow him to actually purchase and use this money for some capital objects, we said, okay, let's cap it at $1 million, and anything over that goes over into a recreation CIP that you can purchase some kind of, or even build up if you wanted to do any kind of recreation CIP.
Councilor Draco.
Yeah, I just have a question on the top half where for 23, 24, for example, under facilities, it says estimated, that's revenue, right?
Yeah, this is all revenue on the top.
145,000, but then this year they're saying, well, they're estimating only 99,000, and then the same with extravaganza.
I'm sorry, you're
Yes.
looking at facilities, you said?
Yeah, under,
They're estimating 145,000 for the end of the year.
right.
They
So,
budgeted 89.
right, but for this year, they're saying 99,000. So that's a
I can't answer
big,
the questions regarding what programs they plan on doing.
but that,
'cause
but that's
that
a
is
significant decrease
correct.
in what they're anticipating in
And I
terms of
can ask
revenue.
Bill what programs he plans on doing. I know he did some special ones this year. I don't know if those are ones he's going to continue, like he did the band thing and stuff, but I will check. with
Because
him.
that's kind of underestimating what the actual revenue was for this year. And the same with extravaganza. Last year, 107,000, and then this year estimating only 97,000. That's a significant decrease in estimated revenue.
Depends on if he plans on scaling back the vendors, what he plans on doing. I can ask him and give some explanations. for
Right,
this.
please.
These are his numbers, by the way.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you. I had the same question, Councilor Draco. And I also did have a note here when I asked you earlier what the balance is in the recreation fund. I had a note, C Parks and Rec.
So it will always be no more than $1 million.
That's right. The converse question I have is on some of these items like youth, adult is very substantial. And some of the others, to some lesser extent, aquatics, there's an assumption of a substantial
And then go
increase.
the other way.
That's right. And so if we could just
I'll
get a
get him
sense
to
from him.
explain how he's giving the estimate on all
Yeah,
this.
please.
Thank
Because
you.
in total, I think it's okay. I don't think he has it. Maybe we'll go through the lines and readjust it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next one's human services, their needs and donation account. They do a substantial amount of stuff through this account. Special needs, the social working. They all get contributions. People are extremely generous here to help them out. And then they offset it with some of the things that comes through. I will say, I know that I've talked to Carol and heard that energy assistance could be hurting again. So something to keep in our back of our mind. She does a lot of work using this, but it might get stretched a little thin. She does have a nice balance at the end. That's what she's planning for next year.
Councilor Floyd?
Thank you. I guess this is just a broader question. Maybe it's for Carol, which is just if the revenue that they receive, typically I see the estimated 12-month this year, and then obviously the 2022-23 is substantially more by, a couple degrees. Why do we stick to that $85,000 assumption? What is the reason for sticking to that base level?
I don't know that we knew what was gonna happen with the energy assistance. That's the real fluctuation.
okay.
That's the real one, but I can ask her, if that's something that could, at the end of the day, she does have a fund balance to use. But, I'll see if she wants to, kind of adjust or think it might be more heavily based on the conversations that she's had.
Great, thank you.
I have an answer from Bill. He's still listening.
Oh, great.
Hello,
Bill.
He said for the facilities, the decrease in facilities under the recreation fund, there was a national lacrosse tournament that went away, so they're not gonna get the revenue from that. Because
But
they,
did that bands thing. I know.
yeah, the band,
some
and then
programs
that for extravaganza, he said it could depend on the number of vendors who who sign up ahead of time versus closer to the extravaganza when they have an idea of what the weather's going to be like.
There was one year I know that they had to refund them because they had to cancel
Right.
some stuff, so.
Mhm.
It might be just the fact that they're just trying to keep a conservative number just in case.
Bill, if you could give us on the converse side, that'd be awesome, Bill. Thank you.
Senior and disabled center donations.
Jamie's there. This is the coffee shop and the gift shop and the
And our-
donations.
Correct. So we rely heavily on these relatively small streams of revenue to, including the donations that I talked about earlier, to provide the programming and services. So some of it are small things that we do ourselves, such as the coffee shop and the gift shop, that bring in some money each year, and the rest would be, the membership fees are actually more for the fitness room memberships, the general and the out-of-town memberships. General memberships for in-town older adults and adults with disabilities are free of charge, but we take donations. So you see that in the donation portion as well. And this is where we pretty much get our funding for what we do.
I'm probably stating the obvious. It looks like just a typo under above adjusted budget and estimated 12 months. Shouldn't that be 23, 24?
it should
And
be
then the other is 24, 25, correct?
Yep. Insurance reserve fund. This is where we pay the amounts for things that are over and above our deductible, or that we're not gonna get reimbursed for by an insurance company for uninsured. And there are also some of the insurance payments, including the retro pay that we do for our workers' comp policy. It all comes out of this account. We, you'll see one of the expenses that you saw probably in the insurance section is we do transfer over this fund $125,000 a year to try to offset that. We occasionally get return premiums from insurance policies, but we can't guarantee it. Like this year, we didn't get any, so we don't
budget for that. Depends on, this all comes from Kerma, our insurance carrier, depends on what they want to return us each year. So since we can't count on it every year, we don't budget it. And we're looking at the end of this year to have 767 unless we have some kind of, knocking on wood, unforeseen accidents over and above our deductible. And that's a good, healthy balance to have going to next year. But as we continue, we're gonna see it go down to about 668 next year. So I do have to talk to Lauren about the workers' comp and a retro pay and see when that's gonna kind of go. This is the public school CIP. This is the 125,000 that we transfer in CIP. We transferred over here. This is the account we were talking about with the MOU regarding they can only have 1.2 million, I think it is. Over and above that, it reverts back to us. This is where they handle some of these expenses. These are what they're estimating for revenues and what they plan on doing for different appropriations.
I'm so sorry. I was looking ahead. We're at 5008, correct?
Yes.
So then I have, if I may, Mayor, one question. On school rental receipts, same question. Again, I appreciate the conservatism and, you know, wanting to be mindful and fiscally responsible. I do, but just to want to understand the thinking a bit more for under anticipating those costs if we've historically received more in that revenue stream.
So it depends on what they're, once again, kind of like Bill, what they're renting out their schools for. This can be anything from a dance recital
Sure.
to different activities, some groups coming in there using it. So they might be anticipating next year that, you know what, we're not going to be renting out this school because we're doing renovations.
Sure.
So they might not be in John Wallace, they might not be renting that out anymore. That might not be available to them. So it's basically, I think, based on availability and what programs are gonna allow it. And so that's why they probably kept it kind of flat, because there's a lot of work going on. Now there'll be work going on to their schools.
Thank you.
Health benefits fund.
Yeah, health benefits. This is all based on our insurance renewal. So we're kind of, and since they gave us our renewal, our claims have only gotten worse. So this is an anticipated claims and the receipts that we're anticipating from the town and the Board of Ed. If you're looking at the town, what we're anticipating the end of the year and our operations, you'll see we're anticipating that we'll contribute about 2.6 million. This is the money that we budget under health insurance, and this is the employees' contributions. Next year, we're anticipating about 2.8 that the town has to pay. And for the Board of Ed, you'll see their jump is a lot larger. We're anticipating 7.4, and next year will be 9.8. They will not have available to them. I know you guys are new, but they used to get a credit. So when it's happening as an MOU that was long before I got here, as health insurance regarding this account, they pay in what we tell them they have to pay as per renewal. Should their claims come in less for the year, we give them back a credit that they can use in the next year towards their contribution towards this fund. If they go over, we suck it up. So the town is taking all the risk on this. There will be no credit the Board of Ed will get this year. Our claims are terrible. So their number that they have here, when they say it increased, it really, there's nothing going to be offsetting this, just to kind of let you know. This is what they'll have to put in.
For this year, then, since their claims were above, so we're gonna be taking a hit on the town side? Do you know how
Well,
much?
this fund will be taking a hit. When I did the rough calculations the other day, so I do a 12-month calculation as I got the numbers for February. And then we use what the actuals were last year to they look like they're between $300,000 and $400,000 in the hole.
Which means we are.
Which means this fund.
This fund is, which is, when they talk about, what they call it, they're non-lapsing. Well, we're digging into our sort
Yeah,
of
so,
non-lapsing.
so all the years, the last at least 3 years, the town has done very well on their claims. And I've always said to you, leave it here. Because we're gonna need it eventually.
Yeah. Well, then,
And this is when we are looking like we're teetering back and forth. We're almost break even this year, but we had a couple of claims just come in that it's might push us over the edge.
okay, thank you.
Literally.
Yeah.
Counselor Page?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question about, I know this has come up before, every time it seems we talk about health insurance, town side, school side. If my understanding is because they, the school, have a larger number of employees, they can therefore wield a more effective, they have more leverage in negotiating rates. Is that correct? In other words,
We go as a group.
We go as a
right,
group.
as a
We're a
group, right,
We're a
but,
group.
but as a result of that large group, does the town or does the town not gain an advantage in the rates and expenditures? In other words, if we were doing this solely as a
We
town
want to go by
entity,
ourselves. No,
separate
Our
from-
rates would be too high if we went by ourselves.
Right,
We
so I-
would have to go in with like the state program.
right,
Because
right.
there's in the numbers, there's always a benefit in numbers.
And I
We
don't
would
know,
have to go into one of their groups.
sure. And off the top of your head, if you don't have it, don't, but do we have a sense of how much as a percentage of that budget we actually save as a result of being larger, part of that larger bargaining group?
No.
Okay, only because it,
But you could, but once again, it'd be a different insurance and everything like that. We could go in with another group if we had.
right. Only because in the context of the discussion, which I know is tough, these conversations about how much we're on the hook as a town. And yet I'm always trying to remember that we also benefit as a result, I believe, of our relationship with the school board in terms of them being a larger bargaining unit, do we not?
We do, but they're about 70 to 75% of the claims.
No, I get that. I
And
hear you.
we're covering all the rest.
I hear you.
So they're getting the benefit back every year if they go under, but there's
No, I hear that. And I'm not
there's no other way.
sure, I'm not
It
negating
is the
that.
most strangest
I just
deal
didn't know if
I've
as
ever seen in any town.
I just didn't know if, and maybe the answer is no. So I just didn't know if as a result of us being able to hitch our wagon to theirs relative to being in part of a larger group, if that in any way offset what you just said and what we're concerned about. Does that make sense?
I think she's saying we could hitch our wagon to somebody else, like the state.
Like a state program.
I see.
Or a lot of other towns. We
Where
would
there's
hitch
the
our
mass
wagon to the
numbers.
other town consortium or.
And
group.
do
Or I
towns do
also-
that? Because that's not a.
When I was down in Clinton, there was a consortium together and it was CREC, actually, East Lyme or Old Lyme, I can't remember, Clinton and Old Saybrook. And we were one consortium down there. They, since that point, have all gone to the state program.
Okay.
But aren't you also saying, according to what Counselor Page is saying, is that, yeah, we do benefit overall from the rate,
We do.
but we as a town have this unique arrangement
Correct.
where the benefit is not necessarily spread across the town and the BOE
It's a
equally.
unique
No,
agreement.
I got you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Special relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, special.
Counselor Tiniakis?
Is there anyone in either the Board of Ed side or your department who looks into like the trends or like the rationale as to why they're getting their claims?
We have,
So much more.
we have Lockton, who's our agent of record.
Yeah.
And they meet with our benefit coordinator and also the benefit coordinator upstairs. And we actually have meetings fairly regularly. We have them in a while to go over what the claim history, what's happening, how to contract.
Have there been like findings, like specific reasons?
We just had a bad luck. We were doing really, the town side at least was doing really good
Yeah,
for like the last 3 or 4 years. And sooner or later, you're gonna have claims.
okay.
There's no way you can.
If you were to see a particular force causing these claims to happen, is that something that you would address with the Board of Ed to
Yeah,
try
I mean,
and
we're
stipulate
seeing
with?
them more as large claims.
Yeah,
So it's not everybody. We just got the Board of Ed the last few years is getting harder than us with large claims. This is the first time, and I want to say 3 or 4 years, we've actually been hit with a couple large claims. So they're just unfortunate circumstances. We are working with Anthem and the Rockton region to do a wellness program to try to do some preventative work. And not that I know that would have stopped any of these large claims,
But we do meet with them often to try to see the trend and see, get suggestions from them on how to avoid it. They work, Lockton will do up different reports for us, working with Anthem, who's our insurance carrier.
Okay, in this MOU from 96 years, that's an indefinite agreement. There's no stipulation on like a time period or
I tried to
anything?
get out of it a couple times before I got here and, didn't happen.
Okay. So, yeah, so it's just
That's the
ongoing,
amendment. That's,
whoever.
that's why when we kind of talked about the MOU that we're gonna do, it's for a specific time period.
Right, this is the danger of an MOU that doesn't have any
Yeah.
expiration date, it just continues.
This happens.
The council has tried to, withdraw from the MOU because it's a one-sided MOU.
Yeah.
If they get a refund in a sense, they keep it.
Sure.
If they go over, we pay
We
for it.
pay for it, yeah.
So, I mean, I would get that deal anytime I could get it. I get the money, but I don't have to pay the risk. So we've a number of times tried to get out of the MOU.
What's been the blockage to get out of it?
Usually it's been during around budget time and we get no place with it. So but I think at this point, it's kind of a moot point because I think probably going forward, we're both gonna have claims that are gonna go over and there won't be any refund for anybody.
For anybody, yeah.
But in the
I mean-
past, the refunds have been, sometimes up to close to $1 million where they've got
A couple of years
a
where they were
refund.
over $1 million.
Wow.
And that goes directly back into their.
It goes back to them, they can
operating
do whatever
funds.
they want with it.
Yeah.
And but in this case, we're gonna go over, we're gonna pay
Paying for it.
the piper.
I mean, I'm not sure it's a moot point because it's not really the refunds that I'm concerned. It's the deficits. Because that always comes back to us,
Right,
always,
exactly,
always,
yeah.
always.
So
There
we should
was a
look-
discussion at one point, I know, that the superintendent talked about maybe putting a cap on that kind of refund, which I thought that was talked about at one point, and I don't know where it went.
But certainly something this council can revisit, because it seems to me, a kind of an outdated MOU.
Thank you. This is the land acquisition fund.
And you'll see the balance in the land acquisition. Unless you guys purchase something this year, we're expecting at the end of the year to have $172,166. And we kept the same amount. We were talking about the 20,000 each year to go in for next year's budget also. This is the amount you see in CIP.
Very good. Recreation CIP.
And this is the recreation CIP. So when I mentioned to you the amount that we were expecting the enterprise recreation fund to be over, you'll see that coming in as revenue, that 91,626.
Okay.
He has expecting like a $61,000 balance. There was a year there when he has investments too that go into the recreation fund. So the year the investments didn't go well, he didn't reach $1 million and COVID. So nothing came over here for a little bit.
This year they're doing quite well.
Yes, they did.
Technology fund.
This is the technology fund. I know the balance is looking a little high. I did talk to Scott Charlo, the IT director. You'll see this is the amount that comes over from the CIP again. So we took this out of the CIP because it doesn't qualify as CIP, but we left the transfer there, like land acquisition to come over here. He has down and he didn't spend much last year because there was a lot of projects he had going, but this year he plans between this year and next year, he has scheduled to do about $1.8 million worth of work on different things. This is where we save up for licenses and things like that. He has a firewall replacement for $150,000, a replacement for the police department UPS system for $50,000, a mobile device payment for $15,000, a Microsoft licensing. This is year 3 for $135,000. Let me give you some of the bigger things. This is the compliance for vendors who come into us, like our credit card companies that they have to do. So every time we add something like that, he has to do another audit. And this is PCI compliance. And that's $150,000. Hypervisor replacement, $300,000. That's the seed money for that. Dark fiber and broadband expansion, $500,000. So these are the big things on the list that he's tackling now that basically he's done all our computer replacements, which finished not long ago. And he's kind of stepped away from the radio project. He's more going to focus on this now. So although you're seeing this huge balance, he's going to be
Can be
spending it.
used.
This is what he's planning on doing, a lot of these things. It's earmarked, yeah. And that's it for special revenue. Yep, go back to the front of your book, sorry.
Sure.
I know. So starting on page 9, we start with taxes. The motor vehicle amount that you see there is based on the state cap of 32.46 mils and on the grand list that we received. So what ends up happening is I'll take her grand list, I'll take how much she's expecting for motor vehicles percentage that we'll collect times the mill rate to come up with this number. Interest and liens, we've kind of left flat along with prior year tax levies. I will say prior year tax levies are susceptible to any kind of court settlement, like the big one you guys just saw that you had approved the refund. That's the line it comes out of. So we occasionally see that take a hit. That's why we don't try to play with it too much. We are done most of the reval settlements, but we're going to be starting reval again. So the prorated motor vehicles, we left flat. We've kind of historically been coming in at that number. And the current year levies are just based on what we have to raise through taxes to cover all the operational expenses as proposed. The number below where you see pilots, all these pilots are basically things that are in lieu of taxes. So these are set by the state. These are what has been proposed by the state that we'll receive next year. We had a slight decrease in the tiered pilot, but we had an increase in the motor vehicle property grant. So what ends up happening is because they cap us at only 32.46 for motor vehicles, they will give us a grant back to cover some of that. But that grant is always based on the prior year grant list. So they're always kind of a year behind. So we are seeing an increase, but not to match really what we'll lose this coming year. New Meadow Housing, that is again, kind of pilot money. It's in lieu of taxes. The assessor does an assessment evaluation every year, sends out a letter that determines the amount that they'll pay. We don't see this really changing next year compared to this year. All right, the next is license and permits. Big one being building permits. So in this current year that we adopted, the 750,000, we had included in there about 300,000 of building permits for National Welding. Didn't happen, probably not expecting it. Our building permits are doing a little better than we expected, so we're only short about 200,000. I put this back down because I'm not sure National Welding will happen. I put this back down to the amount historically we've seen because we've had some big projects the last few years that have kind of beefed up that number. Vendor permits are going to stay approximately the same. There's no, any of these you see here, any of the other permits are staying in line with what we estimated, which was in line with our budget for this year. For rentals, I took off town hall rental receipts because I don't see us renting out this town hall like we did the old one. So we had kept it on there, but I didn't anticipate that going forward. We barely have space for regular meetings, so we're not going to be renting it out personally. The next one being Indian Hill Country Club, I left that flat. I don't know if there's a new agreement coming out, so I just left it the same. Along with other town property. Within other town property, this is where we have a tower rental that we receive on a monthly basis, about a little over $4,000, and some other miscellaneous rentals for some of the other properties that we have, that we
Tower like the phone.
Yeah.
We have a tower we rent
By
out.
the high school.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
So, interest income. I know the end of the year, it looks like a really nice number. And if you wanted to take the risk in going up, that's your choice. But within this number is also investment income. So as nice as the interest rate has been to us, I did increase it from the current year budget, but I didn't go too far just in case that whole market just took a little crapper on us again. Stiff right now, which is one of our where we have some of our investment, is giving us on a monthly basis like 5.4%, which is awesome considering we used to have 0.1%. So this is a conservative number for me. Just letting you know, I didn't want to go too high with it.
But can I ask, what sector is our like investments located in? Is it like in technology? Is it in material?
I
Yeah.
couldn't tell you. Stiff is the government fund.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
Then
that's
I'll-
where
yeah.
the majority of our money is right now, making that money. We do have some other money that we have to stay within state statutes where we put our general fund money. So it's kind of conservative. We have been making some money there this year, which has been great. But the year before we kind of took a hit. There's not a large amount of money we have invested in the market. But yeah, it's a little bit scary sometimes, but as I said, we've been doing pretty good. I think it is.
Okay.
They kind of don't want you, statute doesn't allow us. Actually, our
Low
auditors,
risk, yeah.
our auditors caught that one year and said to them, for the general fund, you are only allowed to put it in X, Y, and Z. You can't go anywhere else on it. No derivatives, none of that stuff. For fines, I left all that flat. Without littering, we sometimes get $100, but that's once in a blue moon.
You explain, there's 2 false alarms, one we're collecting on, one we're not.
That needs to be taken off.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be there. It was just an extra line that shouldn't be there. There's only one false alarm.
Okay, thank you.
Charges for services, once again, we kind of left this flat. I came down a little bit on human services counseling fees because we've historically only like $1,000. We've only really historically collected about $1,000 for any of our counseling fees. So this stays pretty flat. According to what our estimate was, town clerk fees have been really rising. This is where you have your conveyance fees for real estate. So with the market for real estate being up here and crazy, we've collected more. They've been significantly outperforming their budget every year. So we're just going to keep an eye on that. And we're leaving at the estimate, which is still an increase from our current year budget. Refunds and reimbursements, we're leaving flat. I know if you look over and see the actual for schools, that 426, that was actually them returning some money to us as per an MOU. So that's why it went into refund from the prior year. But typically they don't get much more than 10, if 10,000 a year. The next section is sale of town property. Don't really have the earbuds, the library sells. Everything's kind of kept flat. I will tell you, I left flat to budget the other. This is where we sometimes sell on the market some of our equipment. The Board of Ed does too. The receipt of them go in here for anything that they just say, hey, this is surplus. We want to get rid of this equipment or furniture. It's not a large amount. Anything that bigger machines, or we said, or vehicles are part of your trade-in, they don't go here. And And this next portion is this huge portion. This is state aid. This once again is on the governor's proposal. Nothing has been accepted by them, but this is typically what we base ours off. But this is what he's proposing for next year for the towns to receive. We did have a nice increase to the educational cost share of $1.4 million.
Bottles, 23,000.
That was my question that I have too.
But I think you spoke, if I remember our first meeting, you spoke to where that lives, the nip bottle.
Where are you seeing NIPS? I'm sorry.
It's not on here. But we
Oh,
were
I'm like,
questioning.
is that on
No,
here?
that's all right.
Questioning.
No, NIPS does not go in the
That's right.
operational. It's a grant. It can only be used for specific purposes. So it goes in the grants.
Yep.
It's a sales tax, I should call it, but because it's restricted, we don't put it in with the operational money. So that money goes over into the miscellaneous grants. And we've used it for stuff, as we said, recycling bins for the bottles and the increased price for the street sweeper.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I have a question about cannabis tax in
Yes.
here. The state reimburses us for that?
No,
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
it's state sanctioned. So the state will send us over the amount that they sold for cannabis. We will then send it to the vendor and the vendor will sell to it. So it's a state statute. The state's telling us. So it doesn't specifically come from the state, but it is state mandated.
Okay, and then on that, is that number, is that, are you being conservative with that number? Because I remember you saying it was about 40,000 a month we were getting.
This is only the amount that we could put in here that offsets the cost of what the programs that Human Services does. Once again, the cannabis is a specific use tax that we receive, like the NIPS bottles. So anything we're saying conservatively that we're saying 300,000 is how much the expenses are in Human Services that we're going to offset with this cannabis money. It's not the total, because not everything she does qualifies for it, but it's a large portion of it. And then the remainder of it goes into the miscellaneous grants like the NIPS bottles. And she's Carol, I should say, is administering that as needed as per the regulations. One of the things they have is a drug awareness programs and stuff like that. So she's working with the schools on doing some of the lectures and programs with them to use some of it. And I know you've heard that, hey, we're opening up a third one, we're going to get more money. We're not seeing more money. What we're seeing is it just spread out between right now 2, then it'll be 3. And we have not seen it go anywhere much more than the low 40s each month combined with it now that the 2 are open. And even the third, I don't anticipate that bringing in more revenue, just spreading it out between 3 facilities.
Has that revenue stayed consistent?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has. I mean, when we did the budget last year, it just started. Like we had half a month that we gotten in January. So we hadn't even gotten that. We didn't get it till March because they're a month behind in the reporting. So yeah, it stayed pretty since it started. It stayed pretty solid at low 40s every month.
And the SOAR money that we had talked about earlier, that would also be under miscellaneous grants or where are we?
Which one? I'm sorry.
SOAR, the
Yeah,
state
that's
opioid.
miscellaneous grants. Yeah, that doesn't go through the operational. Anything that's kind of for specific use and kind of restricted, we put under miscellaneous grants. We don't put it in with the operational. That way, you can audit it and see it a little bit.
Sure.
And the last, sorry.
Just back to the cannabis. First of all, thank you for indicating that even though we may open new facilities or new retail outlets, it's not going to bring windfall to the town, because I think that's what a lot of the
people
buzz
were
on the
thinking.
street is that, whoa, we need more so we get more money. But secondly, I didn't realize that you didn't get the money from the state directly, that you get a report and then your department has to go after the
We bill.
retailers.
We bill the cannabis stores.
Okay, now, is that an increased cost to your department in terms of administrating it?
I mean, the state sends us things. So what ends up happening is the cannabis retailers will send to the state their sales for the month because they have to pay the state something. And then the state will report to us, usually the beginning of the next month, how much that cannabis, and then
we will do an invoice to them.
Okay, so it's not
we
really
invoice-
added.
It's not too bad. We invoice other things for like, police,
Mhm.
services. They do invoices. We do some now for fire watches. So it's kind of falls in that. It's once a month. Well, yeah, once a month we'll send out an invoice to them, and they've always been really good about paying it. So it's not like we have to, you know.
Okay, so now,
Yeah, so far in the past year, we haven't had to go knocking on their door saying, hey, where's our money?
okay,
So, yeah,
Okay,
it's
thank
been all
you.
right.
thanks.
Just in regards to the actual payment, are they, I know it's cash business, you can't bank, do they drop off cash?
No. No, they aren't cash.
There you go, buddy.
That was one of the
Old
concerns.
habits.
That was one of the concerns we had, but they can only accept cash.
Right.
They pay their utilities and us and everything in checks. Yeah. No, we don't. We don't get that check out in the suitcase on everything. Yeah, no.
It's fun.
Councilor Mangan?
I just know at one point we authorized the fire department to start collecting money for fees for accidents, that kind of stuff. Where does that show here? Or have they collected any yet?
They have.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look and see.
Is it the
where-
fire response state roads reimbursement? That's for the state roads.
Yeah, that's the only roads you get reimbursed for.
Well, no, I think they
That's
were
from
gonna,
the state.
the council had set, so if you had an accident on Berlin Turnpike and you had to respond with a fire truck, we were gonna charge you so much. We were gonna charge your insurance company so much.
No, I don't think that ever, I haven't seen that. I've seen fire watch fees.
Right, and the state road fee is a state,
That's the state road that the
Right.
state pays us back for.
but they were gonna, I believe we
No, we
passed,
were.
we passed
I could speak to that, because I get those requests a lot of time at work.
pay 'em?
So a lot of the times, like what's being asked doesn't actually fall under the definition of what property damage is. So those invoices are ultimately denied.
So we blame you.
So they might have put it in place, but I haven't seen any money coming in, so
Yeah.
I didn't.
Majority of those
I know,
invoices.
sat on the
Yeah,
liaison from last year and they had picked a firm to do the billing and I thought this was all rolling along and.
nothing's
things were
come
done, so
through
they're
my
not gonna
office
pay it.
yet.
That's- I think that was our immediate concern when we passed it, is like, who's gonna pay this? And
Yeah.
they assured us the insurance was
They've
gonna pay it.
If there's like damage to the roadway or if there's like a chemical cleanup that they have to do, then it could possibly fall under that. But if it's just like showing up in having the services there, it doesn't fall under anything that's covered under
So the
insurance.
billing and all that, doesn't go through my office, so we haven't seen anything.
Okay, because we should check on who, if we are billing and somebody.
I'll ask.
I mean, it's not your paying, it's someone else paying.
That could be a question at the next commissioner.
Yeah, and that was one of our concerns. I think we passed it, is who was gonna pay the bill, and we were assured it wouldn't be the individual, it would be the.
Okay, I remember this now.
That big insurance company who had whole deep pockets and they would just pay it out of
Generously.
generosity, just to get it off their.
Just
books.
haven't met AJ.
Yeah.
I'm not supervisor for giving out money, you know?
Was there, Counselor Mankey, did you have another question? Your hand is up.
No, I'm sorry. I just kind of left it up because I figured
Yeah.
I'd say something eventually.
Okay. No other questions for this section?
The next page is prior year encumbrances. We usually close at the end of the year. We might have POs open from the prior year. When we close them, that goes back to the general fund. We're estimating 90,000. We won't see that till the end of the year. And here's where you see the transfers. So we talked about the transfer from the cemetery fund. That's the amount down there you see to cover their operational expenses. The transfer from the cemetery trust, $70 we send over. It's part of an agreement we had with them. And then the Hubbard Fund, that's the interest that we talk about, we give to the library to purchase materials. It's based, we say $30, but it's based on how we do investments. They're gonna get more than that this year. And that's it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cannot thank you enough.
Are we done now? Already?
No.
I was gonna say already.
Moving right along, we'll get on to resignations and appointments, just one. Councilor Page, would you mind reading that resolution?
Be resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments: Board of Assessment Appeals, Kathleen Freeman, Member, address 87 Centerwood Road, RD, turn 323, 4 to 1130, 2024. Replaces vacancy Frederick.
Seconded by, motion by Dave, seconded by Councilman Mankey. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have one item of new business. I'll let you, Jamie.
I think my battery died. May I borrow somebody else's? My battery left it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I need a microphone. Thank you. My microphone died. This is an item for the Parks and Rec has requested. The read, it's under new business today so that you could take action on it on Tuesday night. And essentially what this is last month you approved ARPA funding for this ball field groomer for parks. It's about $56,000, I believe. So that would typically require a bid to purchase that equipment. But under charter, there are some provisions for waiving the bid. And in this case, there's only one manufacturer that makes the actual machine they need this to the specifications they need. So they're asking for that bid to be waived because there would only be one response anyway. And they're asking to do that as soon as possible so that they can go ahead and purchase that equipment in time to use it this spring. So there'll be a resolution on your agenda for Tuesday night to consider waiving that bid. Okay.
Me. Moving right along. To public participation again. Anyone in the room would like to speak, or if there's anybody over Zoom that would like to comment in public participation, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll move on to remarks by counselors. Anybody have any thoughts or?
Just thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Town staff,
Yes.
Jamie, and everyone. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Scott,
Susan, Scott, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Second.
Second. Ford, second by Councilor Mickey, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no, motion carries and everything. Great meeting, everyone.
All right.
We did it. I did before 3, right?
World peace. There you go.
Got a lot done.
So stuff to see all those 6-year-olds.
Yeah, I'll make.
Yeah, we didn't get you out of that?